All right. What a ride.
Yeah, we'll see if I can do as well as Bloom here. Bloom is on assignment. I'm kind of taking over the RSP Google Hangout channel tonight. I'm here with Matt Waldman, of course, and Charles McDonald from the Falcoholic and Setting the Edge podcast. I'm going to try to drive tonight as best I can, so you guys cut me a little bit of slack now and then if you don't mind. So just getting started, we had some technical difficulties trying to figure out how to make these YouTube links work with the Google Hangouts. Even with the help of a smart young man like Charles, we still sort of struggled over the last 15 minutes to make this happen. So Green Bay's on the clock now.
Laughing.
Well, yeah, and my 13-year-old son, had he been here, probably would have been up here and done some wizardry to get us all set up, since he's got his own YouTube channel and everything else. He's way smarter than I am, which is not such a bad thing, I wouldn't think. Green Bay's on the clock at this point. We were hearing from Ian Rappaport that they're leaning towards making the pick, and there's not a lot of trade stuff going on out there, which is surprising. And I think that likely means that all the trade discussion happened last night after the end of the first round and took place a little bit earlier this morning. And the Packers probably have at least one, if not two things in mind. And one point at this point, they're probably locked in and just waiting to see if somebody wants to come up. And as we talked about last night, that first round, at least in the last 30 picks, arguably, after the first two picks went off the board, was sort of a broad situation with lots of talent. So it's not that surprising that no team is really in a big hurry to come up necessarily, since there's a number of players on the board at arguably almost every position that's worth taking a look at. So, Matt, why don't we start with you? I feel like it's not, I think it's kind of unusual here that Green Bay isn't entertaining a trade. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but thoughts about what you might be thinking if you were sitting in this position. Would you be trying to stockpile some picks? Is there somebody that you think fits Green Bay's roster in a smart way that you would just take the pick and move on? Where do you think we're going to get started tonight?
Well, I mean, I think that, one of the things that Justice mentioned earlier yesterday was about the possibility of taking a running back. And with Dalvin Cook sitting there on the board, certainly he seems like a nice option, especially the way that he was talking about fit with players and what he wanted to do. And I agree with the idea of having Cook there. I mean, he's a guy that can make plays out of the backfield for you as a receiver. He's certainly someone that can make plays for you between the tackles. He's arguably one of the most talented He's arguably the most talented pure ball carrier in this class, and in an offense where maybe he won't be called upon to pass protect as much, won't be as necessary with a quarterback who's as creative as Aaron Rodgers, so he can develop in that area later on. So I think that that's probably a guy that I would look at right away at this place of the draft.
One of the things we were talking about last night with Justice Mosqueda is the possibility that Green Bay might be looking at a player like Joe Mixon, and whether or not that situation is a little bit more palatable from a PR standpoint and a need standpoint at the beginning of the second round. Do you feel like, Charles, that Mixon makes a little bit of sense here? Do you feel like Dalvin Cook is probably a better play? I know Justice had a lot to say about Mixon fitting the profile of Green Bay picks at running back more so than Cook did, but there's definite other concerns here rather than just talent alone that may be going through the mind. Or do you see Green Bay going in a different direction altogether?
I think the running back talk for Green Bay is interesting, but when you look at how their season ended in Atlanta in the NFC Championship game, I mean, that their defense just got dominated in that game. And when you have guys like Ladarius Gunter going against Julio Jones, that's never going to end well. And especially when you look at the way that Dom Capers likes to play defense, and they like to play a lot of man coverage, having a secondary trio of Demarius Randall, Devon House, and Ladarius Gunter just isn't going to cut it. And I think they'd be better served going either corner or even another pass rusher, because I think the only guy they have as a real pass rusher right now is Nick Perry, who they re-signed because they played Clay Matthews inside the past few years. So I really think that they should go defense. Justice, for some reason, wants them to pick DeShone Kizer, which doesn't help them at all this year or even the next few years. So let's see what they do here. Do you buy the reports that Rappaport is saying that they're interested in a quarterback here?
I think I haven't heard anything that makes me think that, they're definitely not happy with what they have right now with Brett Hundley behind Aaron Rodgers. And I know there's not been a lot of playing time there, but, they have to be pretty disappointed with what they have to be going in another direction. I'm rooting for a quarterback at this point, only because Justice threatened us with something pretty interesting if they do, in fact, take DeShone Kizer. So we'll take that as we go. It looks like Green Bay did not trade the pick, so Rappaport was on point there with that We'll see which way they go. Just as a note, especially for those guys that are joining us early, thanks very much, by the way. We really appreciate it. Last night was a ton of fun. Got a lot of good folks coming in tonight. Charles is here now. Justice is going to be shortly. They spent a lot of time with us last night and did a great job. We really appreciate having them on. But we're going to have Emery Hunt, Teron Davenport, I think. Matt, is that correct? Is Teron coming?
He may try and join us.
Yeah, and we are going to have Chad Spann and Scott Bischoff and a number of other folks come in, and I will try to drive as best we can. So we'll sort of see how the evening goes in that regard. But thanks to everybody for joining us as we go. As we wait for this pick, the other thing that's where I was going with that. See, it's going to be fun for me hosting tonight because I'm going to stumble over myself multiple times.
You're doing great.
Is that I'm going to be keeping an eye on Twitter and NFL Network, and we may tonight. I'll try not to spoil too much for you guys, but as we get later into the second, third round and picks overlap where we are with the TV, I'm going to apologize in advance because we may talk about some players as it just naturally evolves as part of the show tonight. So you may hear about some picks a little bit sooner before they happen on TV. Try not to have that happen all that much, but we're going to wait and see what Green Bay has to say. And I've got my TV on mute, so we'll go. So while we're waiting for that to happen, guys, thoughts on last night? Are there situations as you thought about, there were players and draft picks that we made last night that we thought, man, that doesn't make a lot of sense? Or, I don't really know why they went in that direction. As we look back in hindsight over last night from pick one all the way through the final pick of the round, are there situations where you thought, that makes a lot more sense to me now than it did before? I think that's a better fit now. Or the post-draft press conference made a ton more sense as we looked into that. Matt, anything, one player or two in particular that makes a lot more sense now than it did yesterday?
Yeah, it makes a little more sense. I still don't love the pick, but it was a guy that Charles and I were talking about before the show came on, which was Mike Williams. And I didn't love that pick because I'm not a huge fan of what Mike Williams is based on how people portray him. They portray him as kind of an Alshon Jeffrey type of player. I think he's more of a Dwayne Bowe type of player. But then when I look at the fact that the Chargers can get out of their contract with Keenan Allen in the next 2 years, they can get out of Travis Benjamin next year, with Keenan Allen being hurt, and also with Terrell Williams being basically done with his contract at the end of this year as well, then you're looking at a situation where maybe adding Mike Williams makes a lot of sense here, because maybe if Allen comes back healthy, but maybe he's diminished a little bit in terms of speed after that injury. Maybe they feel like they can put him in the slot and get a good work out of him there. Have Terrell Williams on one side and Mike Williams on the other, and they can have a 3-receiver set that's still pretty formidable. When you're looking at, or if it's Benjamin that ends up performing well and Allen doesn't really come back, they could still, put a threesome together that's pretty good with Mike Williams. And I can see how that, with the way Terrell Williams plays and how he was featured on these crossing routes and slot routes and some of these corner routes, that Mike Williams was featured not only featured in a similar way in some respects, but also maybe more advantageous to him on some of these over the middle of the plays, where I felt like that they didn't do that as much with Deshaun Watson, but when they did feature him there, he was very effective. So I see the pick, and it makes a little more sense to me than what it did before.
All right, the Packers, Charles, you were on this one. It's not a running back. It is not DeShone Kizer. Sorry to say, Justice. We'll see what he says about that coming in. It is a cornerback, in fact, and it's a big one. 6'3", 200-pound quarterback, Kevin King out of Washington. Probably fits this relatively aggressive scheme out in Green Bay pretty well. Charles, was Kevin King a guy you watched, or let's just talk a little bit again about the fit with a cornerback and that secondary, what this may allow Green Bay's defense to do?
Yeah, I like the pick. Now, we just talked about before the show, or maybe at the start of the show, how Green Bay needs to get faster in their secondary. And, Kevin King he's arguably the most athletic cornerback in the draft. Now, he's a little bit raw in terms of, matching and man coverage, and he does tend to get lost in the zone sometimes. But the athleticism and ball skills he has are just really hard to come by. So I think if you think that he can or you can reform his footwork a little bit and maybe teach his press technique to be a little bit better, the speed and ball skills are already there. So he's not that far off from being, an impact player, but I do think he's going to need some time to adjust to the game.
Jacksonville comes up one pick here. They gave a 6th-round pick to come up and take Seattle's pick, and I'm seeing Adam Schefter here on Twitter saying this is the 3rd time Seattle has traded their upcoming pick in this draft alone. And one of the things we talked about with Jacksonville last night, there was some concerns over how well Leonard Fournette was going to fit, and I think we all agreed that that was a worthwhile situation in a way to make that team better. But one of the concerns we had here was offensive line. Had a little bit concern about the front 7 a little bit. The linebackers there are good. They've been steadily improving that front line as well with Calais Campbell and others. Lots of players still on the board. Offensive tackle being one of them. You wonder if they may be coming up for that situation there, or if they're planning on adding a defensive player. There's tons of guys available in that regard. Interesting that they felt the need to jump up just one pick. Definitely a player that they like. The pick is already in. Offensive tackle. I'm waiting for Justice to come in on this one as well. If that's what it is, I know he was looking at Cam Robinson to come off the board possibly a little bit earlier last night. It would definitely stand to reason that if you're going to take a player like Leonard Fournette in the first round, you want to surround him with some players that can be effective. So I think that's where I feel it's most likely that we're going to see them go here. But thoughts on other needs that they may have, Charles, any other direction that they may feel like they're going? We see Mike Mayock here listed, Cam Robinson, Forrest Lamp, and a few other players at the offensive line position as possibilities to come up. So thoughts on whether or not we're looking at offensive line here with this pick to come up, or other directions they might go?
Yeah, I think you're looking at offensive line here. I think the 2 or 3 names to keep in mind are Cam Robinson, Forrest Lamp, who I thought were both going to go in the first round yesterday, and then Dion Dawkins from Temple. I don't know if Dion Dawkins is ready to play right away, but he has a lot of buzz in NFL circles, and he really, really had a good combine workout. So I think when you get a guy like Leonard Fournette, now I think Fournette is a really good player, and I think he's going to be a really good pro. But that offensive line needs a lot of work before you try to give Fournette, I guess, 250 to 300 carries, because I'm assuming they're bringing in Fournette to take the ball out of Bortles' hands, because he was terrible last year.
If this is offensive line, do you feel like Forrest Lamp or Cam Robinson is better suited for what the Jaguars might want to do with a running back like Fournette?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely for both of them. But especially when you look at what Cam Robinson brings, I think Cam Robinson can be what they thought they were getting in Jeremy Parnell a few years ago. And Parnell had a good first year, but last year it just kind of fell apart for him. I don't know if he kind of got bored of all the losing, but he was just not nearly as effective as the season before. So maybe they take Cam Robinson and put him at right tackle and kick Parnell inside, or vice versa.
It looks like that's the pick too.
Cam Robinson?
They're going offensive line. Robinson? Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Twitter's a little ahead of us here. So
are we? That's where we are?
Yeah. So that's a good thing in that regard.
Yeah. So Matt, I know kind of compare and contrast the types of offensive line here. I'm not, I think, hearing a lot of good things. I can remember hearing lots of good things about Forrest Lamp as a pass protector. I don't know where Robinson's strengths are, if he's an all-around player, or if you've watched him with somebody in the film room that gives us a little bit better idea of how well he fits with this offense. I think anybody at this point would improve the Jaguars offensive line and make the Fournette selection even more attractive than it was. But thoughts on how this might affect Fournette's value, how much it'll be able to help Blake Bortles along the way as well?
I mean, I think it will. I mean, I think that there's, some of the things that you hear about Robinson is that he's very good at being able to, set up quickly, that he uses his hands independently well. In the run game, I think you're looking at someone who's kind of a mauler who can really get after it. And you're looking at the attitude of what they want this team to be. And and I think that what Tom Coughlin envisions is we are going to be the bully on the block. And we want to knock you down. We want an all-out knockdown, drag-out type of thing. And we can have Blake Bortles be creative at the end of games if we're in it, But if we rely on him to get us aboard, early on, that might be the problem. But at the same time, too, if we build a strong enough team around us where we have a good running game, we have a promising defense, we can, win the time of possession battle, then we might be able to get a quarterback to finish for us down the line if Bortles isn't that guy who develops and gets his act together. And we all know that Tom Coughlin has been very good at reclamation projects, or he's been very good at keeping guys in line who don't toe the line early on. And he doesn't. And there's the thing that I like about him. I mean, we all can talk about how he's old school and make fun of him, but the one thing is he does not give a darn about what people think about him. The whole team could hate him, and that whole team, he can take that whole team hating him to a Super Bowl and it still work out okay. And that tells you strength of leadership in kind of a unique way. You kind of sometimes have to be that guy. And if you have a team filled with underachievers or guys who aren't really going to step up and lead, because I think we all know that then we know that this is going to be a situation where, that if these guys aren't all great leaders, then you need the coach to be the leader. And that was the case. So I think that for him, adding the personality of this team to kind of make it a mauling physical type of situation is really going to help out a player like Fournette down the line. I think he'll disappoint this year. And if you're a fantasy owner, you're probably going to be thinking, oh, we should have known after the Alabama game that those Alabama games that he's a bad fantasy option. But I think that after a couple of years, when they get this line right, I think by year 2, we're going to start seeing those gains that people expected out of him, because they'll be set up to get, another set of offensive linemen if they don't get enough this year to really help out either by free agency as well as the adjustment with the quarterback.
Yeah, I think this breaks out nicely for Jacksonville in that in most years you're going to see the elite offensive tackles come off the board a little bit early, and those guys tend to be the most effective, although we've seen some busts over the years. So, but to have the availability of a player like this early in the second round, you can see why, not that giving up a 6th round pick is a lot of draft capital to make this move. But if you like Robinson much more than Lamp, if you're feeling like you're going offensive line, this is a pretty easy move to make. So, Matt, we talked a little bit about whether or not you felt a little bit more comfortable about moves that were made in the first round. Charles, was there a player or two from the first round, doubling back on that question, that that is less surprising or easier for you to understand today versus yesterday?
Well, I don't really think there was that much confusion for me. Yes, just because I think leading up to the draft, we heard, I would say, about 50 to 60 names in the first round range. So I think I was more surprised with some of the guys who fell out, like Cam Robinson and Forrest Lamp, and even guys. I thought Jordan Wilson was going to end up being a first round pick too. I think the weirdest thing for me yesterday was seeing 3 receivers go in the top 10.
Top 10.
Only 2 quarterbacks. It was like 3 receivers, 2 running backs, and 2 quarterbacks. So the distribution there was really weird.
Well, thoughts on Takk McKinley? We missed you yesterday when the Falcons made their pick. We had some discussion about can he be more than a situational rusher? It looked very explosive in a straight line, but had some concerns about how well he'd be able to get around the corner and move a little bit. You have feelings on how he fits in there, how they may use him with respect to having Vic Beasley there as well. Knowing, I think Justice made the point last night that there have been a number of injuries and we really don't have a sense of exactly how that front 7 may come together anyway. With that defensive scheme, and give us a scouting report on how you felt about McKinley and how he's going to work into Atlanta.
I didn't like it last night, but then I watched more and just kind of thought about it, and I do what all fans do. You talk yourself into whoever your favorite team picks. You don't have a choice, so you might as well just be happy about it. So the more I went back and watched and just kind of look at his athleticism again, if he can kind of be, I guess, the thunder to Vic Beasley's lightning, where you kind of use him as a power rusher, because I think in the Pro Football Focus draft guide, his most effective pass rusher was his bull rush. So you kind of have him and Grady Jarrett and Poe crash in the pocket while Beasley cleans up or wreaks havoc with his speed. I think that's a really nice combo right there. So I trust Dan Quinn. I don't really.
Same thing we said about Taco Charlton and Rod Marinelli, we trust. And I think, from Pete Carroll to Dan Quinn, Gus Bradley hasn't had quite the same success. But I think that coaching tree in terms of making decisions with players, we've seen players, I'm not really sure how that's going to work out and do very well. So that particular group of coaches and scheme knows what type of player fits. And, I don't know that they're looking for somebody to come in and or that they would even expect McKinley to be that player coming off the labral surgery. My concern with McKinley, again, is that that pass rushers are going to take some time to develop. He's going to be losing out on a number of those developmental snaps through the offseason. So maybe he's a player that comes on towards the end of the year, and I think everybody's rooting for him to succeed for lots of different reasons. So Seattle goes Malik McDowell here, and that was a player that we talked about a lot last night.
Yeah.
Really interesting in that, on one hand, just dominant inside at times, even though he plays a little bit high, but one of the quickest players off the ball that you'll see in this draft. Has a relatively mature array of interior pass rush moves, is the type of player that can move outside a little bit and play too. So you wonder if he is going to be kind of a swing, with Michael Bennett out there playing that closed end and that same kind of defense. We'll see how that goes for Seattle. You think he's going to go kind of mix in with the Tyba Rubin and Jerron Reed, who came on a little bit toward the end of last year. And then on the other side, you're worried about how Michigan State handled things toward the end of the year. And he didn't play, whether it be related to the injury that he had, or there was some rumors that, maybe he wasn't as interested in playing as he could have been, I guess, for lack of a better term. So oodles of upside here, though. Charles, when you evaluated him, thoughts on McDowell? I think it's a good fit here for Seattle. How soon do you think he can be productive, and where do you see him fitting into that defense?
I think he can be productive right away. Because when you look at, I guess, the guys that Atlanta and Jacksonville and Seattle have brought in, they like those guys who can play everywhere. And McDowell, he can play. I think you can kind of use him like the way the Texans use J.J. Watt, where you can play him at nose, you can play him at 7, 3, 5, wherever you want to play him, and just kind of have him wreak havoc. And you already have an established piece at nose with Jerron Reed and Tony McDaniel and Tyba Rubin coming back. So I think that's going to be a really good fit for him. And just looking back at what kind of happened at Michigan State, I kind of get it. He's 20 years old. He was a 5-star recruit. His first 2 years, his first year they went to the playoff, and then they were, I think they beat Ohio State the next year, something like that. But they were a 10-win team the first 2 years he was there, and then it just it all fell off last year. And I can kind of get a 20-year-old going through his first losing season, maybe gets a little bit disinterested, a little bit grumpy. So I'm not really holding that too much against him. And I don't think the Seahawks are either, because I think this is going to be a great pick for him.
I had Doug Farrar on.
Yeah, talk about the film room that you did and some of the thoughts that Doug had on. He had a lot of good thoughts on McDowell.
Absolutely. I mean, he talked about how that there were only 3 players that he's seen win at every gap on a consistent basis, and that was Melvin Ingram, Dominic Easley, and then McDowell. The other thing that he talked about is that when you look at what McDowell, some of the things, you see the strength, you see that initial burst, it's fantastic. That closing speed that he can have is fantastic. One of the things that you're going to want to look for with him, though, is that some of the reputation was that he holds grudges, and what he described that as is that he was kind of like, well, I did my job. How come you guys didn't do yours? Or he was used to taking on the world in the sense of not maintaining his responsibilities and trying to just blow up plays. And we discussed that maybe that happened because he was the star of that line. And being the star of that line, sometimes you're either tacitly or actively given the expectation to make plays above and beyond maintaining gap discipline. So those were some things that were explored with him. And we talked about the potential fit with him with the Seahawks before this pick. And it was something that he said, this would be an ideal situation to have him paired with Michael Bennett, another player who can move around and show him really how to be more efficient with his feet, more economical about how he uses his hands and his feet and get in position. And, having McDowell now have a mentor in Michael Bennett in that regard, and also with a support system like Cliff Averill, because apparently he and Cliff Averill play very well together and really check each other and challenge each other and communicate well, that this is going to be, you pair him with Frank Clark, as well, and Jerron Reed and how they got together. This defensive line just, in fact, reloaded and may have added an artillery that they really didn't have in the past.
Absolutely. Still more trades coming. Arizona has come up in a trade with the Chicago Bears, about to make the pick, and we're hearing that there's some movement beyond as well. It sounds like Buffalo is coming up to take the Rams pick as well. The Bears get 2 4th-round picks from Arizona coming up. There was a couple of lesser picks involved as well. The Bills are getting a 3rd-round pick in return to the Bills give a 3rd-round pick to come up. So there's some pretty high picks floating around here. The Cardinals, according to Twitter and a number of sources here, are going to take Budda Baker, safety, and a rangy free safety type guy, which is interesting to me. There's some concerns about whether or not he's going to be, comfortable enough in run support. And some of the things we've seen with Arizona, we talked a little bit about this last night, is they like to pile up safeties, and they like to pile up physical safeties that can cover as well. And I think Budda Baker is going to grow into that role. I don't necessarily think that he fits that mold. I've seen him compared to Bob Sanders a lot, which makes you think of physicality to begin with, just because of the size that he is. He's 5'9". But putting him next to Tyrann Mathieu, I thought Antoine Bethea, veteran, still has plenty of gas in the tank. I think this is becoming an interesting secondary. And over time, this is going to be Baker and Mathieu. Thoughts on Baker, Charles?
Love him. I was really hoping that he would fall to 63 with the Falcons pick, but that wasn't really realistic. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see Baker and Tyrann Mathieu in the same secondary, because they kind of do a lot of the same things where you can play them single high if you want to. You can put them in the slot and have them play man on tight ends and slot receivers. Then you can blitz them off the edge. That's a lot of versatility that they didn't really have last year. And when you looked at what happened to the Cardinals draft last season, they really got no production out of their entire draft class. I think Robert Nkemdiche played like 45 snaps the entire year, and Brandon Williams barely played. And I don't even think another rookie saw the field for them. So getting a guy like Hassan Reddick and now Budda Baker, 2 guys that have a lot of experience, a lot of production in the past, it's a good fit, and it's a opposite twist from where they were last year.
Yeah, and I wonder if this has a little bit to do with the fact that Tyrann Mathieu's coming off so many knee injuries and wasn't quite himself last year, over a year removed from the ACL. It gives them the ability to maybe use him a little bit more in the slot. Maybe he's less of the rangy player in the back that, knowing that they used him in both of those roles in the past, it might take a little bit of the pressure off him to come back and be what he was. Rotating those 3 safeties in. What you got here, though, is, just in terms of pounds from Mathieu to Reddick to Buchanan to Baker. All these guys are a little bit on the small side. All of them tend to be on the aggressive side and relatively good tacklers. So that makes you wonder if bringing Mathieu up a little bit beefs up that nickel defense a little bit, and whether or not they're planning on using Baker a little bit back. So we're waiting on seeing who Buffalo picks here. Looking at their depth chart, Matt, thoughts on where they might go? Room for some offensive players here for sure. A number of lots of stuff, running backs, wide receivers, even a deep tight end class yet to come off the board. Some struggles at linebacker that they're working through there. They got a secondary player last night. Could use some more up front. So a lot of different ways to go. If they do go offense here, what places are you think they're most likely to go?
Yeah, we know that LaShawn McCoy had a great season, but Jonathan Williams hasn't really shown up. Mike Gillislee is gone. Carlos Williams, that experiment failed, even though it had a really nice beginning to it. So we're going to see this any moment now, but I would say that, running back would be pretty nice. So would wide receiver. And, even a guy like Mixon or Cook here could be a lot of fun as a guy to back up. Let's see what they have. We're going to get a little bit of a drum roll.
It looks like it's going to be Zay Jones, wide receiver.
Look at that.
Carolina.
Now that's
an into their offense. How does that work for Tyrod Taylor? What do you think about Jones?
I think that when you look at that, it's a situation where, Tyrod Taylor is such a good deep thrower, and he's so good anticipating some of the deep throws that you may see Zay Jones really work out there in that respect. Because you can even see with some of these highlights, while a lot of people imagine him as a slot receiver, I think he can play outside with a very accurate downfield quarterback. Because he is good at adjusting to the ball, he seems comfortable in tight coverage. But that reminds me a lot of Robert Woods when Robert Woods was coming out of USC. So in a sense, I think they're getting a similar player, and you can see strengths even just on TV. They talk about the things that I would mention. Trust the, he's got hands and toughness, and he's a guy that can probably give you a little bit of quickness and ability to make the first man miss after the catch. You can put him in the slot if you need to, but he's also a guy, again, that I think can give you a little bit more. I know people went nuts about him at the Senior Bowl. I didn't think he had as great of a Senior Bowl as many people discussed, but I certainly think that it wasn't a bad one. I just think that to me, he's a guy that you're going to need a quarterback who really plays well the entire area of the field and can make a second and third read extremely well and find him open. And I think that Tyrod Taylor being able to move around the pocket and buy time does that well. I know they tried to point him out to, say, hey, here's Charles Clay. You couldn't find him in 2015. Here's all this tape of where he was, he was wide open and you didn't hit him, and they still weren't able to achieve that last year. So I'm wondering with a guy like Jones, if they put him inside, if he gets lost there, and if he puts him outside, he's going to have to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he can handle that higher level of play in tight coverage, in tight quarters, and that his quarterback is going to have the confidence in him. So I don't love the pick, but I can see the logic. I see more of the downside of what might happen with him.
Charles, fit there in Buffalo. How do you think that this might affect prospects of Sammy Watkins and some of the other players out there? Do you think that Zay Jones can be a complimentary receiver? A lot of what we saw success with Sammy Watkins was a little bit of the deep ball with Tyrod Taylor, as Matt was talking about there. Are there certain things that Jones can do that will complement Watkins better than others?
Well, I didn't see Zay Jones except for live at the Senior Bowl. I didn't really get to receivers that much, but they lost so much production off their offense this past year. They lost Robert Woods to LA, Marquise Goodwin to San Francisco, and they just lost Gillislee to New England this week. So you had to go get a playmaker somewhere, because you just can't roll out there with Sammy Watkins, who's hurt every other week. And really, that's about it in terms of their receivers. So I know Justice is a big fan of Zay Jones, and he has a lot of fans on Twitter, but I haven't seen too much. But at some point, they had to go get a playmaker, so can't get too mad at this.
Yeah, and I think if we're going to see what we have in Tyrod Taylor and decide, where we're going to commit with him in the future, I think, giving him as many weapons as possible. Just hearing Matt talk about Jones there, I can see why the fit might be questioned a little bit. It sounds like there's a lot of overlap in the skill sets between the players they have there, which isn't necessarily all bad, depending on how you want to run that offense. So it'll be interesting to see. We'll make sure we talk with Justice about that a little bit as we go. Wait to see. Last couple of picks haven't been much trade-wise go here, and the Chargers pick is in. Wait to see what NFL Network has from there. One of the things I was struck with, Matt, reading your RSP was the depth of the tight end class. And I think the consensus top three went yesterday. It's not surprising to see so many players go high with the strength of this class and with the way that so many offenses now are using the tight end to move position. As a wide receiver of sorts. In fact, I think many folks thought that Evan Ingram would probably be used as a wide receiver, and with the spot that he's in, there's still a question about whether or not he may be used as more of a receiver than anything else, but I think he's likely to be classified as a tight end. Are there players that you expect to go at this position in the first half of this round that we may see come off sooner than later that can be not necessarily in the same tier as these top three players, but somebody that might be as effective as a move tight end and is another downfield option for some of these offenses coming up?
Yeah, I think there are a few players that I would look at, but some of them are probably different than the norm, but I'm going to mention them, a mix of them anyway. And I think right off the bat, Adam Shaheen is a guy from Ashland that may take a couple of years to develop, but it's 6'6", 278, his ability to work downfield, and he's very flexible at the catch point and pretty agile as a runner after the catch in the way that maybe Gronkowski is, but not quite as reckless and physical. He's a guy that could grow into a very prominent role once he develops to, more as a blocker. He's one of those guys that, he gained a ton of weight. He was 205-pound basketball player when he entered Ashland. Now he's 277. And you almost get the sense that he's like, one of those one of those guys who transformed in a movie who doesn't really understand his own physical prowess yet and is kind of half showing off and like impressed with himself, but hasn't quite learned how to rein it in and be in control. So those are things that I want to, you're going to want to see that a little bit more. Ethan Carter is a player that will probably get drafted much later, but he reminds me of Charles Clay. I think he's a better blocker than Clay is. But he's also a very sudden route runner. And I think he's one of the most sudden route runners in this class. Would have loved to seen him get picked a little bit later on, get picked, really late day 2, day 3, but it probably won't happen until the 6th or 7th round in this draft. That someone's going to get a steal. And Bucky Hodges, to me, like if Buffalo had Bucky Hodges, I'd feel great about that, because that's where you'd have a guy throwing the ball up. You don't have to be super accurate for a target like Bucky Hodges. And I'm not saying that Tyrod Taylor isn't super accurate. It's just that it would make his life even easier, because he'd have 2 receivers who could really win the ball downfield and also make plays for you in the red zone. And then they could use Sammy Watkins a little bit more with some of his route running prowess that they don't always feature him on in ways that I would like to see a little bit more of. So for me, Bucky Hodges, to me, I think he's actually a better receiver than Evan Ingram. He's just not proven as a blocker, but it would give you some flexibility to let him grow as a tight end, because of the fact that he's only had 14 opportunities as an inline blocker, and then you could use him on the field right away as a receiver. I mean, 6'6", 257, and you run a 4.57 40, and you catch the ball the way he does in tight coverage against cornerbacks and safeties. This guy's going to be a treat for somebody. He could play that Jimmy Graham role right now, because we know Jimmy Graham until last year really wasn't much of a blocker. So those are 3 guys that really jump out to me. And then I'll mention a guy like the kid from Drake, Eric Saubert, who could be a real surprise, kind of a Greg Olsen type.
I think Hodges is the player that I have my eye on in that group, just reading the RSP and catching some of those games over the years, and then going back and, you had me intrigued enough as I read your section on Hodges to do a little bit of highlight work on him, just watching some of those catches that you're talking about. I'd like to see where he goes. I think there's potential to have lots of productive numbers there. He's not necessarily going to be the all-around tight end that we used to see years and years ago, but something to be notable there. As we get later into the round here, where are we? 7th or 8th pick already in this round. The Jets are the 7th pick here. Still waiting to see some of the running backs come off the board.
Joe Klecko.
I recognize that guy. Picked up Sean Merriman right away. It's probably a defensive situation. That's where we are. So Chargers have picked. We'll double back on that one. We'll come back to those running backs and see maybe where we might be falling to and who may be picking them up before long. Chargers get Forrest Lamp. And I think one of the differences between Robinson and Lamp is that, as we saw, I think Lamp projects inside a little bit. So it probably made more sense for the Jaguars to look outside rather than inside there. The Chargers can use a ton of offensive linemen as well. I think some of the versatility that these players have, we've seen a number of offensive tackles, successful pass blocking offensive tackles in college, move inside and have success. I'll be interested to see what Justice has to say about Lamp when we get him back on as well. Jets go Marcus May. Safety.
Justice just texted me, says internet's out, so he doesn't know.
Well, I'm looking outside of the stalk. I don't know if you guys can tell, but you can hear the rumble of thunder, and probably half my face is lighting up every couple of minutes here. So if I go bye-bye, that's probably why as well. So thoughts on Charles, I want to get your thoughts on Forrest Lamp as well. I know you pay a lot of attention to the lines on both sides. Thoughts on Lamp, how he works in here?
Yeah, I mean, that was a guy that I was hoping Atlanta was going to get when they traded up to 26 yesterday, where they picked Takk. But I think he's a really good player. It was interesting because his tackle is really good. Like, you go watch that Alabama game, and he's shutting down John Allen and Tim Williams like it's nothing. But I guess moving forward, his measurables predict more to an offensive guard. And when he was at the Senior Bowl, he's only there for one day because he hurt his ankle on the first day. But when he kicked inside the guard, he was dominant. I mean, just beating up on everybody on the South squad. And when you look at where I'm forgetting who's the head coach of the Chargers now? I'm forgetting his name.
Anthony Lynn. Yeah, Lynn. That's right, Lynn.
Yeah, if you look at the what Lynn did in Buffalo last year, that the offensive line that they had in place in San Diego or Los Angeles just wasn't going to cut it because DJ Fluker was really slow, and the other guy they had at left guard couldn't move either. So I like getting Forrest Lamp at 38. That's a really good value for him, and he's going to be the best he might be the best offensive lineman right now.
Joining us, Chad Spann. I missed you coming in a little bit ago. You came in quietly. Thanks for joining us tonight. Guys, if you don't know who Chad Spann is, former NFL running back, spent some time with a number of teams in the league, longtime friend of Matt and the rookie scouting portfolio, doing a lot of consultant work with running backs now, frequent visitor to the film room as well, some great stuff that we see there. Thanks for joining us tonight, Chad. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Coming through good. So thoughts on the first round, Chad, things that you liked, things that maybe you didn't like so much, thoughts on some of the running backs. I know there were only a couple of them there, two very different running backs, two very different fits. When we start there, what'd you think about how last night went down, and then we'll talk about what may be coming up tonight.
As far as running backs go, I mean, nothing happened I didn't expect. I knew those two running backs would probably be the first two off the board, that being Fournette and McCaffrey. Like you said, they're both two completely different style backs. Fournette is more in that Adrian Peterson mold, where he's really a two down power back who's gonna grind it out, and McCaffrey might be Woodhead 2.0, a faster, quicker, stronger Woodhead. He's obviously bigger than he is, but he's going to be featured in doing the same types of things, I think, at the next level as screens, draws, just getting him in open space and letting him run. That is where he's had a lot of success at the college level. So I see him continuing to do that with the Carolina Panthers.
Go ahead, Matt. I
was just going to ask you. You had mentioned on Twitter this afternoon. We had a brief chat about that, and you were talking about how James Light had brought up that Stanford running a lot of power in their offense, and how Carolina runs a lot of that. That there are a lot of similarities, and that would be a nice fit. And you mentioned, hey, not to be the oddball here, but I didn't think that McCaffrey ran power all that well. So I was wondering if you could discuss a little bit about what you saw there that led you to that conclusion.
When I broke down the film on McCaffrey, I saw, like I said, I saw an explosive, fast, athletic player who, like I said, is in the open field and he can make things happen. There's a lot of times where the look on power, especially when they lined up in I formation with the fullback and they just ran straight power, the look got a little bit muddy and it wasn't as clear. The lanes weren't as clear. And, he kind of ran in. I thought he kind of ran timid in those moments. He would get to the line of scrimmage. He'd get 2 or 3 yards and he would go down. To be a successful power back is, you're going to have to be able to break arm tackles consistently at the line of scrimmage. That's something Leonard Fournette does extremely well. I didn't see that in McCaffrey, but, also he's a smaller guy compared to Leonard Fournette. At about 5'11", 200 pounds. He's a smaller guy. And like I said, they have different skill sets. Just because he's not a power back, they still have Jonathan Stewart there. They can still run the ball the way that they like to. But I see them using him kind of like he did in his pro day, where he lined up. He ran his entire pro day as a wide receiver. That is going to be his role at this level, at the NFL level, is being able to catch the ball out of the backfield, being able to line up in the slot and create mismatches. Because, a lot of teams, if he's a running back, Jonathan Stewart's not on the field, he's on the field, they're going to keep linebackers in because he's a running back. But he's going to create a lot of mismatches.
Well, you mentioned that, it's interesting. You mentioned that about McCaffrey in that role. And I know Brian Westbrook was a guy that he was getting compared to. And Brian was on Twitter basically saying, I don't think we're the same kind of back either. And when, certainly when you look at McCaffrey, is it something that he could learn? And then, you look at a back like Chris Johnson, who obviously was a lot faster, but from a quickness standpoint, McCaffrey certainly seems to be very quick and very sudden and would change of direction. Would a Chris Johnson seemed to do pretty well on power at times during his career. Could you have a different style back who maybe if McCaffrey's develops a little bit more confidence or just skill with being able to be less tentative, do you think that he could make that transition? Do you think he could become a less tentative back?
I absolutely think so. You can, if my career in college, I came from a zone scheme in high school to running zone my freshman year of college. And then we got a new head coach and we ran power, and I've never run power before in my life. And, I had to learn at, 5'8.5", 195, 200 pounds. I had to learn how to run physical. And then you look at a guy like a Chris Johnson who, had that speed as his advantage when he was younger. But when he got older and he went to Arizona and he wasn't as fast as he used to be, he ran power very successfully still. I think it's something that you can definitely learn as you go. It really comes down to being a mindset, being able to make those hits. We've talked about it before, deflect hits, and as opposed to absorbing them, which is something I don't think he does very well right now. But like I said, it's something you can learn. It's something you can get better at for sure. So I think it's definitely something that he can grow into as he progresses in the NFL.
So we've got Minnesota on the clock trading up with the Bengals for this next pick, but I want to get your guys' thoughts on the Panthers pick here, just that we need to double back on here. Curtis Samuel, and Matt, I want you to talk about him. I know in your RSP had a lot of discussion about whether or not he's a better fit as a running back or a wide receiver. I think you liked him a little bit better as a wide receiver than running back. I thought you think he's a better fit there overall. Correct me if I'm wrong there, if I'm remembering incorrectly. But with Carolina here, with them already going Christian McCaffrey in the first round, Jonathan Stewart there, you guys just got done talking a lot about that situation. It would seem that Curtis Samuel is going to be used as a wide receiver here. Call him a playmaker if you want. I'm sure they're going to use him in lots of different ways. But how do you think Curtis Samuel fits here? Do you think it's, with him likely to get a lot more snaps away from the running back position, more wide receiver?
Well, it's a nice fit because now you have McCaffrey and Samuel who you can use in multiple ways. And I imagine that that's what they want to be able to do is to create make the defenses think quite a bit with how they're going to line these guys up and do a lot of things from a standpoint of, plays that, with end arounds and things from the pistol and probably different looks that they can line one guy out in the backfield and one guy out wide, or just can, really confuse with a lot of looks pre-snap, and use constraint plays on that level as well. But I think that with Samuel, ultimately, I would like to see him more as a receiver. I mean, I'd love to hear what Chad thinks about this as well. And we're going to have three backs I'd love for him to talk about in a minute here, because, Dalvin Cook went off the board and with Minnesota. So when you look at Samuel, what I like about him is I like his ability to drop his weight and change direction. And I think that that's going to aid him as a receiver on breaks. I love the fact that he makes plays where he deals with contact, and he can deal with hard contact and make the catch. And that's something that's hard to teach with a player. And I just look at him overall, and I believe that the way that he tracks the football is pretty good, and he's only going to get better at it. And so from that standpoint, I think that those are skills that are really exciting to build on, and along with his speed, I think that it's the type of thing where you can use him kind of like in a Randall Cobb sort of way. I think Randall Cobb was a more complete prospect coming out, but I think that Samuel can develop into a player who's in that neighborhood and that a team would feel pretty happy about. So I guess what I'd love to do, if you don't mind, Gene, is ask Chad about, your thoughts on Samuel, as well as talk a little bit more about what you think about Fournette in terms of what he's going to need to succeed in Jacksonville, and then touch upon whatever you'd like about Cook.
I actually got a chance to spend some time at Ohio State a few weeks ago, and got to watch a lot of film of those guys, and actually watch their running backs practice in their spring practices. And I got to watch Samuel run, and he is, like you said, in that Randall Cobb mold. He's a guy who can line up anywhere. I didn't know he was a running back until they told me, that I saw they had their list of their all Big Ten players, and it had his name there as a running back. I'm like, wait a minute, I thought he was a receiver. So he's a guy who's going to be able to move around the field, and I actually really like that pick for Carolina because now they have 3 running backs that they can put on the field at the same time, and that's going to create mismatches everywhere. So he's a guy who can help you in the return game, even though McCaffrey is probably going to be the main returner there because he's an outstanding return man, but. He's a guy who can really do it all. He's not as polished as Randall Cobb, like you said, who also made a similar transition from college to the NFL. But he's definitely going to be a great player. Speaking on Fournette, I've been talking about Fournette all day today, actually, with other people. He's a guy, like I said, in that Adrian Peterson mold where he is bigger, stronger, and faster than most of this competition. And then him coming out of the SEC, that's very scary because those are the biggest, strongest, and fastest normally. So he's a guy who like I said can tote the ball 25, 30 times a game and not really wind down, but he's not going to help a whole lot in the pass game. He never was a huge receiving threat at LSU, which means they're going to have to pair him with someone, a quicker running back who can catch the ball out of the backfield. Also, we're looking back. Me and my friends we got in a big debate about this, and we're looking back at all the power running backs that have won in the NFL, and you look at offenses like the Patriots use LeGarrette Blount. And that's what one of my friends was trying to make a point that, LeGarrette Blount led the league in touchdowns. He had 1,000 yards. But, yeah, he also had 4 other running backs he was splitting reps with. He's not a threat in the pass game, so they needed other guys to pick up that slack. But they were a power run team. Adrian Peterson has always been, Vikings have always run a power run game. But, that when they've had the most success is when they had a big arm quarterback. They had a Brett Favre who can fire the ball, down the field and squeeze it into tight spaces. That's what he's going to need, either a committee of backs or he's going to need a very, very, very strong quarterback to help that offense out because they're going to get a lot of guys in the box, a lot. So, but coming back to Dalvin Cook, man, he is a burner. He's a guy who is he is bigger than Chris Johnson was when he came out as far as weight. He runs between the tackles a little bit better than Chris Johnson did, I think, coming out of college. He is a blazer. He's fast. He does not have a whole lot of wiggle. He's not going to make a whole lot of guys miss in the open field. He's going to normally just outrun you, which is fine. It's fine too, as we all know. But I think he's a very talented back. I think he's going to be successful, and he's going to be pretty dangerous. He finds a seam, he's going to be gone.
Let me ask you a couple of follow-up questions, and we'll let you go. But one of the questions that I wanted to ask you about Fournette is, I got a chance to, with watching him, I always thought to myself, well, he's not Adrian Peterson, where I've kind of disagree with you on that end of it. But I'm wondering, the thing I saw with Peterson where I didn't feel that way was that Peterson has been so dynamic with his ability to change direction at the line of scrimmage, where he
Absolutely.
could go over a couple of gaps. Whereas with Fournette, I didn't see that with him.
Absolutely.
So is there, and maybe I'm getting into splitting hairs with him with that, but that was the thing where it seemed like Peterson could run a couple of different schemes where Fournette may be more scheme dependent.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Fournette was such a good receiver at high school, but you didn't see it much at LSU either.
Yeah. He, a word that I've actually started using this year as I watched a lot more film is fluidity. Running backs who are fluid in their movement. Dalvin Cook, Leonard Fournette, I don't see them being very fluid. I'm not saying they can't move. It's their cuts are a little bit choppy. They're a little bit slower. They're not going to be able to make that jump cut and get over 2 holes and hit it back north and south immediately. They're going to have to round it to get back moving north and south. They're just it might be a hip thing. I'm not exactly sure what to call it, where the problem is, or you know, what have you. But you're right about that with Adrian Peterson. Adrian Peterson was much more fluid coming out of college. He was just a fluid runner, even when running down the field. And Adrian Peterson had a bunch of, you know, 40, 50, 60-yard runs in college. And he just looked fluid and smooth, and his change of direction was very smooth. I know I haven't mentioned him yet, but we've talked about it once before. Matt, is my favorite running back in this draft is Joe Mixon from Oklahoma. He is, to me, the most fluid running back. He's one of the fastest running backs, and he's also one of the biggest at 6'1", 230 pounds. I cut his film on, and he's, making all the cuts and making it look easy. And then, lining up, catching the ball out of the backfield, lining up at receiver, running slants, running bubble screens, running routes like that. And, he's making plays. He's like I said, he's 6'1", 230 pounds, but he's got the speed to take it the distance. He can run power. He can run zone. He was by far my favorite running back in this draft.
Chad, much appreciated for joining us tonight. Thanks for your thoughts. Everybody out there, that's just a taste of what Chad gives us so often with the RSP. Please follow him at CSpan28 on Twitter. One of the best RSP fill rooms I've seen is the work that he and Matt did together talking about drills and running back workouts and that sort of stuff. So, Chad, appreciate it. Any final thoughts, anything else that we didn't ask you about that?
No, that's about it, man. Hopefully my Colts pick it up, and we make some positive moves this year.
Well, enjoy the rest of the draft. Thanks very much. We appreciate your time as always. Have a great week.
I appreciate you. Take care.
Thanks. Emery, welcome. How are you doing, young man? We're also joined tonight, Emery Hunt, Zara the Playbook, as we affectionately like to call him, footballgameplan.com. Tons of great work. And one of the other things that Emery has done a great job of in recent times, doing a lot of color work and analysis work on some of the smaller school prospects. Emery, we didn't get a chance to talk a lot during Senior Bowl this week, but I know you were focusing a lot on some of the smaller school prospects. Big fan of Haason Reddick out at Temple. Also, Tano Passano was somebody that I know that you talked about quite a bit. Excited to see Reddick go as high as he did. Was that something that you had expected? We knew he was a riser ever since January. Heard that he was getting closer and closer to going in the first round. Surprised that he was the first off-the-ball linebacker coming off the board ahead of Reuben Foster and Gerard Davis. Thoughts on Reddick and how excited you were to see him go?
I was surprised that he went first because, to me, Reuben Foster is the quintessential Mike linebacker. That's a guy you want patrolling the middle of your defense. And I just was shocked that he went ahead of him despite Reuben Foster's outstanding and consistent tape. And Haason Reddick, while tremendous athletically, people initially thought he was a pass rusher or edge rusher. And come to find out, he's really an inside backer. He reminds me a lot of the Steelers inside backer and the kid from Ohio State.
Ryan Shazier.
Yeah. And so you look at Reddick, going inside, I think that's what he could utilize, his ability to blitz inside. At the Senior Bowl, we all saw how well he was able to do it as far as coverage is concerned. So he was able to match up one-on-one versus backs and tight ends, which is great. I think he's best suited on the inside, but happy for him because of his story and what he's been able to do going through the process at Temple. I've been to about maybe 8 games over the last 3 years of the Temple Owls, and he's done a good job making himself known this past season because, quite honestly, last year we were talking about a team that had Metakevich, that had Ioannidis, that had the 2 DNs, Harvey Bolton, and also Prince Martin Aguike, along with those corners and safeties. He wasn't on the field. And so to see him step up this year and become a prospect and overshadow some guys on that team like Dion Dawkins, Philip Walker, and also Jahad Thomas, to work himself into the first round was very impressive.
So thoughts on guys that may be coming up, other small school prospects. I mentioned Tanoh Passanogne. I know is a player that both you and Teron Davenport liked. I think we're definitely going to see him come off the board today as an upside prospect. Somebody that I don't like to use the word raw as much as inexperienced, but from a measurable standpoint, from an athletic standpoint, somebody that is definitely projectable. I have questions about where he fits. Talk a little bit about Passanogne and where you think his best fit across the defensive line is, and some other prospects that you watched this year in your work that make a lot of sense that we might see tonight as far as the younger folks out there.
Well, Passanogne was interesting. When he showed up to campus, it was a unique situation because you don't normally get 6'7", 250-pound defensive linemen coming to the FCS level. And so he sort of grew into 290. And still, you don't get 6'7", 290 at the FCS level. And he was luckily to go to Villanova. Coaches told me that when he got on campus, he was still raw from a football perspective because how little he played in high school. So now they get a guy that they can really mold and allow him to mature. And what was interesting was that I want to say maybe 2 or 3 years ago, it had to have been 2 years ago, I went down to Villanova Towson, and the coach was like, hey, check out, keep an eye on. He said, I saw you post you're about to watch Reggie Paris and our linebacker, Don Cherry, who's now with the Eagles. He was like, but keep an eye on this D lineman we got. He said the scouts have been coming in intrigued by him, so he's one to watch. And he definitely stood out that game, overshadowed Paris, actually. And so obviously he played out of position at Villanova because of what they need him to do. And the fact that he's the biggest dude on defense, so you got to put him wherever you need him. But I think in the NFL, he's probably best suited as a defensive end. He can play 7. He can play a 5, a 4, what have you. But I think he's better there. He's a little bit out of position at Villanova by necessity. But I think on the outside, normally when he lines up on the outside shoulder of an offensive lineman, he's able to get pressure. He's able to play with great length and shows the explosiveness off the edge. When he's inside, that's when you see the rawness because the technique of his inconsistent hands or inability to use leverage, he's all over the place. So keep him outside until you can work with him and get him more comfortable in using his hands and being better technically is where you can then find that versatility. But he does have the want to get better. And you saw him pretty much in the week of Forrest Lamp at the Senior Bowl when he planted him in the ground and Lamp tapped out for the rest of the week. So I think Passanogne is going to go off the board. He's good. And he's a good dude, too. And another guy, Julian Davenport, Carolina, if you need tackles, teams that need tackles, Davenport is a really good tackle prospect that people should keep an eye on. 6'7", 315, good functional strength. And talking to his coach over the summer, I went out to Bucknell, and his coach, we got into a big discussion about karate and taekwondo and judo and stuff like that. And he has drills within their weight program that he coaches up. And so he was like, Davenport, which is why you probably noticed Davenport is real fluid with his hands, efficient with his hands, good functional strength, and he's a really good athlete. So big fan of his game as well. Nobody's talking about these guys, but these two cornerbacks out of University of San Diego, the Toreros, Jamal Agnew and Devin Bryant, 2 outstanding corners, about the same size, 5'10", 185, different unique skill sets. Agnew is more of the Brent Grimes type, explosive, punt returner, kickoff returner, great ball skills. Bryant is more of your calm, collective, really good technical corner. But those guys will probably go later. Another small school guy you probably see go out tonight, maybe. If the runner receivers hold up, Chad Williams out of Grambling would be another one that tore up the Senior Bowl, tore up the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and he's another one that really understands receiver play. He's savvy in what he brings to the table, and I like that about his game.
Eagles. Sidney Jones coming off the board here now. I think, we saw Marshawn Lattimore come off the board first. I think that was going to be expected. But before the Achilles injury, Sidney Jones, certainly alongside guys like Marlon Humphrey and Garon Conley and a number of other guys that came off on the first pick. I don't know that he would have lasted out of the first half of the first round. Charles, I don't have too much concern about Achilles injuries much anymore. Lots of concern many years ago about concern about loss of explosiveness, and it was seen along Liz Frank injuries and otherwise as kind of a death sentence. And I pushed back against that a lot. 10, 15 years ago now, we saw explosive pass rushers like Derek Burgess and Greg Ellis and others come back effectively from these full Achilles tears. Demaryius Thomas, Michael Crabtree now showing explosiveness afterwards. So you don't worry about that as much as you used to. We haven't really seen a running back that successfully recovered. It's going to be a little bit more difficult injury for a cornerback who's got to get into a back pedal, who needs that repair to be successful, so that there's not too much tightness in the same range of motion is there. But Philadelphia obviously felt that he was likely to come back. Didn't fall maybe as much as some other players with running backs. Thoughts about Sidney Jones, how high he might have gone, how close you saw him to Marshawn Lattimore, what he's going to be able to do, again, in a division that we talked about last night with Dallas and the Giants, who like to put a number of wide receivers on the board, and the value of having some extra cornerbacks there.
Yeah, I like him a lot. And I think when you look at the situation that the Eagles were in last year, they didn't really have any when they had to go up against real number one receivers, they struggled a lot, and the Giants gave them a hard time, and it's just because they didn't have good caliber cornerback play. And I like Sidney Jones a lot. I had him as one of my first round cornerback prospects, and I don't know what the timetable is for Achilles.
Yeah. And I don't mean to say that he's likely to come and play this year. I think there's some discussion, as there always are with these injured players coming up to the draft, that the timetable has a chance to be accelerated. I don't know that I would call this a redshirt year for Jones, but I think it's every bit of a 6 to 9 month recovery. And if he's closer to the 6th month, maybe you see him be placed on. It's gonna be NFI, I think, but maybe have a chance to come off a little bit later in the season. You hope he's able to contribute this year, but ultimately you're getting a first round pick next year for the price of a mid-second round pick right now.
Yeah, I think he can come in and when he's ready, be a great player for the Eagles. I think we have to wait and see when that is, but I think he's a fantastic cornerback.
Okay. Emery, we had a good run of running back, or I guess playmaker prospects. We'll go ahead and consider Curtis Samuel in that mix as well. We just got done talking with Chad a lot about Leonard Fournette and Christian McCaffrey and their fits. Dalvin Cook now coming to the Vikings. All of those players look to get heavy usage pretty early, I would suspect. Thoughts on the fits? Which one of those players you like maybe better than others? And we asked Chad also about Joe Mixon, who was one of his favorite running backs, if not his most favorite in the class. Want to compare and contrast those running backs for us, talk about the fit a little bit and what we might see from, in particular, McCaffrey. I think I'd like your thoughts on McCaffrey.
I like that fit because I actually like that fit better than people wanted Fournette to go to Carolina. I think that would have been more of the same if, you have Jonathan Stewart, a power back, and you have Leonard Fournette. But I do like McCaffrey because, and I made this analogy last night on the Fantasy Football Sports Network draft show we did, where it's going to look a lot like Warwick Dunn and Michael Vick in the backfield, because you have the guy that has a threat to run, you have the explosive talent in McCaffrey, and when you have that mobile quarterback, that extra guy has to worry about, that backside defender has to worry about the QB run, and it's going to allow the lineman to get to the next level, an extra lineman to get to the next level, and McCaffrey doesn't need much, and he's going to break a long run. So I think his yards per carry is going to be healthy. They can feed McCaffrey the football 20 to 25 times a game as a traditional running back. They don't have to get too cute with this guy that's coming out of a power rushing offense. So I like the fit there. Fournette, it's funny because I said this last night too, but Fournette, I feel bad for him because he's leaving LSU and going to the same exact situation where there's talented receivers. There's going to be a decent offensive line. They're going to try to rely heavily on a running game, but teams don't respect their ability to throw the football. So he's going to have tough sledding. He's going to have to really earn everything he's going to get on the ground, just like he did at LSU. So unless Jacksonville addresses the quarterback situation, though DeShone Kizer is still sitting out there, anything I believe is better than Blake Bortles could help open up that passing game. But I do like how Jacksonville now has a real good 1-2 punch. I still think Yeldon can run the football, but he's facing the same problem that Fournette's going to face, that when teams don't respect your passing game, it's easier to stop the run. Just like we saw Ty Gurley this year not have the ability to run the ball. It's not that he got worse, it's that the quarterback got worse. And so I like the fit in Jacksonville. Cook just went to Minnesota. On that turf, he's going to rip off a ton of long runs. I don't know why people thought Latavius Murray was going to be the starter anyway. He shouldn't have been the starter in Oakland. So I'm glad he made that pick. And as far as Joe Mixon is concerned, I think he's okay. You know, a lot of people say he's the best running back in the class, or he's the great, you know, he's a premier talent. He split carries with Samaje Perine for a reason, number one. And number two, for a guy that's 6'1", 225, I feel as though he goes down way too easily for my taste. And he's more of a receiver than a running back as far as instincts are concerned. He reminds me a lot of Ty Montgomery as a running back, where Montgomery doesn't really have those run instincts. Everything has to be created for him by spreading the field, motion, things like that. So I think he's going to be best suited in a comp role like he was at Oklahoma. I actually think Perine is slightly better than Mixon. The guy I can't wait to see get off the board is Kareem Hunt and Jamal Williams. Those two guys are terrific running backs, and I think they are what teams were looking for as starter type guys.
Well, I'm with you when it comes to Jamal Williams, and I'm a big Perine fan as well. I'm interested, though, you know, you being a former running back and then getting to hear from Chad as well. I would love to just kind of compare and contrast a little bit, you know, and just hear what your thoughts are about McCaffrey's fit in a power running scheme. You know, he did that at Stanford, but, you know, one of the things that everyone sees things a little differently at times when they're watching tape, and they may, depending on the exposures. But I'm just curious what your thoughts are about his fit as an inside runner with the Panthers eventually, or even right away.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the perfect fit because you have the quarterback, the mobile quarterback that's going to take pressure off the running game, and you have a guy that's a dynamic threat. The reason why the Panthers were able to have a lot of success when they had D'Angelo Williams and Jonathan Stewart is that Williams was the breakaway threat, and that allowed Stewart to have his way later on in the game with his power and burst. So now you inverse that. You bring in a guy with McCaffrey to take some of the pressure off of Stewart. I would go ahead and start McCaffrey first, and then allow Stewart to then be the backup, the closer, so to speak. But in that running game with Carolina, he's going to have a lot of opportunities. The reason why you want fast guys running inside is because they get up on those linebackers quickly. Linebackers will tend to get flat-footed, and then you make a one cut either way, and it's off to the races. When people say you want speed to go outside, you're really neutralizing that speed because of angles. So you want fast guys running downhill, slower guys, you can run your outside tosses and things like that, because, you know, once they get outside, those fast guys, those over-pursuing defenders will try to beat them to the spot. And the slower guy just want to plant his foot and get upfield, which is why they find like these cutback lanes like no one's business. So that's what you want to do. And if you're Christian McCaffrey, you have to love the fact that you're going to a situation where you're going to run inside. They're going to be dedicated to the run. You're not going to New Orleans where they're going to try to keep you on the side, you know, and while they get some undrafted free agent of football and treat you like a gadget player. And that's why we've seen guys that are tremendous tailbacks not have the NFL success like they should have. C.J. Spiller, Darren Sproles. You know, we're going to see Tariq Cohen go at some point in this draft, and teams are going to try to satellite space in. Reggie Bush, he leaves New Orleans, goes to Miami, and becomes a 1,000-yard rusher. When you saw him do the same thing in Miami that he was doing at USC. So if coaches are smart and realize every tailback is unique, but they are all the same in the sense that you give them carries in a traditional sense, therein lies your threat. So I love the fit. I love that they're going to feed him the football. If they don't try to get cute, he's going to have a really productive career.
Henry, we really appreciate you being on. I want to get your thoughts on a couple of the tight ends that just came off the board. Also, Adam Schefter with just a couple of googly eyes. His last tweet in regard to Cincinnati makes you wonder if the Bengals might pull the trigger on Joe Mixon here. They were rumored to be interested in him and impressed, if that's the right word to use, I guess, about some of the interviews that he had with the team. So I wonder if Adam Schefter is being a little bit cryptic and suggesting that we're going to see Mixon come off the board. So it's nice that we got a lot of input from both Emery and Chad on the running back backs there. Gerald Everett, tight end, goes to the Rams. Adam Shaheen, tight end, goes to the Bears. We just got done talking a little bit ago about the depth of the tight end class and how these players were coming up and who to expect soon. Matt mentioned Shaheen specifically, along with a couple of others. Two other small school players. Everett, we saw at the Senior Bowl out of South Alabama. Shaheen out of Ashland, a much smaller school than that. How much did you get a chance to look at the tight ends? Emory, thoughts on those players?
First of all, you got to stop calling these FBS programs small schools, Gene. You're killing me.
I deserve that.
As far as Everett, Sunbelt football, you got to give him props already. Should have been the first play off the board because of the very tough Sunbelt conference. So that aside, Sunbelt bias aside, I like Gerald Everett. The reason why I like Everett is that he wants to get better. He's a willing blocker and finishes blocks and does a good job in trying to make sure he gets it right. And if you're an active participant in the blocking game, in the blocking department, and want to get better, that's all you have to do as a tight end. You don't have to not want to block, which is funny, juxtaposed to a guy in Adam Shaheen that really doesn't want to block, despite being 6'7", 280. But I do like the fact that he has really good run after the catch skills. He's going to Chicago. He's along the lines of what they already have right now in Zach Miller. So I think it's a good pick. He can catch the football, but I like having dual, I like having guys that complement one another. So if you're going to bring in, let's say Atlanta, you already have Hooper. You bring in a guy, an inline guy that can compete. Let's say like a Jeremy Sprinkle. Now you're dynamic. Now you're cooking with fish grease. But you're looking at Shaheen and also Miller. It's sort of the same guy, and I think that's not necessarily a good thing. He's a good receiver, but I would rather them have gotten a guy like Gerald Everett, who I think you can trust in line because of how willing he is up front, or even a Jordan Leggett.
Emory, really appreciate it. Saucy Q is on me next year for the small school comments. For sure. I will meet you in Mobile, and I owe you at least one sausage plate for sure as we go. Make sure you're following Emory on Twitter. It's at FBALL Game Plan. Go to the website, footballgameplan.com. A ton of great video work there. Lots of good stuff in season from Emory and off season. And somewhere back here are multiple very good books that Emory has put together, including one that I really like, Stiff Arming Football Myths. So check out Emory. Emory, we really appreciate you coming on. Enjoy the rest of the draft. And again, my apologies on the small school comment.
Thanks, guys.
Take care. Thanks, Emory. All right, I want to get your guys' thoughts on the tight ends if they come off the board too. I deserved every bit of that from Emory, by the way. I should know better than that for sure. I'm glad that Matt was muted there because I'm sure he was laughing loudly at me at the beating I took. I don't know if you guys can tell, I'm probably still a little bit red from taking that beating from Emory. Well deserved. Matt, we definitely talked about those tight ends as they came off the board. We had a sense that there was going to be a number of players, more tight ends that came off in these couple rounds. I'm not so sure I expected them to come off so soon. I don't know if I had a little bug whispering in my ear there or what, but Everett, I know, is a guy that you liked a little bit. You mentioned Shaheen in particular as a player that might come off the board soon and be effective. So thoughts on Shaheen? Let's go a little bit more in depth on him. And then Charles, after that, why don't we talk a little bit about where we are with Everett and Shaheen as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's what's fun about this whole process is that we get a chance to disagree about different things we saw and different experiences of where we're at. And when you look at a guy like Shaheen, I may disagree a little bit with Emory about the want to as a blocker. I interpreted it a little bit more as a guy who just was coming into himself, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, because I've seen him be able to, get his hands into defenders, really be able to, deliver a good push, but he tended to lock out his arms a lot. It was like he was in a weight room or something and trying to show off that he could push a guy, and he was just rather stiff with what he was doing. I thought that he actually did do a decent job, not just with double teams, but one-on-ones with some of these defensive ends from the conferences that he played in, which of course, sometimes you're not going to always have the consistency of the same caliber of athlete in that. But, when you look at his play as a receiver, I thought he did an excellent job of being able to get off the jam. He showed some ability to, use his arms and use his hands correctly at the top of the stem and get that initial separation. And he is very fluid on low and high throws. So I think that the ability is there for him to develop. And I think at his size and speed, he may be a little bit more than what Zach Miller is, but I can see Emery's point about there being some similarities there. We just got to remember that Zach Miller is pretty old. So we're looking at a guy who's just starting his career. He was just starting his career with the Bears last year, in a sense of like really getting impact playing time, and he's already into his early to mid 30s at this stage. So Shaheen has a little bit of a chance to provide some, I would say, some overlap, because of the fact that it takes a couple of years for tight ends to really develop in the league. It's one of the hardest positions to really transition to, especially as a guy who I think the blocking is, at least we can agree upon, whether you take Emery's point of view or mine, that he still has a ways to go. Everett, I'm surprised by, and I'm pleasantly surprised that he got drafted this early. I didn't expect him to. He's a guy that, by the way, we're going to talk about Tyus Bowser very soon here. Once we get through here, he just got picked by the Ravens, and I know that we've got a couple of guys eager to talk about him. So what I will say about Gerald Everett is that I loved what Emery said about him as a blocker, but he's even better after the catch. He is so good at being able to break that first and second tackler and bounce off hits. And he's a guy that was a former wide receiver, but he plays very physically. So I think that when you look at what Everett has to offer, he's a guy that I think can develop into one of the better tight ends. He's a sneaky good tight end in this class, in a way that I see him as what everyone makes Ladarius Green out to be. I never was a big Ladarius Green fan. I think he could be what people expect from Ladarius Green.
Tyus Bowser. I think all of us were at the Senior Bowl. All of us are always paying attention to as many of the drills as we can. I know Charles and Justice tend to spend a little bit more time in the pit, but I think all of us noticed Tyus Bowser. And I think the first thing I noticed about him at the Senior Bowl was that his ability to move his hips and flip and move. And guys his size at the Senior Bowl who play a little bit more on the outside in college, that get put into the coverage drills, do not succeed. We saw Shea McClellan struggle, and he's had a relatively good career. We saw a number of other players kind of go that same route. Jamie Collins was impressive for the short period of time he was there. Some of those guys can do that. And when you see that, you feel like you've got an all-around player there that can do that. And Bowser was impressive from the beginning. Hung with tight ends for sure, held his own against running backs, was productive in the pit drills and the few chances he got one-on-one against offensive linemen. I've seen him, scouts, from the Bob McGinn articles with the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, suggest that maybe he could play inside linebacker in a 3-4. I don't know that I'd go that far necessarily, but lots of good things to like about Bowser. Charles, thoughts on Bowser, what you saw? I don't know how much you saw him at the Senior Bowl. Yeah, and it is, in fact, Joe Mixon to the Bengals, by the way. We'll come back to that. But let's finish up on Bowser first, and then we'll get a sense of what Mixon may mean with Jeremy Hill and Giovanni Bernard coming off of the ACL injury and otherwise. Charles?
I like Bowser here at 47, because there are a lot of people who liked him in the first round, and I wasn't really 47. This is a time to take a gamble on an athletic edge, and he's really athletic. But what's funny about Houston's defense is the position he played. It was almost not a real position. Like, they would have him out, playing slot corner. They would have him rushing the edge, setting the edge as a stand-up linebacker. So I think when you look at his size, 6'3", 245, 250, he's going to be an edge rusher. And I'm pretty sure he passed through Justice Force Players metric. So you know how athletic he is already. So the Ravens, they really need to get younger, the pass rush, because they just let Timmy Jernigan go to Philadelphia. Terrell Suggs is not getting any younger, and they're
coming off an injury.
Right. So they had to get younger up front. Maybe they kicked down the kid from Boise State they drafted last year to help rush the edge too. I like the move. I think that's a really good pick at 47.
Yeah, it gives him some time to develop a little bit. We all liked Za'Darius Smith. I think there were times where Matt and I, when we watched the Kentucky film, saw a lot of good things in Za'Darius Smith that we didn't see in Bud Dupree. Some up and down in his first 2 years. They moved Kamale Correa inside, as you talked about. They put Kafusi down at a defensive end role with a few other players there. So a nice player to develop along the outside. I think we like Bowser a lot. Matt, how much did you see of Bowser. You have thoughts about him too, or you want to move on and start talking about what Mixon to the Bengals means? I think I listen to a fair amount of sports talk just being in this area, and Mixon to the Bengals has been a topic of conversation for at least 2 months. And so from a PR standpoint, this area has been prepared for this, and the Bengals are not shy about taking risks on players with off the field issues. And I think that's putting it lightly here. So let's talk about Mixon a little bit from a talent standpoint. I think we all acknowledge the off the field issues. I'm going to bite my tongue here, but let's talk a little bit about what Mixon may mean for this depth chart in particular and where we go from here.
Yeah, I mean, I think what this. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
I was about to say, is anyone surprised that the Bengals are the team that pulled the trigger here on Joe Mixon?
No, I don't think so. And again, I've been around this area for a while. I get to hear Mike Brown talk about redemption and how he feels a connection and some sort of moral imperative to help these younger players that struggle a little bit with decision making. And again, I'm not trying to minimize anything in any direction here, but no, if this particular player was going to go in the first 2 nights of the draft, this is probably where it was going to happen.
Yeah, I like Mixon as a player. Obviously, what he did off the field is heinous, but just looking at him as a football player, I like the fit. And when you look at when the Bengals have had their most success recently, it's when Andy Dalton had a ton of weapons around him. And I think last year we kind of saw the consequence, or not the consequences, but really just Dalton is, because you take away Eifert for most of the year, Sanu and Jones to both leave via free agency. He's not a guy that can really carry an offense by himself. So I think adding another playmaker like Mixon it's going to help Andy Dalton. And with that contract that they gave him, that's priority number 1. So with John Ross, Joe Mixon, they got faster on offense. They had more playmakers. I think it's a good fit for them.
I mean, I love the fit. I mean, and I think strictly from a player standpoint, because it allows them to consolidate their backfield. And I think that I love Giovanni Bernard, and I think he's a fantastic player. And I wish that they used him a little bit more than they did Jeremy Hill. But I understand what Jeremy Hill has to offer when he's right. But if you combine these 2 players, you may very well just get Joe Mixon. That's, from a stylistic standpoint, this is a guy that, he's very patient at the point of attack. He's someone that can run both gap and power and zone scheme. So I think he's a little bit of a zone scheme runner. He's someone that can run with some power, I believe. I think that he's someone that can definitely push a pile, break the first tackle. I love his receiving skills. His burst and his agility are all there. The long speed's there. He's just got to be someone that's a little bit more mature at times. I think the pass blocking is certainly going to develop for him. I've seen him take out defensive ends, some large defensive ends like Baylor size type of guys who have the athletic ability at least. So when I see someone like, Mixon in this particular situation, it just tells me that they may be ready to move on from one of those players at least. And we know that Jeremy Hill has lost some weight to get really motivated for this season, which tells you he knows that he's probably on the line here. His career's on the line. And this probably tells you that they basically see him on the way out. And it may also be at a point where, Bernard, we got to look at his contract and see what that is. But if he's, done in a year or 2 in terms of his contract, they may also be looking ahead from this standpoint. So it's and then the off-field standpoint, yeah, certainly. We've talked about that at length, and certainly not a pleasant thing at all. And people may get upset when I say something to the effect that he's a young guy, and young guys, make mistakes and they need to mature, and young people go through that. And I would say that I understand if you're upset about that. I would implore you to get more involved in your community, get more involved in whatever that you feel like you need to get involved with, so that the judicial system, who is supposed to have the say about this, does what they need to do and to appropriately punish and rehabilitate people, and do that in what we ever think as a community think is wisest, as opposed to holding the NFL responsible for doing something that when they're just here to make money and provide entertainment.
So Bernard coming off an ACL injury, he signed a contract extension last year. He has signed through 2019 as I'm looking here. As you mentioned, Jeremy Hill is a free agent at the end of this year. The Bengals are frequently drafting running backs in this round. Bernard was a second-round pick. I'm pretty sure Hill was a second-round pick, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah. We cycle through these players from Corey Dillon to Cedric Benson to Rudy Johnson to Jeremy Hill and beyond. It's rare for that particular type of running back, the Dillon to Benson to Johnson and others, for those guys to get a second contract. It has happened, but it's a little bit unusual. So I think the expectation around the team was that there was going to be a running back to come off the board somewhere here, both to give Dalton another weapon, but also to just because it's unlikely that Hill was going to be re-signed for any number of reasons. Just didn't seem to bounce back last year as much as we expected. And then you're not quite sure what you have with Bernard. Rex Burkhead gone to New England at this point. A lot of reasons for the Bengals to look at running back in this position. Charles, Ryan Anderson goes to Washington, and I have to say, doing some work, watching the college football games out of one corner of my eye, you'd see Ryan Anderson noted and on the camera and that sort of stuff. But when you look at him on film, I don't know that I saw a particularly dynamic player as far as an edge rusher goes. I wonder if he's one of those players that there's some production there, but when you go up to the next level, similar to any number of players where there's lots of production on the line, if you look at the back of their football card, so to speak, but the equivalent of a player that's caught in limbo between AAA and the major leagues, is he going to be able to translate that production to the NFL? Washington, another team that's got a number of edge rushers ahead, so there's some developmental time for Ryan Anderson there. But what do you think about Anderson? Do you think that some of the production that we saw in Alabama is likely to move forward to Washington, or this is a pick where maybe we were going more, more Trent Murphy or more Preston Smith? How about that? Let's couch it that way.
I just don't really see it with Anderson, and I think he's a good college player, but a lot of what Jarvis Jones, or he projects to me to what Jarvis Jones was for the Steelers. A solid edge setter against a run, but not a guy that's ever going to be a good pass rusher for you. I think with guys like Jordan Willis and Derek Rivers on the board, that's a little bit shocking to me. He's not a bad player. I just don't really see. I don't really think he brings enough value as a pass rusher to take him at 49. That's a bit of a reach.
I think that's the case too. And as we so often say, especially when we get to this part of the draft, everybody's draft boards look a little bit different, and depending on what your particular coaching staff and front office tends to value, we're always a little bit surprised that there are certain players left on the board, whereas others aren't. Charles, I want to get your thoughts on Curtis Samuel as well, playmaker that's coming to your division in Carolina. Talk a little bit about where we are with him, where you feel his fit. I know there was a lot of discussion that we had, so I don't know how much more you've got to add there, but I'm interested how scared you might be with Samuel coming to the NFC South.
Well, it was funny because after the free agency, I was saying, the Panthers were the only team to get worse on paper during free agency because they let Ted Ginn walk to New Orleans and then they replaced him with Charles Johnson. And I'm looking at the Panthers offense and like, okay, you got Cam and you just added Matt Khalil, who may play like 2 or 3 games. So who knows what's up with that? But at receiver, all you have is all these big slow guys and Kelvin Benjamin, Davis Funches, Charles Johnson. All 3 of those guys are pretty much the same guy, and they don't really do anything well dynamically to help Cam out. So I think adding McCaffrey in the first round and then Samuel in the second round, those are guys who can do a lot of the same things, and that's going to help open up their offense a lot. You can use sets where maybe Samuel's in the backfield, McCaffrey's out wide, or vice versa, and it's going to give Cam 2 more explosive weapons to play with in their offense. And I think that if they're going to try to run the offense through Funches and Benjamin, that's not going to be pretty. But adding Samuel to McCaffrey, right steps towards joining the rest of us in 2017 in terms of how you build an offense.
That's awesome.
We are halfway through the second round here. DeShone Kizer still on the board. Somebody we thought might come off a little bit sooner. Lots of concern, well, not concern, but some discussion over the comments from Brian Kelly and what that may have meant. Do you think we're getting closer to the point where DeShone Kizer is coming off the board? Matt, do you feel like there's a reason for him dropping? Are there teams coming up here? We got the Browns coming up here after the Broncos. Could we see Kizer coming off the board? Are you surprised that he's continuing to fall?
I am a little surprised that he's continuing to fall, and I would think that Cleveland would have their eye on him at this point for sure, because he is probably I thought he was the safest of the quarterback prospects in this class, and not necessarily the best, but certainly very close. I like his ability as a field general. I feel like that he's someone that handled the pocket well, took the hits, could make the big throws. He made some throws that few other quarterbacks in this class could actually make and be accurate on a consistent basis with. But, it seems to me that there was a personality conflict, and I kind of equated it to that, these Kelly coaches haven't all been all that great. The one at UT, the one at Notre Dame, and the one that 2 stops in the NFL in terms of dealing with players. And I would say that, it's almost like when you're interviewing a kid, maybe he's someone that needs to have his confidence rebuilt a little bit, and maybe he didn't jive well with his coach. But Brett Favre didn't jive well with Jerry Glanville either. Jerry Glanville said that he basically would let the team charter crash before he would ever have Brett Favre start for him, and that was upon him getting drafted by the Falcons. And DeShone Kizer is I hate to say better, but a much better behaved individual than Brett Favre ever was coming out of school. And we all love Brett Favre, but except for certain people, I'm sure, of course. But
this is the pick for Cleveland, by the way. Cleveland is taking Kizer.
Here we go. They are taking. That's great. God. That's great. That's great because.
I like this for the reasons that you're talking about here. Say what you want about Hugh Jackson, but Hugh Jackson is a player's coach, a good fit for a player like this. I want you guys to talk a little bit about Cleveland waiting to do this, Cleveland's current wide receiver core, and how Kizer fits into this, how soon we see Kizer start, all of those things.
I mean, I love this pick. And now, because yesterday I was looking at the Browns draft, I'm like, are you really going to roll into 2017 with Cody Kessler as your QB1? But luckily they had laps here. I think when you look back at their draft now, getting Myles Garrett #1, then they traded back twice, or not twice, but they traded back from 12 to 25, picked up a first-round pick, got Jabril Peppers, and they came back and traded up into the first round again and got Njoku. So solid players, at least. I really like Garrett and Njoku. I'm not as high on Peppers, but he's an upgrade in their secondary for sure. And now to have fall into your lap, I think he has the most upside of any quarterback. He might have the most upside of any quarterback in this class. I think him and Pat Mahomes are the 2 guys that you see being in this class. So we always talk about Hugh Jackson as the quarterback guru, with what he did with Andy Dalton and Carson Palmer back in the day. And when you look at the setup they have in Cleveland, you have 4 pretty good offensive linemen, 2 good backs, Corey Coleman, Kenny Britt, Seth DeValve, and now David Njoku. And so it's a pretty quarterback-proof offense. He has playmakers. He has a head coach that knows how to pull the strings. I love this pick.
Matt, how soon does Kizer play? Second-round pick. I know you are a strong proponent of giving quarterbacks time. Hugh Jackson has been a coach that I think we've seen a little bit of both with Andy Dalton and other players taking a little bit of time sooner. It's Cody Kessler ahead of him. Do they have time to wait here? Hugh Jackson probably has another year or 2 to turn this around a little bit. Do we see him start week 1, or going to be a little bit later than that?
I think there's a chance he starts week 1, but if it isn't, it's pretty frickin' soon, because when you look at Cody Kessler, I mean, I certainly like the intelligence with which he plays. He's certainly a guy that, of all the quarterbacks that they had, I thought he performed the best in many respects last year. He wasn't afraid to throw it in the middle of the field, which they need. But he's not a tough guy. He's not a big guy. I mean, he's a tough guy, but he's not a big guy. And he got punished last year. And I have a feeling that a guy like Kizer can handle the punishment a little bit better. Kizer is also a more mobile quarterback, and not just in the sense that he maneuvers the pocket well and finds the receiver, but he can also break the pocket and be a threat in the same way that I equated him to Andrew Luck. Maybe not in the same way that I'm talking stylistically, because I think they're both big, they're sturdy, they both have big arms, they both read the field well. I think that, you can see that high-end accuracy there. I think this is a tremendous pick for Cleveland. I can't believe I'm getting a chance to actually say this again in my lifetime. I'm going to get misty-eyed, but actually it really is. It is a great pick for them because they waited. They didn't get impatient with this whole quarterback derby. Maybe they tried to and it didn't work out for them and they got some dumb luck along the way. That could have happened too. But to me, I just want to say about all this stuff, this psychoanalysis of what's going on with Kizer, and we'll let Mark weigh in on Kizer here, who's joining us. But I think that all this talk about him is just it's just another chapter in the bizarre nature of how we psychoanalyze quarterbacks and leadership. And I think I've kind of joked around that if I were interviewing DeShone Kizer and heard all these things about him said from his other teammates, not his other teammates, but from his coaches, and then looked at his tape, I would have thought, wow, well, I'm going to go ahead and hire this guy. But if this coach ever comes available, I'm going to want to hit him to get counseling on leadership development. Because he has none, and it's kind of a shame. I mean, I look at this, and that's why he backtracked so quickly, because of, Brian Kelly backtracked so quickly after he said what he said about Kizer. I think Kizer handled it all with class. And I think that what we're going to find is this is just a bad fit in the same way that Terrell Davis was a bad fit for Ray Goff. Back in the day, and Ray Goff wouldn't even let scouts come into the room. It was even worse there. So, I mean, I don't think this was a Pete Carroll, Mark Sanchez kind of thing. I think this was this was low class, if you ask me. And I think that DeShone Kizer is actually going to wind up being a better quarterback than Deshaun Watson and Mitch Trubisky. I like those two guys, but I think Kizer, Kaiser's a little more boom bust than those two guys, and but I have Trubisky and Watson even, and I think they'll be good quarterbacks. But I think Kizer has a chance to be a little bit better than those guys, as long as Cleveland doesn't mess up the rest of this equation.
What I need to know is what this means for Brock Osweiler. I mean,
oh no, the Brock Osweiler.
So we got Mark Schofield joining us again tonight from
You heard the splash, right?
Yeah. That's right. Throwing back.
Oh, God.
Absolutely. Mark Schofield joining us from inside the pylon again tonight. Thanks, Mark. We've had some good timing. We had Chad Spann and Emery come on just as we had a run of running backs and playmakers come off the board, and we've got Mark in here again tonight as Kizer comes. You watch quarterbacks very carefully, Mark. Thoughts on Kizer? And I think I'm not trying to be negative about this necessarily, but I'm curious about Kizer in particular, and we'll kind of roundtable about this afterwards. If Kizer doesn't succeed in Cleveland, I'm curious with the offensive line there and with some of the weapons that are there, what might be his Achilles heel, so to speak. But Mark, why don't you break down Kizer a little bit for us, what you saw, what you expect from him?
Yeah, Gene. And, I think Matt kind of hit it. There's potential now with this fit with him and Hugh Jackson, both from what Hugh Jackson does from a coaching standpoint and what Cleveland's going to want to do offensively and the talent they're starting to put in place around whoever's going to be taking snaps from them. The Kizer could step in and function very well, I think, in what their offense is going to look like. Jackson's sort of a West Coast guy looking to run stuff near the line of scrimmage, quicker stuff, getting the ball out of your hands quickly, but at times wants to go more vertical, something we talked about last night. And that's a part of Kizer's game where I think he can stand out at times, particularly you look back at that 2015 tape with Will Fuller, being able to push the ball down the field, really throwing the deep ball very well. I think with Kizer, kind of his Achilles heel for me, at least from sometimes has been both decision-making And I think that gets back to the sort of psychoanalysis Matt was doing as I came on with the relationship with him and Brian Kelly, as well as a bit of a mechanical issue and sort of how he uses that lower body and sometimes involves it almost too much with how he's trying to throw the football. He'll open that left hip up too quick. It causes throws to dip. It causes him to lose velocity. And that's sort of an issue that he'll have to refine. Coming to Cleveland now, again, like we've talked about with the three quarterbacks and went last night, there's a potential bridge there, at least with Cody Kessler. Kessler did some okay things for them. I can see steam coming out of his ears because I know Matt's not a huge Cody Kessler fan, but there's at least a guy there that can take the snaps now, week 1, week 2 into the season, and they can bring Kizer in and sort of work him into this offense. They don't have to put pressure on him right away. And kind of like how I signed off last night with you guys, Gene. I mean, I think for Kizer, maybe we've made too much of this, the whole relationship with Brian Kelly. But now he's just going to go get the chance to just go play football without the world looking at him, or at least him feeling like the world's looking at him and looking at his relationship with his coach. He can just go play. And whenever he's ready, Jackson will get him on the field, whether that's week 1, week 6, week 12. I think on the field, raw talents, Kizer has everything it takes to be a very good NFL quarterback. This is the best landing spot for him. But Achilles' heels would think those two things, the decision-making and the lower body mechanics.
Matt, Charles, thoughts on where Kizer may struggle? We think Mark probably covered it pretty well there.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he's a little hesitant, though. One thing I will add is that I think he's a little bit hesitant with middle of the field throws. And you're going to see a guy who is kind of, but I think he's hesitant in the way that most of our starting quarterbacks tend to be, where it's I want a little more confirmation on where that, on the ball being, on the placement being open. Whereas a guy like Mahomes or even a Chad Kelly, as I've talked about, seem to know when to let it go when they see it about to come open. Whereas I think with him, he kind of Alex Smiths it like, I'm the, quarterback economist waiting for the recession to be 2 years in before I'd confirm that it actually happened.
Yeah, no doubt. Adam Schefter also tweeting just now that that kind of closes the book on Jimmy Garoppolo and A.J. McCarron for this year as well. Most of the teams that were likely to be looking at quarterback highly got a quarterback in the first couple of rounds here. That always seemed to be, at least from Schefter's standpoint and most of the other major media members, more smoke than fire with all of those rumors for those guys. I think there's going to be a market for both of those players at some point, whether it was because the teams were asking too much for them in return or there was enough depth in this quarterback class for the folks that wanted them, that we're hoping they'd fall to him. It was successful at that point. So McCarron and Garoppolo, nice insurance policies for the teams that they have, but probably are not going to be moving on there. Dolphins selection coming up here. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Charles, I want to get your thoughts on this. The Dolphins are going with Raekwon McMillan here. Still guys like Zack Cunningham on the board, a couple of other off-ball linebackers. I think what drew me to McMillan a little bit was his physicality. However, we got Kiko Alonso out there in Miami right now. Just signed Lawrence Timmons to a big contract. I'm wondering where this fit is. I don't know if we see McMillan kind of go to the strong side, if we're going to see Timmons go there. There was some discussion when Timmons was signed whether or not they would move Alonso outside, and Alonso sort of pushed back a little bit and said, I'm the inside linebacker here. That's where I want to play. That's kind of the expectation. Adam Gase went so far as to say we're going to see where these guys are going to line in OTAs, and I think the intention is that Alonso is going to be in the middle. I think it's going to be interesting to see how we split up Timmons and McMillan here. I think that's going to be the three backers for sure. You taking McMillan in the second round here. Break down this linebacker core a little bit. I think Alonso is without a doubt going to be an every down player there. I'm not sure that McMillan is going to be able to hold up in coverage, but as Timmons gets a little bit older, I think it's an interesting linebacker group. Thoughts on McMillan and where the Dolphins might be going here?
I like it. I thought McMillan got severely underrated throughout this process. I mean, just from a stylistic standpoint, he reminds me a lot of Dante Hightower. Now he's not he's not 260 pounds like Hightower, but they're both kind of the same way where they're not real flashy guys, but they just make plays. And when you watch how McMillan, take his fits against the run, and he's really sound reading his keys against guards and centers, and he's not the greatest in coverage, but typically he'll get to where he needs to be. So I like the fit next to Kiko Alonso and Lawrence Timmons. I think you could put McMillan over Timmons right now and probably be an upgrade. I don't know about how good Kiko is either. I think he just kind of got plays, but he missed a lot too last
Yeah,
night. I really like.
I think there are concerns about both those players. Yeah, but I like this as well. I think, as you mentioned, one of the things in evaluating linebackers over the past couple of years, watching Josh Perry, watching Darren Lee, what tended to jump out was McMillan being around the ball. So, you mentioned the upside with his run fits, the physicality there. I'd like to see where these guys are going to play, but I think you like it a lot. A couple of other picks to come off the board here. Number of safeties that we really haven't talked about. Justin Evans is a player that I know that I liked a lot in the Senior Bowl as a safety that can move. Again, I'm not sure how many safeties have come off the board here now, but I think we're up to, including Peppers, since that's likely where he's going to go. We're probably in the 8 range at this point, 7 to 8. Marcus Williams went to the Saints. Justin Evans here. We just briefly mentioned Marcus May to the Jets. Charles, any specific points on those guys? We'll hit on those a little bit more as we talk about defensive players a little bit later on, but any of those fits that you like? Justin Evans to the Bucs tend to stand out to me here, but any thoughts on any of those other guys?
I like Evans. I didn't think that I don't think he's the greatest against the run, but because he does tend to take bad angles and whiff sometimes, but when they put him, he has really good range over the top, and when they put him in the slot and played man coverage, he's really fluid for a safety in man coverage, and I think that kind of safety is rare. And I saw Tony Pauline's report last week that the Falcons were interested in him as they move heavier towards 3 safety sets, and that's your ideal third safety, a guy who can come in the slot and play man coverage, and if in a pinch based on motions, or if the offense flips formations, and a guy who can rotate over the single high without really missing the beat on defense. And he's that kind of interchangeable slot, deep free safety. He's going to have to work on his tackling, especially in a division now that features Christian McCaffrey and Curtis Samuel to go along with Freeman, Coleman, Julio Jones. But I like the pick for the Bucs.
I think we have at least one more projectable safety in Obi Melofonwu, another player that we saw at the Senior Bowl. Off the charts measurables, maybe not as ready to go immediately as you'd like, but for a guy as big as Melofonwu was, I think he was in the 6'4", 220 range with a chiseled frame, to be able to flip his hips as well as he was. Yeah, we're 6'4", 224 here. Ran a 4.440 measurables off the board. A little bit surprising that some of these other guys have gone ahead of him, knowing that how much NFL teams tend to fall in love with these measurables. Still have a couple of safeties to come off the board. Mark, I want to ask you the same question that I asked Charles and Matt a little while ago as we got started, which is having a night to digest things. We could talk about quarterbacks again if you like, but just in general in the first round, situations that you weren't as high on last night as maybe you were after a night to digest them a little bit and see what the teams and coaches had to say about those players. Anybody in the first round that you're thinking a little bit higher on today than you were yesterday?
Gene, I've gone back and forth on what the Titans did with that second pick. I really like what they did with that 5th pick, getting Corey Davis. I think it's a great fit for their offense. But when, they went with Adoree Jackson at 18. That really didn't make sense at the time. I thought they could have gone a lot of different directions. O.J. Howard was still on the board, sort of staring them in the face, and I thought that would have been a great place to, bring O.J. Howard. And then you've got 2 really good tight ends. Delaney Walker, yeah, he's at the end of his career probably, but then you've got, in O.J. Howard, your eventual number 1 tight end, but you can get him in and do some great stuff with him in the passing game, as well as he can contribute as a blocker. Having Corey Davis as well to add him to Tajay Sharp and Rashard Matthews, I thought that was going to be a good fit. But they go with Jackson, which I thought was an interesting pick. Haven't had a night to sort of think about it and, look at how they might use Adoree Jackson, whether it's, get him involved early as a corner, doing some stuff with him on special teams. And the fact that, they didn't have a second-round pick, so you kind of look at it as this is going to be their second-round pick. They needed to address the secondary. They went and got the corner who I guess was their highest-rated corner left on the board. Better to take him now than wait and see who is going to be left for them either at 83 or trying to get back into the 2nd or 3rd round to get a guy. And so that's one that I think, haven't had a night to sleep on it, see it in the light of day, start to understand that pick a little bit more.
I promise you that I am not pulling a Mike Mayock here. Oakland is about to take Obi Melofonwu. If you guys out there listening, tweet me who you want your team to make. That's Kizer and Melofonwu now. I don't really know. There really isn't anybody whispering in my ear. I'm not watching Twitter that carefully. I'm talking into the camera, and then I look over here and see the same thing. So
I love this pick for the Raiders.
Yeah.
not a surprise, right? I mean, the Raiders are notorious for doing this. It's been a number of different front offices since Al Davis has come through there a little bit, but measurables, speed, size, this is what you get with Oakland. I think the interesting thing here is I'm not really sure where we are with their linebacker group at this point. Maybe they were looking at somebody a little bit sooner that they had hoped to fall. But one of the ways you combat that is to put big physical guys elsewhere in between the hashes. And go ahead and talk a little bit about this, Charles. What do you think about Melofonwu? Why do you like this pick so much for Oakland?
Just because he's very unique is where I would start off. And I think when you see 6'3", 6'4", 220, you expect to see Cam Chancellor, you expect to see Keanu Neal, like heavy hitters like that. And that's not his game. And that's fine. I think the way that UConn used him was really interesting. They used him kind of like the Cardinals used Tyrann Mathieu, where they play him over the top. They would play him in cornerback. They play him slot. They blitz him off the edge. And he did well in just about everything you want to. So you have a big, versatile, freakishly athletic safety who can do a little bit of everything that you want in the secondary. That's going to be a good fit. And especially when you pair him with Carl Joseph, who can play free and strong safety. You have two guys that can mix and match a lot in your safety with your safeties, and then you added Gary and Colling in the first round. So I really like what the Raiders have done with their secondary so far.
Has a year to learn behind Reggie Nelson, signed a 2-year contract, is going to be a free agent next year. So he'll find ways, I would imagine, to get Melofonwu on the field, especially in sub packages, move him around that a little bit. I don't think we're going to see him do anything other than play safety and coverage. I don't think this is, as you mentioned, this isn't Cam Chancellor. This isn't Deion Buchanan. It's not that type of player. I think that's where we are. So, guys, we're getting to the end of the second round here. And as I look at some of the consensus lists, I'm not noticing a lot of players that really jump out at me as guys that I'm surprised that are continuing to fall. Kizer's off the board now. The running backs, for the most part, are off the board. I'm not sure I see a consensus wide receiver out of the group. Matt, why don't we start with you? Is there guys, skill positions or otherwise, that you're a little bit surprised are still available? Players that you, if you were a GM, might make a move up to get? Are we looking at the tight end position again? Are there defenders that strike you as somebody that's fallen a little bit too far and clearly probably have a higher grade than other folks left on the board at this point?
There's none that I'm surprised about, but there are players that I certainly think once they do get picked, I'll be like, they should have been picked earlier, or that, finally. Derek Rivers, certainly one of those guys that I think that, Justice has done such a great job of being to notice is, he's such a good athlete, and he compared him to DeMarcus Ware and talked about his ability to do some things that are very difficult from a standpoint of just to be able to get around the edge and not be as technically sound as he could be and still being able to do it makes it very impressive. From a standpoint of players who I just think are undervalued that are eventually going to get picked and we're going to like, our Darius Stewart out of Alabama. I just think that this is a guy I think he's Golden Tate with better hands. And I think he's going to develop into that kind of a player for a team and be a really nice look. Chris Godwin got a lot of love early on, and he's a route runner and a guy who kind of gives you that Greg Jennings vibe in terms of what he has available. I certainly like what he brings to the table, and I think a team is going to be looking at him rather soon. That's a guy that, and then I would think from a tight end perspective, Jeremy Sprinkle is someone that, he's the old school tight end that everyone loves in terms of he can block, he can pass protect. He'll get better in those two areas as he gets a little stronger, and he's a fluid receiver who can run after the catch with that great Dwayne Allen type of size. So I think that those are guys that come to mind right away. But then the guys like Isaiah Ford, I thought would have been a cinch to be a round 2, round 3 guy until he ran that 4.5 time at the combine, and of course that's not as important, all the scouts say, but then, I guess owners and GMs like a little sexier than that. So that's not going to work out.
Here comes Zack Cunningham off the board.
Yeah, Cunningham is going to Houston. And I think Brian Cushing struggles to stay healthy, had a better year last year than I think we'd seen recently. Cunningham, athletic player, kind of a run and hit type guy again. You think of him as kind of a run and chase player. Bernard McKinney really coming into his own, a lot better in coverage over the last couple of years than even I thought he was going to be. I think this is kind of the heir apparent to Cushing, with McKinney kind of playing a little bit more of a strong side inside role there. Charles, thoughts on Cunningham, a player you liked a lot?
Yeah, I like Cunningham a lot. He's just one of those guys like McMillan. He's just always where he needs to be. He's really physical. I think he's more physical than his size would suggest. And when you watch, or not watch, but when you piece him into what Houston's working with in the front seven, that's a really young, dangerous front seven that they have. Even with Vince Wilfork moving on, they have DJ Reader ready to step up, Joel Heath, J.J. Watt, Davion Clowney, Whitney Mercilin, Bernard McKinney, and now you just added in Zack Cunningham. That's a really great young front seven that has a lot of speed, a lot of athleticism, and just you gotta love it. I love it.
Yeah, that's a group. I'm interested to see Watt come back healthy. I think it came back too soon last year. It's an injury that the microdiscectomy that he has that you recover from in 6 to 8 weeks from a surgical standpoint, but the core strength is not there. And for him to come back as quick as he did, I think it was unfortunate that it got to the point where he had to have another surgery. But the surgery was halfway through last year, more than enough time for him to recover. Jadeveon Clowney clearly coming into their own. They were doing some very interesting things with Watt and Clowney as five techniques in an interesting little 3-4 front, and to have these two guys, McKinney and Cunningham, over time, if Cunningham becomes what we think he can be, that's pretty interesting to see how we go. Mark, I want to ask you kind of a high school question here. So let's break down these four quarterbacks for me once again. I want to know, all of these guys went to interesting situations. The high school angle here is, I don't really have a good sense. I think there's something to be said for each one of these quarterbacks in the situation they are. But as we started talking about Kizer, I was sort of struck by, I think there's good reasons to like the fit for all four of these players. But if you had to marry one fit to scheme to surrounding cast, which one do you think is most likely to succeed?
I mean, I think for me, it's Deshaun Watson. And you look at it from the talent that's going to be around him. We talked a bit about this last night when Watson came off the board. But, he's going to have Hopkins. He's going to have Fuller. He's going to have, hopefully, Strawn, if Texans can get something out of him. So those are three pretty good wideouts to be able to throw the ball to. You've got Fedorowicz, you've got Griffin, who are some nice sort of piece type tight ends that can give you some stuff in the red zone that can kind of clog the middle of the field at times with, dig routes, post routes to open up the stuff to the outside. So the talent around him is going to be a good fit. And when you look at sort of what Hopkins does as a receiver, what he can do, you can see the sort of parallel between what he'll have in Hopkins and what he had in Mike Williams. So from a talent perspective, I love that sort of piece to it. And the schematic perspective is, something that you can't really ignore, because you look at what Bill O'Brien likes to do on offense, how he wants their quarterbacks to play the position, how he wants the offense to look on time, on rhythm, timing and anticipation throws, getting the ball out when it's supposed to be out of your hands, letting the quarterback sort of use touch to attack sort of the intermediate area of the field in that Ern Perkins scheme, mixing in some West Coast concepts as well. I think out of all the four guys, and I think you're right, they all went to pretty good situations from a schematic standpoint. But I think for Watkins, it's the best of everything. He's got the talent around him. He's got a team and a defense that's just getting built up. And even with that last selection of Cunningham and the Texans, that defense looks to be stout yet again. So there's not going to be pressure on him right away. This is a playoff team that he's walking into that really just needed a quarterback to probably get to an AFC championship game. They get to a divisional playoff game with Brock Osweiler and Tom Savage. And so now you add Deshaun Watson, and I think it's just the best fit all around.
Matt, I'm going to get your thoughts on this too, but I'm struck, as always, with the second round being cornerbacks, edge rushers, a few other. There's 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends that have come off the board. I'm just going to throw a bone to the fantasy listeners here. We really haven't had to talk too much about fantasy side of things. I don't know that there's an easy place to slot the wide receivers here. The tight ends that have come off the board don't necessarily strike you as immediately productive. Maybe Shaheen, depending on how Zach Miller comes back a little bit there in the quarterback situation. Clear winners here being Cook and Mixon. If you had to order those 4 running backs at this point, do you have a feeling on which one of those might be immediately productive for redraft leagues? I know we talked a little bit about that last night. And then maybe if that answer is different in the long term and I know we're going to have to break PPR and non-PPR here. I think that's probably going to be the answer to this question. But what do you think about those top 4 players? And am I maybe underrating where we are with wide receivers and tight ends?
Well, I mean, I think Corey Davis is very much a winner in this system with the Titans. So I think that he's a guy that you may end up picking a little bit earlier, especially in dynasty leagues, because we have to understand that from a wide receiver standpoint, your career's usually twice as long as that of a running back. So tight ends and wide receivers are the conservative strong pick because of their career length when they hit. So I think Corey Davis is probably going to be in my top 5. I think John Ross is probably going to be high up there too, because of the fact that he's going to earn these easy looks opposite AJ Green. And these teams, they should be able to drive them to distraction. But Christian McCaffrey and Dalvin Cook probably have the best 2 situations in terms of getting early looks. But I think McCaffrey, even though the blocking there may not be great, I think is probably in a better situation. I know that Chad didn't like his ability in a power scheme, but I thought I saw enough of him where I felt he broke the first tackle an awful lot. I thought that he wasn't always hesitant. I thought he did a pretty darn good job of, sometimes he was hesitant because it looked like he was trying to create in situations where he was maybe a little less mature, but I think that will come. So I like McCaffrey. I think certainly McCaffrey, Cook, Ross, Fournette, and Davis all have appeal to me early on. And then I would say that it then just depends on how you view quarterbacks at this stage. I think that most people will probably pick these quarterbacks in the 3rd round of fantasy drafts or the late 2nd round. If they're smart, they'd wait that long because of the fact that they'll probably not be effective until another year or 2 to really affect a fantasy league in terms of their play, even though, one of them may surprise. And then it just comes down to which one you think has the highest upside and the surrounding talent with that team. So to me, it's probably the mix of the 4 I mentioned. And then you're looking at from a tight end perspective, I probably have Njoku first on my board of the tight ends just because they waived Gary Barnidge. And while I think that's kind of a mistake, because Njoku still has to learn to become a really good blocker, I still think that he's a guy that will probably make the adjustment reasonably well, and they will try and feature him in ways to throw the ball up and let him win it and come down with it as a rebounder, and he can do that well. Ingram's a very close 2nd, and Howard's a pretty decent 3rd there, though you may look at Howard as your safest pick. Ingram is your next safest pick, because if Ingram fails as the tight end, well, maybe he is he's a bigger, faster Marcus Colston or Brandon Marshall in training. And with with Marshall leaving probably in a couple of years because his contract will be up in 2019, then, you're looking at a situation where Ingram has a good shot of being either a top 15 wide receiver or a top 5 tight end. And that either or is pretty appealing. So those are guys that are probably already in my top, 7 to 9 right there.
Charles, Falcons are up here in a couple of picks, and I know you're going to step out for a bit to go back and do some of the Falcoholic duties. It sounds like we're going to get Justice Mosqueda in here shortly after the Packers pick. His internet has come back up. But Charles, where would you like the Falcons to go here in a couple of picks? Is there a player or 2 at the top of your draft board that you're rooting? I know last year between Deion Jones and Keanu Neal and others, you're pretty much right on target. I know the first round didn't necessarily go as you expected it to, but knowing the Falcons as well as you do and how that front office works, scheme fits, other things, a couple of players you're hoping to see come off the board for them here coming up.
Yeah, I think it's funny because the 2 names that I thought were most in play for them in the first, assuming that Forrest Lamp was going to be gone by the time they picked, were Derek Rivers and Jordan Willis, and they're still on the board here right now.
Yep.
Now, do you want to double dip into edge where you already have a pretty loaded defensive line group, and not loaded in the sense of talent, loaded in the sense of the amount of bodies that they have there. I would not be surprised to see this pick be Dan Feeney from Indiana, the guard, if he's still on the board, which would be a great pick. I know a lot of Falcons fans would be pulling for him. So the guys that I want to see, Dan Feeney, Jordan Willis, Derek Rivers, and a dark horse would be Taylor Moton from Western Michigan, who had a phenomenal week at the Senior Bowl, and he would be a guy that could stick inside or shift inside to guard, and he has like that nasty physical demeanor that Dan Quinn and Pioli have coveted since they've been paired together in the past 2 years. So this should be an interesting pick. I think if you just look at, or not even look at Takk, but listen to what Takk was saying after he got drafted, I think you can tell just from spending 30 seconds with him, that's who Dan Quinn probably got fixated on in the draft, just for the personality and the athleticism. So yeah, I want to see Rivers, Willis, Feeney, or Moton with this pick. But I'm not picking. I just want to go back to February 6th and try to win that Super Bowl again.
I think it's interesting that you bring up the offensive line there. This has got to be, I don't know, but just anecdotally, it seems that this has got to be through almost the end of the second round here, the fewest number of offensive linemen come off the board in years and years and years. And I know that was likely the case for, in the first round. But, we just saw Ethan Postage come off the board a little bit. I'm not sure, just scrolling back here. Other than Forrest Lamp and Cam Robinson, there's 3 offensive linemen in this round, and not much going on in the first round, though. So let's see.
About to start on offensive lineman right here.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to get there, right? So Chiefs take Tano Passano, somebody we talked with Emery a lot. We kind of sprinkled his name into the conversation last year. 6'7", 290. I don't think there was an ounce of body fat on him when we saw him at the Senior Bowl. Definitely some inexperience there. He goes to the Chiefs, where they're running a 3-4 defense, and we've got Tom Bahali, Justin Houston, and D Ford. I don't see him as being a stand-up player at all, although we saw some of that a little bit at Villanova over the years, but not much at all. So I think he's definitely going to be 5 technique, 3-4. Defensive lineman here playing across from Chris Jones, who I think probably blossoms. Chiefs let Alan Bailey go recently, so I'm interested to see how that goes. I don't know that he steps in and plays a productive 500 to 600 snaps right away, but I'll be interested to see what the Chiefs coaches have to say about him. Charles, thoughts on Kpassagnon before you scoot out on us to cover Atlanta stuff here?
I like him. See, the problem with Tano is, and I don't know if it's going to be fixed here, is I liked him more in a one-gapping scheme than a two-gapping scheme. And like you said, when you see guys like that who don't have an ounce of fat on their body, it's hard for them to stay, I guess, it's hard for them to control 2 gaps at a time like that. So I wanted to see him as a guy who maybe played strong side defensive end and kicked inside the 3 on passing downs or something like that. I do think that the Chiefs are probably a little bit more one gap than straight up 2 gapping, but I wanted to see him in a pure one gapping scheme like Atlanta or Seattle, like how they run their defense. But he's a talented guy, and he should fit in well next to Benny Logan and Chris Jones.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the Chiefs are. It's Bob Sutton out there. He traditionally runs a little bit more some 2-gap stuff, but I don't know that any team is really doing that to the extent that 3-4 teams run some 2-gap stuff anymore. It's, part of the defensive line. One side's running a 3-4, the other side's running a 4-3. So I don't think there's any question that Kpassagnon would struggle if you ask him to anchor. I'm not sure why you would do that. The other thing here is, we're talking about projectable players at the end of the second round. He may not be a base defensive player. He may be a guy where, they're thinking about doing a little bit more with Houston and Ford on the outside on nickel downs, and maybe that's Kpassagnon's role where they find a place for him on the defensive line to be a little bit more productive as we go there. So Cowboys working to improve their defense, drafting a cornerback to go with Taco Charlton, a couple of very interesting names. This is Chidobe Awuzie out of Colorado, looking to add players to the secondary. Again, we keep talking about this NFC East. You don't necessarily think of it as a slinging division over time. At least us old guys don't, Matt, but maybe the young guys do a little bit as we go. Mark, I'm not going to make any comment about that necessarily.
No, I mean, it's 3 yards in a cloud of dust from that's what I'm used to and seeing in the NFC East. So, John Riggins, and
that's right.
That's what I grew up on. So,
I grew up on Drew Pearson catching bombs.
That's true. The Hail Mary.
I remember that, and Butch Johnson with the end zone dance, and
Harold Carmichael. How far should we go back here?
we could go back pretty far and lose probably all of our audience.
Yeah, with the 3 people in this room, right? Yeah, we could go back pretty far.
We've had consistently, and I want to thank everybody, on behalf of everybody here that, for tuning in and watching us and listening to what we're doing. We've consistently had, well over 120, 130 people, for much of the show. So that's been fantastic. We appreciate you all for joining us and valuing the content that we provide to you. So let's continue with some of that.
No doubt. Mark, I want to get your opinion on a couple of the tight ends. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm getting a little bit of punchy halfway to the end of the second round here. I don't think we got your opinion on a couple of the tight ends that came off the board in the middle of this round. Before you came on, Matt and Charles and I were discussing, the fact that this is a very deep tight end class. We expected a couple of more tight ends to come off the board tonight. I don't know if we expected them to come off the board as high as they did in the second round, but Adam Shaheen, Gerald Everett going to reasonable situations for them back-to-back off the board. Rams coming up. Actually, Rams getting down and still getting their tight end there in Gerald Everett and Shaheen to the Bears. Thoughts on those guys? And maybe we double back and talk a little bit more about the 3 high-profile prospects that come off. But let's focus on Shaheen and Everett. And, the thought process with Shaheen was a nice all-around player, a better blocker than I think a lot of tight ends are given credit for. Talk about those players a bit, one like more than another, how the fits go, and what you're going to expect from those guys.
Yeah, I think they're both very raw guys. In terms of Everett, he was pretty raw as a route runner. Not somebody that you can look at from the tight end position and say, oh, yeah, he's going to give you every route in the playbook and can run it well and can get consistent separation, sink the hips, get in and out of breaks quickly. Like, he's not there as a route runner yet. He's more sort of an offensive type weapon, a similar sort of like Bucky Hodges, who's a name that, we'll probably hear maybe here in the third round. A guy that just, with his size, he can get, a matchup, advantage, whether it's South America could flex him out wide, get him against defensive backs, use him in the wing, use him in the line, and get him up against linebackers. He's quick enough to at least get separation when he's on the inside, big enough when he's outside against smaller defensive backs or smaller defenders. And so he's going to have to refine some aspects to his game, particularly as a route runner, I think. Coming over to LA, that's an interesting tight end group. You've got Higbee, who they drafted last year. Now you're adding Gerald Everett to that. They've got a young offense. Sean McVay likes to do stuff with tight ends. You look at what they were doing in Washington last year with Jordan Reed, and Vernon Davis. Now you get that same sort of type look. We get 2 tight ends in Higbee and Everett. You can do a lot of 12 personnel stuff that obviously helps in the run game as well. Hopefully that gets Gurley going a bit. So I think, from a schematic standpoint, for what LA wants to do on the field, I think Everett sort of fits in well with what they want to do. Looking to Shaheen again, another raw kid, but great size. Probably need to trim the fat a little bit. I think there's an issue there, at least with his body composition, but very good blocker. And if you're looking again for a team like Chicago that probably wants to feature the run game, they've got a good offensive line. The Miller, there's an injury history there, so maybe they're going to use him more as your traditional standard inline blocking tight end, but he can do some stuff in the pass frame. 6'6", 276. That's a big frame in the red zone. And so whether it's Mike Glennon or Mitch Trubisky, like when it's 3rd and 7 in the middle of the field, or it's 4th and short inside the 20, like that's a big body to get open, whether against linebackers or moving them into the flat or something. So I think for both of those guys, you can see how teams that might want to feature the run game, feature 2 tight end sets, give their young quarterbacks some stability, some protection as well. I think they fit into what both those teams want to do going forward.
Steelers, JuJu Smith-Schuster coming off the board here at the end of the second round. We've got Antonio Brown, Sammy Coates there, Martavis Bryant coming back, hopefully Eli Rogers, adding Smith-Schuster to this group. How does he complement, Matt, the group that's already there? What does he bring that maybe is missing? I don't know much about Smith-Schuster. Is there any duplication here at the skill set with Bryant? How do you think he fits into the offense here?
He's a physical player. He's a willing blocker. He's a Steeler in the old school sense of he may not be the fastest guy, but he is a strong physical football player who can block, who can make plays after the catch. He's someone that can also get enough separation to make plays with a quarterback who's confident enough about fitting it in there. And we all know that Ben Roethlisberger is confident enough to do that. So we're going to see a player who probably, I thought Marcus Wheaton would be a good player in the NFL. And I thought that he was capable of doing a lot of things that JuJu Smith-Schuster has shown on tape. And he had a little more speed, but they never were able to really sync up. And I think that Smith-Schuster is a little more physical and can handle the pounding in a way that I think is going to be a really beneficial thing to them. He may not start off his career, as a starter or a fantasy-friendly player because of this fit, but Martavis Bryant needs to just screw up one more time, and it's pretty much curtains for his career. But if it doesn't work out, if it works out where Bryant actually, survives and matures, then we may be looking at a situation where Smith-Schuster can be that big slot player. Or they can interchange them if he learns the positions and move him outside and move Antonio Bryant inside on occasions and do a lot of different work from that standpoint. But I really did like his ability to get downfield, even though the speed factor wasn't, the time speed factor wasn't there. I thought he did a good job in that department. And when you show a lot of confidence being able to make those tight plays and coverage at the boundary, that's pretty big time. And I thought he did that well. And he played hurt a lot of the time. He had numerous injuries. So I think the Steelers probably appreciated the fact that he played through all of those, didn't miss any time, I don't think. And as a result of that, I think he just fits their kind of program as the kind of player they look for. At worst, he's very good depth for this team. At best, you might see a guy who might be in the neighborhood of Des Bryant, Blackman, back in the day before Blackman got suspended, kind of being that guy who can give you that big slot option, and a little bit more.
Charles may be disappointed. The Falcons just traded their pick to Buffalo. We'll see how that pick goes here a little bit. Just a few notes here. As I'm watching on Twitter, Ian Rappaport noted that the Raiders considered Melofonwu in the first round, and we've seen some of those athletic safeties kind of go in that range as well. It sounded like they were happy to get him. There's a note, I just scrolled by too quickly to see where we were, but that the Steelers thought that Smith-Schuster was good enough to go in the first round as well, so somebody they may have been having their eye on. Mark, I saw you nodding your head as that pick came off the board as well. What do you think about Smith-Schuster? Like the fit there too? I would imagine you do as much as you're
Gene,
as well.
I love this fit for Pittsburgh, and I think when you watch what they were doing offensively last year, now they had some suspension issues and some injury problems at the wide receiver position, but pretty much going down the stretch, they had Kobe Hamilton as a starting wide receiver, basically to just be a blocker. And so you look at what Schuster wants to do, what he's willing to do, as Matt pointed out. Like, I think Schuster is basically a day one upgrade over Kobe Hamilton, even as a starting wide receiver for this offense, because he's willing to do that stuff near the line of scrimmage, whether it's crack blocks, whether it's blocking downfield for his fellow receivers, the screen game, which Pittsburgh does a ton of. Like, he's going to be beneficial in just getting Antonio around the ball with blockers in front of him. He can play that role as well. But then when you think about what they do passing wise, and Todd Haley's offense is sort of rooted in sort of West Coast concepts, the stuff that Schuster does from a route running perspective, routes near the line of scrimmage, slants, hitch routes, where there's going to be some contact, there's going to be some physical play from the defenders, because you're not going to be getting consistent separation because the time just isn't there. So his time speed may not be what you'd expect from a big-time receiver, but it fits with what Pittsburgh wants to do. And then they can scheme the stuff down the field again, where he's using that frame to make body catches down the boundaries and along the sideline, where he's being able to use that physical nature that he has, that he plays with it. He's not afraid of contact. I think from what they want to do in the passing game, how they want to use a receiver like him, like they used Kobe Hamilton last year as an extra blocker, I think it fits them with what they want to do run-wise, what they want to do in the passing game. I just think it's a great pick. I think he could be a day one starter for them in that sort of Kobe Hamilton role, and depending on the other guys around him, it wouldn't surprise me to see him take on more of a role in the passing game as well.
It looks like the Bills gave up 2 5th-round picks to come up and make this pick. And it looks like it's going to be an offensive guard here, Dion Dawkins. And Charles suggested that we might see a little bit of run of offensive linemen. I'm not sure who those players are going to be. I'm still not excited about the players that I've read about on these draft boards here. I think we're going to see another tackle or two come off the board soon, but I'm not sure that offensive line run is coming. I'm still intrigued about the Bucky Hodges discussion. And I know you guys have both talked about him quite a bit here, but in terms of skill position players that are yet to come, I'm going to run through a few of these guys that I know Matt liked, and Mark, you can jump in here a little bit as well. But where these guys may go, just looking at players that have some upside production as soon as their rookie year, depending on the fit. And I think that's kind of where I want to go, is to talk about fit here. And a number of tight ends have come off the board a little bit. I would expect to see Hodges come off soon. What types of teams are there? A couple of guys, a couple of teams, a couple of coaching staffs here in the next 10 to 15 picks where you might see a guy like Hodges go. Thoughts on that? And then we're going to talk about a few of these other guys. I know a couple of players that you guys both like a lot. We'll kind of do the same roundtable with that. So, Matt, if you want to start with Hodges, Mark, come on in after him, where we might see him go. And I guess favorite landing spots, if you had to pick a spot for him, where should we go?
Question. I mean, I think looking at the next set of picks, Hodges in Arizona would be interesting because you've got that vertical game. You have the fact that they lost Michael Floyd. They could start him out maybe outside if they wanted to a little bit, and then move him inside, as he develops more as a blocker, or just say, forget it, he's a wide receiver and let him run with that. And he's made better. I thought he made good enough plays that he would be a good replacement for Floyd, and they need a big receiver on the outside who can motor in that respect. And I think that wouldn't be a bad fit for them. I know New England got Dwayne Allen, but Dwayne Allen can't stay healthy. Bucky Hodges playing kind of a dual role where he could be a wing back and be split outside and moved around in New England system would be a lot of fun, especially with Tom Brady. And we know that, Tom's deep accuracy is good, but not great. Hodges could make up for that a little bit with his ability to win that ball. So those are two landing spots that I think that would be a lot of fun. And the New York, I don't even want to go with the New York Jets because we need to see a quarterback at this stage of the game. New Orleans would be fantastic for Bucky Hodges at this stage of the game, just because, again, they lost that deep threat in Brandon Cooks, and giving Breeze, Breeze could probably tell you what hair follicle he's going to hit, from 50 yards with 8 people, in the box who are like tearing at his jersey. But at the same time, why not make his job easier when you could have a Jimmy Graham type of winner, at that standpoint? He's not as good after the catch as what Jimmy Graham would offer, but certainly he's no slouch in that area. And I do think that he's almost as good as Graham was in college, maybe better at the catch point and being able to get separation early on in his career. It's just whether or not he's the worker that Jimmy Graham was, because we know that Jimmy Graham has proven, especially after this injury and being a basketball player, that he has worked his butt off to get to this level of excellence.
Mark, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think
might like to see Hodges go.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are all some good fits. I mean, I'll just add to that, with 2 picks coming up here at the start of the 3rd round, the 49ers, I mean, there's a team that, they've got Vance McDonald as a tight end right now, but after that, you've got Bucky Bell and Brent Selleck. In terms of the wide receivers, yeah, they signed Pierre Garçon, but they got Bruce Ellington, Marquise Goodwin. They could use a sort of physical type guy that you can split outside, that can give you sort of that, that comeback route on 3rd and 7, where if you've got a guy draped over you in coverage, you're still going to be able to come down with the reception. They can move him inside. Vance McDonald's more of your standard inline type blocker, but they could use him on the wing. I mean, Virginia Tech used Hodges all over the field. I mean, they had him split wide as an X. They had him in the wing. They had him in the backfield at the time, running the speed option with him. So, I mean, you look at what Kyle Shanahan wants to do sort of offensively, but, the stuff he dialed up last year for the tight ends that they had in Atlanta, they were doing some 13 personnel stuff with throwback routes, with deep crossers to the tight ends. They were just doing some really inventive stuff with the tight end position. Imagine imagine him having somebody like Bucky Hodges to work with at the tight end spot rather than a Vance McDonald with some of the other guys. So, in addition to the teams Matt mentioned, 49ers, they've got 2 picks here coming up. I think that would be a good fit.
Good. We got joined by Scott Bischoff now, fellow football guy, fellow Saucy Q alum.
Yeah.
Friend of ours down in Mobile, doing a lot of good work with NDT Scouting, recently partnered up with them, doing some good stuff at Draft Breakdown as well. Again, writing for us at Football Guys. Thanks. Appreciate it, Scott. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I've talked about Saucy Q twice tonight, and I'm really struggling. So between you guys catching me rubbing my eyes with the tree pollen that's out there and me wanting to get to Saucy Q again at this point, I mean, it's only April 28th. I'm really not sure how I'm going to last 9 more months. But
Okra is killing you, isn't it? You have your okra withdrawal.
What I always, and this is, I don't mean to be disgusting, but I can sew a finger back on. I can't cook. I can't fix a toilet. So it would be nice if I could throw some oil in a pan and flip some okra in there and fry some okra. But I can't do any of that stuff. So it's literally 12 months before I get sausage and fried okra again. And I'm, you guys know I run the same things into the ground. I ought to go find the YouTube clip of Rock, Flag, and Eagle and put that on here for you old Audible folks along the way too, because it's just, I get stuck as we go. But Scott, it's great to have you here. I know you can talk just about anything and everything. When we go down to the Senior Bowl, I know you're focusing on certain positions. It seems like every day that I talk to you, we've got something different to talk about. Is there one particular group that has your attention coming up? I'm going to get your thoughts on some of the things that have happened in the first and second round. But we've kind of focused in, I think, over the last 10 to 12 picks on a potential edge rusher run coming up. I know we had a lot of discussion about the defensive lineman at the Senior Bowl. I think that's the group that's got my attention the most. But as we get into the third round here, do you see a run coming at any one position? Are you hoping for a run coming at any one position? And what are the players you're looking for to be coming off the board in that way?
Not necessarily hoping for any one position, but I don't know what the last few picks were, but I think there's some running backs that intrigue me. I apologize for not knowing this, but is Kamara, is he still available?
We were just talking about before. At this point, we're looking at, I think there's been 4 to 5 running backs come off the board, 4 to 5 wide receivers come off the board. With JuJu Smith-Schuster, I think he was number 6 or 7, and then the 5 tight ends. So the only skill position player we've seen in the last 10 picks has been Smith-Schuster. He went to the Steelers. Dion Dawkins and Taylor Moton, a little bit of that mini run that we were talking about. Moton in particular, somebody that may kick an inside to play guard. We had a little bit of discussion about Melofonwu, who went to the Raiders, and Zack Cunningham to the Titans. But in terms of skill position players, just before you came on, that's where I was going to go next. We started talking a little bit about Bucky Hodges. I was going to get these guys' thoughts on some of the wide receivers that I know that they like and coming up, but tons of skill position players out there. So if there's if you're looking at Kamara, if you're looking at a number of the other running backs, yeah, definitely let's roll with those guys.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by those guys. I want to know where I'm interested with Josh Reynolds. Where's he going to go?
That's where I was going next with these guys. Bucky Hodges was a guy that we talked about a lot, and I was definitely throwing the Josh Reynolds question next. My thought there was, as I watched not Myles Garrett, but as I watched Texas, the players going against Texas A&M in the SEC, Derek Barnett and otherwise, it seems like I was gravitating to Texas A&M to watch the offense because I knew they'd be throwing the ball when I was watching the edge rushers. And Josh Reynolds continually jumped off the tape to me. I sent a direct message to Matt a little while ago saying, I can see why you like this guy after reading the RSP. So even though I see others kind of get him down in that 4th to 5th round range, I don't know that we necessarily expect him to come off the board, but that's where I was going next. So you guys want to all talk about Josh Reynolds and fits for him, why you like him more than maybe what the consensus is, why people should like him more than they do. Scott, let's start with you, and then Matt and Mark, if you want to pick up on that as the end there.
Well, I see him as a pretty fairly effective boundary receiver, an outside guy, but also a guy who can do some things on the move. He's got great hands. I mean, it's one of the things, Matt. I mean, I know we've talked about it. When his hand stands out, he makes catches every once in a while. It's like, that's unbelievable. So, there's a good player just went.
Sorry, Scott's catching everything, man.
Yeah. No, I just think that his ability to work the boundary and to play outside and to stretch the field. I know he was kind of pegged as a track guy, but to me, there's so much more to his game than just that. Where I think that's entirely too dismissive of what his skill set is. I see him as a really, really solid route runner. I don't think he's, I don't think he's Odell Beckham Jr. or some of these super explosive guys, but with where he wins and his ability to separate with his footwork and his skill at the top of his stem, I'm surprised he's still available. I really am. I thought he would go. In the middle of round 2, but we haven't seen that. I mean, I know Zay Jones went kind of earlier than I thought he would go, but we haven't seen that run yet. So I'm intrigued to see where he is going to end up.
If Buffalo picked Josh Reynolds, I would have been overjoyed for them compared to who they picked. I mean, I think Zay Jones is a nice receiver, but he's just a nice receiver. I think he's in danger of being just a guy more than Josh Reynolds is, even though Josh Reynolds may not have that AJ Green-like upside necessarily. I think that what separates Josh Reynolds from a lot of players in this draft is that he attacks the ball well. He comes back to the football, runs a good enough length on his routes, and that's something that he's already doing right now. I consistently see him breaking back to the ball and winning on timing routes and getting that first step and making the first man miss or breaking a tackle. And what really separates him, I think, that is going to define him as an athlete is how flexible he is. And people don't really talk about flexibility when it comes to athletes. They talk about fluidity, but I've watched him in numerous games where he's bent in some awkward positions and he seems like it's not even a big deal. It's like this guy could probably do a split. And the fact that he's as quick as he is, as fast as he is, and as agile, and to be able to make people miss like that, and you're still that flexible to be able to be bent in awkward positions, and not be tight like Dante Stallworth. Dante Stallworth, the guy that was wrapped so tight that, he'd be out every 3 or 4 games, it almost seemed like, because he'd pull a hamstring. And this is a guy that seems to know how to take care of his body, seems to be agile enough, flexible enough to be able to withstand the situations in terms of those kind of looks. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Takeo Spikes up here, also reading the draft pick of a cornerback, Mr. Witherspoon out of Colorado, which I'm sure we'll talk about. But Reynolds, to me, is a guy that I think is going to be loved in the way that Donald Driver and Marvin Jones have been. And even though Marvin Jones didn't have a great season, I suspect he was hurt a little bit after the Green Bay game and was a much different player playing hurt most of the year than what we're going to see next year if he's healthy enough. And I think Reynolds can develop into a player in that kind of a range, maybe even a little bit more dynamic at the catch point.
What do you see out of his hands?
What do I see out of his hands?
Yeah.
He has some focus drops, but other than that, everyone does. I think sometimes he will have some hand position issues where he'll leap a little bit too early and try and do the underhand thing when he could have attacked it overhand. I think that there were some issues in that range that he can correct, but there's nothing that is like so bad or even so difficult that a week or two with the jugs machine. I'm making it sound so casual, but I think that they're so small in nature, they're so subtle in nature that just really some concentrated time with a jugs machine won't correct. And some film study and some pointers from some veterans, that would have been I think that if he lands with a team with a good anticipatory thrower, he's going to be in great shape. And I wouldn't be surprised by year 2, he's getting significant playing time.
Mark, thoughts on Rodgers Richardson real quick here?
Yeah, I'm looking at teams that are coming up here now. It probably won't happen, say when they pick here at 74, but I'm looking at Baltimore, at a team right now that has some questions at the wide receiver position. Brashad Perryman, are we sure what we're going to get from him? everything we hoped he would be coming out. Obviously, he missed most of his rookie year with some knee problems. Came back this year, can do some things down the field in the vertical passing game. You've got Mike Wallace, who's sort of a nice piece to give you stuff underneath. They love running him on shallows, on crossers. And then you put on the other side Josh Reynolds, a guy that's, again, that outside guy. Maybe he's not the anticipatory throw that Matt was just talking about that will be the best sort of fit from a quarterback, but at least from putting together 3 receivers and attacking a secondary, you get Perryman, you get on the other side Reynolds, who can give you stuff on the boundary, give you stuff down the field as well, and then Wallace working underneath. I mean, that's a good way to attack the secondary, and I think the other 2 gentlemen were agreeing with me as I was talking, given their reactions, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think we were more chuckling at what the Saints have done here, but for sure.
Oh, well, that could be it too.
The same. Scott, we're going to come back and talk about Larry Ogunjobi because I think that fit in Cleveland is interesting, and I know it's a player that you like. But Alvin Kamara to the Saints, where we've got Mark Ingram and Adrian Peterson. Matt, I know he's one of your very favorite players, so go.
Yeah, he isn't at all, and I actually have rated him a lot lower than most. But what I did say is that he would be an excellent fit-based producer for fantasy owners and for a football team if you used him as a satellite back. If he landed with a team like the Saints, this would be an ideal fit for him because he could be the upper class replacement to Travaris Cadet. Or to, what Darren Sproles did, get him out in space, use him on draw plays, use him in situations where he doesn't have to be the decision maker to keep things inside. Because I thought he bounced things outside way too much and was too immature, kind of the way CJ Spiller, another former Saint last year, who could never get that right, had those issues at Clemson. I think Kamara has a chance to get that right. Certainly LaShawn McCoy did. Certainly, Jamal Charles did. A lot of players have. But putting Kamara here takes the pressure off of him to be that every down back right away. And if he can mature between the tackles, he has very good balance in terms of indirect balance, bouncing off of hits that are glancing blows. He's a very good receiver. And I think that this gives him an opportunity to work with, 2 very consummate professionals at the running back position who are on that team and at least watch them and at least learn how they train and also work with one of the great quarterbacks ever. So he's going to get a chance to learn a lot about the passing game, and he has some talent in that respect. So it's a fantastic fit, and I couldn't be happier for the guy who grew up about 20 minutes from me, even though I didn't particularly think he would be I didn't see him as a top 5 back in this class in terms of all around ability, but fit wise, this is the ideal spot. And the theme of this draft thus far has been good fits, across the board. It's been a wonderful draft this way.
Saints give up a second-round pick next year to come up into the 3rd round to get Kamara. So it goes to show what Gary Payton. I always say Gary Payton every single time. How old am I? Every time it happens, I catch myself.
We can throw it to the Rain Man.
Definitely Gary Payton. Definitely Gary Payton. Scott, talk a little bit about Kamara, how you think that fit is. 3rd down only here in the beginning, as Matt would suggest, or do you think there's potentially a role sooner than later for him to eat in some of the early down work that Peterson and Ingram are probably going to be careful?
Well, I mean, the first thing that stands out to me is if they're giving up a second rounder, I'm assuming that's a 2018 second rounder. Obviously it is. That's a big investment in the future of this player, and it makes me wonder what's the roster going to look like? Is there going to be a move? Are we going to see are we going to see somebody changing teams here with Adrian Peterson being there and Matt, Mark, Gene? I don't know. Do we think this is a 1 year? Is this a 1 year thing with AP there?
It depends on how he plays this year, right? I mean, I think that, he needs to prove that he's over some of the injuries that he suffered last year. I've not looked at Mark Ingram's contract situation, but I would think that all of those guys at this point are going to, I don't know, it's going to be a hot hand situation necessarily, but I think in Peterson's case, this is kind of a prove it scenario if he wants to continue to play in the league.
Is there room for Ingram on this roster at this point? Is it possible they're going to be?
It seems like they were trying to trade him.
That's what it seems like to me.
I've heard that, and they weren't able to do that. I mean, there's not much value to be able to get for Ingram right now. And when it comes to, the running backs, the strength of this class, and just the position overall. And I think that they were trying to get rid of him, and they can't.
But I mean, that's, is he going to be a casualty in camp? I mean, it just seems like giving up a second rounder next year for a guy like Kamara, who, Gene, I think you're right. I think this is a third down situation where, he's going to play a limited role on third downs. One of the things that concerns me and is ball security, and he's going to a nice place. If he is mature enough to understand that he needs to learn from some of the guys who are pretty secure with the ball security. I haven't seen it with him. He's not one of those guys where I've looked at him and thought, wow, that's a guy who stands out to me as somebody I'd be really wanting especially with this group of running backs. I think that there are. I mean, I'll bring up Kareem Hunt. I think there are other running backs that could fill his role that would make that I would be a little more intrigued by. But I understand this is a great fit for what his skill set is. It's just, maybe it's not the right guy for me. I'd prefer other, different players here other than Kamara. But he's a tough one to watch. It's tough to really fully grasp what it is that he does well.
Yeah.
It's tough. I mean, he's intriguing in that way, but he's one of those guys where I just don't see it. To be fair.
Well, we might have
joined by Justice here. We got a lot of stuff to talk to Justice about. And we can start here. Jaguars go DJ Smoot over Derek Rivers, over Jordan Willis, over Terrell Basham, over Carl Lawson.
But under DeMarcus Walker, though.
It begins. Yeah,
I completely glossed over that. Okay, before I forget, because we're going to talk about who the Rams are taking here a little bit. Scott, talk about Larry Ogunjobi. I think Greg Williams gets a penetrating defensive tackle, a guy with size 6'3", 305, played some nose, some not necessarily two-capping, but more of a run-stopping role in college, but an upfield penetrating type, put him next to Danny Shelton, next to, in what you would assume to be a three-technique role next to Myles Garrett. What do you like about Ogunjobi, and where are we going in Cleveland here?
Oh, I think that's it. It's a three technique in a class that's just void of them. There really are none. And at the Senior Bowl, he stood out. I thought he acquitted himself really well against good competition. Nice first step. He's powerful. That defensive line has the making of something now with Ogunjobi and Danny Shelton, as I would assume the one technique, and then Ogba and Myles Garrett outside. I like that pick. I mean, I thought that he was one of the guys who might go a little sooner just because of his first step quickness and his fit as a three technique. There just aren't many in this class. He intrigues me. That's a good fit for what he is as a player.
Yeah, I think a good fit as well. And you always find room for a three technique in today's league. They don't necessarily have to start on base downs, but that's a very common position and in those nickel defenses. And a coordinator like Greg Williams is going to use that on pretty much every down. So another good fit for, I know we kind of panned the Jabril Peppers situation last night, but I think this is a good fit. I think overall the Browns are making good use of the picks that they have. Cooper Kupp, another Senior Bowl favorite, goes to the Chargers here, or the Chargers. See, I'm struggling, man. Somebody's going to have to slap me around before the end of the night.
You're doing fine.
I see LA, and I automatically go to Chargers now, which is, I don't think I'm ever going to get used to the Las Vegas Raiders either. But Mark, all of us, I think, here were at the Senior Bowl together, sitting around, seeing what Cooper Kupp was able to do. Even I, as I was watching the cornerbacks a little bit, was drawn in by some of the subtle separation moves. Kind of a player that I think we would expect to play inside, run some option routes, run some arrow routes, put some pressure on the defense from the slot. I assume that's where we're going to go with Los Angeles. However, Tavon Austin, Pharaoh Cooper, all of these similar players out here. Where do we see Cooper Kupp fitting? Did you like him as much as most folks did at the Senior Bowl? Mark, thoughts on Kupp?
Yeah, I mean, I liked him. I don't think I was really on page with, he really got a lot of hype coming into and out of that week down in Mobile. People were looking at him as maybe the standout receiver down there. I didn't necessarily agree with that, but I thought he had a nice week. I thought he could put it himself well and show that, against, a little bit tougher talent, a little bit, tougher competition. He was certainly able to acclimate himself and do some nice things. So I'm not surprised that he's coming off the board here in the third round. But, I'm flashing back to a name. We were just talking about Josh Reynolds. And, going Cooper Kupp instead of Josh Reynolds here is an interesting, decision to me, because with some of the guys you just mentioned, Gene, you're looking at Tavon Austin, looking at Farrell Cooper, you're looking at the other Mike Thomas. Those are like inside receiver types. You pass on a guy like Josh Reynolds, it's more of a boundary receiver for a guy in Cooper Kupp that we're talking about probably looking at playing inside. I'm just not sure about that sort of fit. I get, the value in Cooper Kupp, and I think he's a nice player, and I'm not surprised, again, that he's coming off the board in the third round. But I think the Rams might have had some better options here if they were going to go wide receiver.
Matt, thoughts on Kupp?
Yeah, I mean, I could see that for sure. I mean, I don't remember a wide receiver at the Senior Bowl who dominated press cover drills like he did. I mean, like every single rep he made, he did something different and got separation. And I thought it was one of the most realistic drills that I saw in terms of, that you usually see on a practice field, because they keep the sticks narrower. They force him to be able to do it within a short distance, or short width of space, kind of a narrower space, if I can get the word right. I'm getting slap happy too. But he just showed such an array of moves that I liked, and great variation, and it showed up on film too. I think he has a very subtle game, and that's the problem maybe, is that maybe it's so subtle that it can be that you can either miss it or you could place too much value on it. It depends on really where he winds up. I tend to err on the opposite side of Mark on this one, where I might be placing too much value on it because I like the separation he got. And then I look at his 3-cone and his 20 shuttle. And if you look at his 3-cone and 20 shuttle, which is really that first 15 yards and changing direction and breaks and getting separation, his times were very comparable to Allen Robinson. As good or better. Now he's about 20 pounds lighter than Allen Robinson is. So Allen Robinson becomes a special, has that special athletic ability. But, Cooper Kupp, think he can add another 10 pounds? I think he probably add another 10 pounds to his weight. May not be much more than that. But I think there's a chance for him to be an outside player. The question is really more about, again, choices and fit. And I agree with Mark here that Josh Reynolds would be a much better option at this range, but based on the fact that it seems like there's only a handful of people who really appreciate his game in our draft community, that
might have lost Matt a little bit there. You come back? There you are.
Yeah, here I am. I mean, I guess people in the draft community, there's a number of people that appreciate him, but it seems to be only a handful that I know. Mark, Josh, Scott have talked about him. Kyle, Krabs is certainly one that has. But, if that's an indication of where, a lot of the people who try and mimic the NFL, and I don't mean that in a mean way, but more of a, their job is to play, GM like and talk to everybody in the draft and try and predict the draft. Those folks are probably putting Josh Reynolds in the 4th or 5th round at least. So Kupp to me is a guy that's kind of ridden that roller coaster where he got a lot of hype early. When Daniel Jeremiah comes out and talks about him, he's going to get that early hype. Then, he didn't have a great combine in terms of the 40 time. So then it's going to go down the roller coaster. But the bigger question is, how's he going to be with Jared Goff? This is a West Coast offense. You can see in theory that he's going to be a good route runner, and he should be able to develop in that range and be good there. But, we have our questions about whether Goff is going to be able to make that next step and be the guy that we want him to be. And if he does, this could be a very reliable receiver, maybe even a number 2 guy. But if it all falls apart, then you're just looking at another guy who's, maybe he's a nicer version of Nelson Spruce, who's sitting at the end of that roster at the University of Colorado, who got nice separation because of technique, but didn't have that high-end athletic ability.
But if we're looking at the Rams and you're looking at what they already have, right? And it's Tavon Austin and some smaller inside guys, and you look at Godwin's still available, right? And Carlos Henderson and Taywan Taylor, and maybe some of these bigger guys that we're talking about. That to me makes a little more sense.
Yeah, but maybe it's the route issue, and that because Tavon Austin, I'm sorry, he sucks. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but he does. Everyone thought he was Victor Cruz. He was not Victor Cruz. He's a great athlete who, if he were about 15 pounds heavier, he'd be a nice running back. We could probably be talking about him as the Alvin Kamara type player for the Saints. But as a receiver, they can't figure out what to do with him because he doesn't do enough of anything well to be good at the wide receiver position right now. And I think that that's a shame. And then when you look at the other guys they've picked, they're mostly, go up and get it receivers and not route runners. Pharaoh Cooper's a go up and get it guy. He was never a good route runner. I never understood the love for him other than that he had some Hines Ward toughness to him, maybe after the catch. But he's not a consummate technician. And in a West Coast offense, you need a technician. And the best technician they have is a slower version of Cooper Kupp. So maybe that's the only reason I can think. I'm sorry, that's just my little rant about that.
Mark, I think we're losing you here at the top of the hour. Thoughts about players, some underrated prospects that you're looking to see possibly sneak into round 3 here, but more likely on day 3, guys that you're hoping to fall into good situations, players that you like maybe a little bit more than other folks.
Yeah, I mean, Matt just mentioned one guy. I mean, actually, Scott mentioned Carlos Henderson. I'm in Chris Godwin. Like, I'm surprised that they're still out there. I think those are two good receiving talents that can, pretty much come in and contribute right away, depending on scheme fit. I mean, you're looking at a guy, and Chris Godwin. I think he's a good sized receiver that runs fairly good routes. He can fit most schemes. I mean, depending on whether you're doing West Coast stuff, whether you're doing stuff vertical stuff down the pass and down the field. I think he could fit a lot of systems. I'm surprised that he's still out there. I'm looking for him to come off the board. Another guy just came off the board that I was going to mention next, but Taywan Taylor just came off the board. I saw Scott's reaction, and I think that's a good fit for Tennessee. I mean, Tennessee, they're having a nice little draft here. Henderson, Godwin are the two guys that I'm interested to see where they come off. And then obviously we haven't heard any quarterbacks other than Kizer come off the board yet tonight. Now that we're here into round 3, it wouldn't surprise me to see the Davis Webb come off the board, Nathan Peterman come off the board, and sort of the dark horse for tonight, I mean, is Josh Dobbs. You've heard some late love for him, so it wouldn't surprise me to see Josh Dobbs' name called tonight.
Mark, thanks for joining us. Those of you who are still with us, great work at Inside the Pylon. Follow Mark at Mark Schofield on Twitter. Mark, appreciate your thoughts last night and tonight. Great stuff on the quarterbacks, tight ends, everything else. Appreciate
Scott, it. Matt, Justice, thanks so much. Great talking to you guys, and enjoy the rest of the night.
Yep. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right. Taywan Taylor, Corey Davis, Marcus Mariota. Justice, thoughts on what Titans are due around Mariota there? Still got Delanie Walker, added Tajay Sharp last year. Rashard Matthews had a good end of the season. Like these two wide receivers, nice complimentary picks for Mariota.
Yeah, I mean, Corey Davis was my number 1 receiver. I know people had questions about him being like real number 1 receiver, right? But I think he was the top guy in this class. He had more plays than anyone else where I'd be watching a game, like skipping through, because I like to watch full games now. I'd be skipping through, shuffling on YouTube videos, right? Just like hitting click, and then I check my phone. I'd look up, he'd catch a slant, and I'd be like, okay, he's getting tackled. I'd look down at my phone for a second and scroll on Twitter, and I look up, and he's still running the ball, like halfway down the field, 30 yards down against these MAC folks. So I was a big fan of that. I mean, they're really giving Marcus Mariota every chance to succeed. I mean, they pinned down both of their tackle slots too. So this team's just going full in on Marcus Mariota, and I think that's the right way to do. I like that they're giving him weapons. They're not taking the the former New England Patriots guy isn't going, we don't care about skill positions like the New England Patriots do, right? Like they realize that, we kind of got to build around Marcus Mariota. He's not Tom Brady just yet.
Absolutely. Justice, I got lots of questions for you, but we did a little bit of high school, which was more likely to succeed at the quarterback position with Mark. I'm going to go all the way back to preschool and pull a Sesame Street. Which one of these is not like the other? Got Tanoh Passano going to the Chiefs, DeMarcus Walker, I think we know what you think about him going to the Broncos. Malik McDowell went to the Seahawks. And we just saw DJ Smoot go to the Jaguars. Now we've got Jordan Willis going to Cincinnati. So I think I know where you're going with this, but which one of those players clearly best fit, best pick?
Oh, wow.
I do not like Mr. McDowell as much as I thought you do.
Oh, no. McDowell, I forgot about that. Yeah, McDowell, absolutely, 100%. He was a top 20 guy on my board. I mean, there was an obvious effort issue, but the talent was also obviously there. You can say what you want if you think you could turn around a 20-year-old former 5-star recruit who was on a losing team and kind of mailed it in at the end of the season. If you're going to talk about, a coach who can get the most out of his players as a player coach and just like lives and breathes competition, I mean, you can kind of check those boxes off in Seattle, right? Like that's about as good as you can get it there. DeMarcus Walker, I guess he'd be playing like the Malik Jackson role, right? But I'm just not like DeMarcus Walker was a marked man for several games. Like you watch the Louisville game, he's basically getting red, everything is going his direction. A lot of people will point to the Ole Miss game, but even then, like he had a couple of plays where he was a good snap jumper in a very loud stadium in a neutral site field, right? That type of atmosphere doesn't exist in the NFL outside of playoff games. So I guess he could be a playoff game type of guy. But snap jumpers in college football are guys that I have a lot of questions about. Same thing with Derek Barnett playing in front of 100,000 people in Tennessee, down in the SEC, where he's playing the majority of home games. That's not a type of situation he's going to be in the NFL. Kpassagnon, not a huge fan. Willis, not a huge fan, even though he's athletic. When I watched him on film, I was flat out surprised by the way that he tested out. If anything, he's like a poor man's version of Nick Perry, I guess I would say. Who is
Justice, what is it? I apologize for interrupting, and I agree with you completely. But is it hip stiffness with Willis?
Dude, that's what I thought.
He cannot turn the corner. He can't.
Moves like a boat. He moves like a boat, and I have no idea how he got that 3-cone time. I have no idea how he got that short shuttle time. Like, it just does not make sense. He is the only person who I have been legitimately shocked that he passed the forced players metric, where I'm just like, flat out, he is a bad athlete.
Yeah, I mean, there's a cognitive dissonance that happens with me when I watch him play, and I see the extra steps that he's got to take to turn the corner, and then I look at the combine numbers, and it's like, that's not possible. Those are two different guys.
Yeah, he kind of plays like the way that I would say, if you're looking for his upside, you would say probably in terms of playing style, a guy like Olivier Vernon, where he's getting a lot of penetration, but he can't necessarily turn, so he ends up getting crazy pressure numbers, but none of those pressures really end up meaning as much as other players' pressure numbers, right? Where like a quarterback doesn't have to move; he's just shooting and running himself into the backfield, but they'll count that as a pressure. I don't know. I'm not that big of a fan of him. I'm not shocked. I mean, people were talking about him going in the first round, and I was just like, there's just no way that this is going to be possible.
Now, he goes to Cincinnati, and I think that's intriguing because Cincinnati's got some pressure that they're going to bring in from the interior. And if he does, I mean, even if he's running past quarterbacks, he's still going to squeeze them into pressure. So it might be a better fit in Cincinnati than maybe some other places because they're going to bring pressure from the interior. But he's a tough watch. I mean, it's just, he cannot turn. He just can't turn.
Yeah, and I mean, how many people like to reference his numbers, and they're like, man, he's produced a whole lot. Is he like the third Big 12 player off the board right now, or like second? I don't know how many Big 12 players have come off the board. Like, he very well might be the second.
No, I don't know the answer to that.
Joe Mixon, so I guess he's the third, I think.
Yeah. The other thing, just following the Bengals a little bit more closely than some other teams over the years, they like to put these type of players, Marvin Lewis and his defensive coordinators over the years, at strong side linebacker. And I don't know that that's a fit here either necessarily, but they tend to grab players like Will Clark and Margus Hunt and other players over the years and kind of put them on that other side. I don't know that Derek Willis or Jordan Willis necessarily fits the same type of player that they've put on the edge, whereas any number of players going back to Sean Porter and others where they try to put these guys in a strong side linebacker. And I think the linebacker core right now maybe doesn't necessarily fit that, but I'm not certain that they're going to put him on the edge, or maybe again at this time of the draft we're looking at situational guys that are planning on playing on passing downs only. We see Chris Wormley coming off to the Ravens here. I think probably a little bit of an underrated play, a nice rotational body there.
Yeah, he's a good player. I like him more than Taco, if we're going to be totally honest.
I thought he would be a fantastic 3 technique.
Yeah, he's not. So he's a weird type of guy where he's the Henry Anderson, Dean Lowry of this class. You know what I mean? Like, there's always that type of guy where it's like a bigger dude. Is he necessarily an edge rusher? He could survive that. He's a bigger guy, but for his size, he's athletic enough that he could survive that. And then you look, inside, and you're like, he's giant, but I guess he could survive that. Like, he's a guy who can just kind of like, you can just move him around a little bit. Like, he's kind of a little bit of a chess piece. I wouldn't necessarily call him a Michael Bennett type, because I think those type of guys are different. But I think he's a situational chess piece that is going to be a decent pass rusher at the next level. In terms of athleticism, I mean, so those were the 2 athletic guys in this class. What's his name from Charlotte? And then Chris Wormley. Those were really the only guys on the defensive line who tested out like guys who would be first-round picks, this year. So that's kind of like the run on defensive linemen just kind of happened. I mean, Dalvin Tomlinson was already drafted in the 2nd round, and he was a nose tackle. So we're getting real thin. There's like Jaleel Johnson and not very much left.
Matt, I want to double back and get your thoughts on Taywan Taylor out there to Tennessee shortly after you took that quick break there. And we talked to Justice and Scott a little bit about the fit in Tennessee and what the Titans are choosing to do, but putting more and more weapons around Marcus Mariota. So complementary pieces there. How do you see Corey Davis and Taywan Taylor fitting?
I think it's wonderful. I mean, I agreed what I heard from the tail end of Justice talking about, giving him more weapons and letting him have that surrounding talent that he needs to win, because this is not a guy who's the playmaker who does it all by himself. If you watch what happens in Tennessee, it's a lot of set plays to take advantage of what he does well. When he runs, it's a set play that really delivers that big play, as opposed to him being that ultra creative guy. He's more of a, I've talked about this a lot, as kind of being more of a task oriented quarterback, which is fine. Tom Brady's a task oriented quarterback. So, Steve Young actually got the creative, crisis oriented quarterback beaten out of him by Bill Walsh by sitting him on the bench for about, how many years? 6-7 years, at that point. So you're looking at a guy who, is kind of like the convert. You know how people who are ex-smokers hate cigarette smokers? Steve Young is like the example of the ex-cigarette smoker who hates creative quarterbacks. I mean, I won't say he hates them, but he certainly has that behavior at times where it's like he's like that newly converted person quoting the gospel of task-oriented quarterbacking on ESPN left and right every chance he gets, as he's been baptized and seen the light. So, for a guy like Mariota, who's that kind of player, you certainly look at this and see that Taywan Taylor is going to be that nice deep threat that allows Rashard Matthews to be inside, be that big slot maybe in a couple years if they resign Matthews. And if they don't, whatever, because if Taylor gets it right here and develops as the route runner he can be, then you have 2 good options, and they're both capable of going deep, but Taylor's more your vertical end guy. And then you have you have Davis being the kind of guy who can be your Knicks kind of player. So it's kind of that, how would I best put it, Mario Manningham, Hakeem Nicks kind of look between those 2 players. Back for what the Giants had. So I like it. Maybe if Trey McBride can show something a little bit more, who I thought was a nice player down the line, maybe they'll re-sign him cheaply, at the end of the season too, though I don't think that's going to be the case. But it's a wonderful fit. And I know that, speaking of cigarettes, I think Josh Norris on Roto World has probably had one, because he had the world's first NFL draft orgasm on Twitter.
What? Well, did it start with Curtis Samuel with him?
It might have been. Well, that might have been foreplay. So I think we went from foreplay to a full blown orgasm, or it's multiples for him. I don't know.
We'll bring this back on the rails real quick.
It's 10 o'clock.
Carolina goes with Deshaun Hall. Justice, why does the NFL hate Derek Rivers?
Because he played at Youngstown State and they like really easy evaluations. They really took Deshaun Hall. What pick are we on? So I can't even.
We are 13th pick of the third round. So DeShone Hall went to Carolina. 3 NFC South picks in a row, and a couple of guys, Scott, that you and I watched, and Justice as well, defensive players, linebackers. Duke Riley goes to the Falcons. Alex Anzalone goes to the Saints. If you look at the linebacker core for both of these teams, Duke Riley looks a ton like the players they have there already. If you look at the Saints, Alex Anzalone looks a ton like the players they have there already. I think Duke Riley's interesting. He goes back to play alongside Dion Jones. I think I would imagine that Charles is going to be pretty happy about that. I was pleasantly surprised with Riley, both in coverage and in the little bit of work we saw him do in team drills at the Senior Bowl. I think he's going to compete out there with some of the younger guys they have, Devondre Campbell in particular. Maybe this allows them to get a whole lot faster and them to move Vic Beasley up to the line a little bit more and have him play a little bit less of that strong side linebacker role. I wanted to like Alex Anzalone a little bit more than I did. I'm not really sure what he provides that linebacker core any differently than he's probably a little bit more speedy and rangy than Stephon Anthony, but I don't necessarily see him as a difference maker there. Scott, thoughts on the linebackers? Anything you'd like to say about Derek Rivers while we wait for him to come off the board?
The only thing I can think with Rivers is, are we? I mean, is it size?
I think that may be part of it, but I think we see, Tim Williams, we're still waiting on to, a couple of the other smaller guys, but I think it probably has more to do with what Justice has to say as anything else. I don't know that he stood out at the Senior Bowl necessarily and jumped himself up as many folks' draft boards, obviously, as some of the other players did. I think there still is a little bit of one of these guys has to be the last person to come off in the tier. I just don't know that I didn't see from DJ Smoot, or DeShone Hall the athletic upside that we see, force player with Justice here too. So I don't know if it's size or not. I'm not really sure what's going on there, but I just know that all of us like Rivers a little bit more than some of the other guys that have come off the board, the seniors.
It's odd because, with DeShone Hall, especially at the Senior Bowl, it was, there was a few early on, there was a few moves, a few nice inside counters where he won, and then that was it. There was nothing.
And it was all one day. It was all the first day before all the pads came on, and then after that, those offensive tackles just ended up sitting in on that inside move, and he couldn't do anything. So I'm not super surprised by that. But if you look at what type of guys Carolina likes, those kind of more built guys, they're never going to have a speed rusher out there. You know what I mean? And that's just kind of the way that they draft that position. So it's not necessarily shocking to me. Carolina is doing what Carolina's done for a while.
I got a couple head here. It looks like I've not seen where we're going with the Ravens here or the Jets just yet, but there's a note on Twitter that Terrell Basham is about to go to the Colts here and a couple of picks, and I think we're going to see a couple of more edge rushers come fairly soon. So, Justice, do you have thoughts on Riley and Anzalone? Anything you see difference makers here? I think I'm a little bit higher on Riley than Anzalone, obviously, but I'm interested in what you have to say about those guys.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of either one of them. I don't think one of those guys are game-changing linebackers, but I think both of them could play well for you. Anzalone, he does a little bit of everything. I ended up watching him against Tennessee a lot because I watched the Florida-Tennessee game several times over, and I ended up just pinning him down every single time that I watched him. He's okay. He's a pretty basic linebacker. There's no real defining traits that I would be banging the table for top 100.
Jordan Willis.
He did test well. That's one thing I'll say.
Jordan Willis is going to play defensive line. Paul Gunther is saying that he's going to be at the back end of the rotation as so many of the other rookies, and they're going to work him up a little bit. The Ravens are going to get Tim Williams here. And I like the edge rush upside there, but I don't know. I'm not against size, 6'2", 244, and I thought he looked smaller than that. So I'm interested to see where we go with this. Baltimore's adding a couple of good picks here, but Justice, talk about what he wasn't able to do. You see guys like this, you wonder where they're going to test and how it works out as far as force players go. Why did Tim Williams not make the cut here, as athletic as he seems off the edge?
He tested really poorly. There's I think he had the worst 3-cone of any player drafted in the top 4 rounds since 2005, other than Shane Ray. So to put that in perspective, so I have no idea how that happens. I don't know if he didn't care for combine prep or what's going on. I do know that. So I guess in 2015 he was around, roughly around like 255 pounds. Then dropped a lot of weight and then put on a lot of weight. So I have no idea. Like they for some reason they wanted to make him smaller last year, and then he added all this weight before the combine. So I guess that's one of the stories. But in terms of, you can look up per snap production for Tim Williams. You might be able to make the case that Tim Williams, in terms of sacks per snap, is the most efficient pass rusher in college football history.
Wow.
So,
Scott, did you get a chance to watch Tim Williams much? You have thoughts? More than a situational rusher there in Baltimore, or just mostly a sub package guy?
I think we're looking at it's a good place for him in that 34, where you can just kind of unleash him and let him rush the passer a little bit. But, I thought he was a good run defender. It was one of the things that did surprise me. I guess I had already kind of prejudged him before I watched him play, that I didn't expect, I'm just being brutally honest, I didn't expect to see a guy defend the run the way he did. So I was surprised, a little more surprised than I thought I would be with his run defense. But then the size comes out, and he was a lot smaller than I thought he would be. And then I had to step away. But the measurements, the 3-cone, and some of the athletic profile, just it's frightening for a undersized guy to perform so poorly. I'm not saying that you should put tons into that. Justice, what do you put into an undersized guy, pass rusher, who performs so poorly with like a 3-cone, and you know what I mean? What do you do with that?
So I think that those type of guys, they don't survive in the NFL on the edge if they're just strictly edge benders, if they're just strictly C-gap guys. So like I think guys who can counter inside, and it's a easier playing to the quarterback. It's a tighter line. Like it's a faster time to get to the quarterback if you're able to counter off of something and read a guy and go through the B gap. But the issue is you have to be able to read that. So that's one reason why I liked a guy like Charles Harris. Charles Harris wasn't a force player by any means, but I was a big fan of him just because how advanced he is. Like he's the most advanced pass rusher in terms of counters in this class by far. That guy can read an offensive tackle off of his first snap, whether he's snap jumping or not. And he's able to counter inside if that guy flies out. And his bend isn't bad enough that he can't take advantage of his first step. So that was a guy who I clearly had as my third best pass rusher in this class.
And his hands? Do you like his hands too?
Yeah, his hands are good. The only issue that I have with his hands is he kind of he doesn't necessarily play with his hands above his eyes. And that comes with athleticism, things like that, right? Like his hands above his eyes in the run game was my big issue with him. Tim Williams, I don't necessarily – Tim Williams was a guy – it doesn't make sense. So if people have access to PFF grades for whatever reason, and you look at his run grades, like he's not a guy who's failing as a run defender either. Like he's doing really well as a run defender. In every single game other than the LSU game, he never played more than 51% of the snaps in any Alabama game this past year. And then last year he played 69% of the snaps against LSU. And the LSU game was the game that they absolutely shut down Leonard Fournette. If you have questions about Tim Williams in the run game, go watch him against LSU because he absolutely just shines in a situation where he can run. It's pretty obvious that he was a guy who was in the doghouse. It's not a guy who was a situational pass rusher because he wasn't talented enough to play on rundowns.
Yeah, and so is that then the scenario in which he finds himself in the middle of round 3?
I guess. I assume some of the off-field has to do – he had a bad offseason, man. He didn't go to the Senior Bowl. I think if he would have gone to the Senior Bowl, he would have been the best pass rusher there. He tested poorly at the combine. There's the stuff about his off-field, right? So it's not necessarily like there has been any reason to bump him up in the past 3 months. So I think he could be a type of guy who kind of gets a little bit lost in the shuffle.
Matt, we've got the Jets going with Ardarius Stewart here, wide receiver at Alabama, a little mini Alabama run here. You give us a profile of Stewart, how he fits into the Jets offense, if there's anybody to throw to him.
Well, I was kind of flipping out because for a minute there, I thought I saw back-to-back picks, and I thought I saw Davis Webb flash across the screen.
They put him up there. I don't know if they were talking about that.
Yeah, and then I thought they made back-to-back Hyde and Jekyll picks, because the Hyde pick would have been Webb. The Jekyll pick was definitely Stewart. Stewart, to me, is one of my favorite prospects at the wide receiver position because he has excellent hands. I mean, he's a guy that wins the ball with, he can leap and win it. He can make plays in tight coverage. He can beat an athletic corner at the college level and get that type of separation. So he's got that downfield speed that you like. But he's also a physical football player. He's a guy that he can be the wing back and lead block in the SEC as a wing player. He does fantastic work when it comes to, taking on weak side linebackers. He can be someone that you can use in the slot in that respect so that you kind of get that dual role as a function. When you use 11 personnel sets, you can kind of get that kind of wing back tight end role from him at times. And I think that he'll be able to do that to an extent in the NFL, not as much as he did at Alabama. And then after the catch, I mean, he's one of the stronger receivers I've seen. And it's funny because he's not much bigger than Jarvis Landry, but he plays like he's Anquan Bolden, at least from what I saw at Alabama. I was extremely impressed with him. So I think the Jets get a very physical player who may be an upgrade to what they saw Jalen Marshall become, or maybe he becomes more of what, a replacement to work opposite Eric Decker right away and develop into, that big time player, because they have a Nunwa already out there who plays that wing. So, I mean, it's an interesting pick in terms of fit, how they're going to use him. But in terms of talent, I love the pick as just pure talent and what he may be able to do down the line.
Scott, thoughts on Ardarius Stewart?
He's been one of those guys who's been undersold this entire process. And I don't know if it's because it's Alabama. I mean, I don't have an answer for that, but there were high-profile draft writers who, up to, 3 weeks ago had this guy, as a wide receiver, 50, 40, whatever it was. And it's like, he's a good player. Is it Alabama's passing game is sort of dysfunctional and it's, even O.J. Howard, it's not like he posted huge stat lines at Alabama. So I think it's with Stewart, it's just he had limited opportunities to make plays within the function of that offense. He did when he had the opportunity to. So, I'm not calling out anybody for box score scouting, but I think if you're looking for stats and production, you're looking at the wrong stuff with Stewart. Stewart's a good player. Matt, you brought up Jarvis Landry. I think they're similar. Body style, play style, all those things. I think he's a very good player. I'm surprised he lasted this far. But again, the first thing I said coming on here is that I was surprised that there were some receivers still on the board. They're still on the board. So maybe I shouldn't be maybe the surprise should be kind of wearing off at this point. It's not yet. But, he's an intriguing player. I don't think he's one of those guys who's going to come over. He's going to take over your team and become your wide receiver one. But I think he's got a place. He's got a place in an offense.
He might have had a place if he was with a different team. I think he would have had a bigger place.
Yeah.
But now I'm a little worried. Depends on if they get a quarterback and who that quarterback is.
Yeah, with the Jets, it's all bets are off. I mean, who knows?
So we got more wide receivers coming off the board. The Broncos pick hasn't been announced, but as usual, as we get in the third and the rounds a little bit later here, the NFL draft is far ahead of where we are on TV. The Broncos are going to take Carlos Henderson here. So fits there with how we're doing. Justice, you want to start on Carlos Henderson? We kind of passed him around a little bit earlier. Thoughts on Ardarius Stewart, where we are, players you like, players you don't like there?
So Henderson was one of my top, I want to say he was a top 5 receiver for me. He was a guy I was impressed with. I was kind of questioning because there's that whole story about him and how he was going to go to Utah and be with his brother, and then he decided he was going to go down and play at La Tech. I thought that was kind of interesting. As far as Ardarius Stewart's still running. What was it, the USC game and the Auburn game where he's just running on guys? Like, he's still running for touchdowns on that dude.
Dory Jackson, I think, is still like looking around.
Yeah, like our Darius Stewart Jr. right there, Dory Jackson, who was a first-round pick somehow. So,
and I think our Darius Stewart is what people think Carlos Henderson was. I mean, I think Carlos Henderson is going to be a good player, but I think that our Darius Stewart offers just as much, if not more, even as an athlete and as a ball carrier. Even though you may look at the stats that Henderson offers that are more favorable, it's just now Henderson is in a better situation right off the bat. And he also, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Back-to-back picks, two different teams, similar talents, if you ask me, in some areas where I think Stewart may be a little bit more advanced in some areas, but it's kind of a wash. It's going to be fascinating to watch these storylines unfold in a few years.
You think
Tampa is loading up?
Cecil going to like Henderson coming to the Broncos?
Yes.
Good compliment to Demaryius Thomas and Emmanuel Sanders. I think it's an interesting fit here.
Yeah, I think it gives them a guy that they can develop over time, and that's probably how they look at him. And then probably will use him as a return specialist. I think that's a guy that they'll probably look at in that realm. So he's someone that they could use on some set plays. They can do some fun things with him and go from there.
Justice, I'm going to stay ahead of the game here a little bit because I'm excited about the Pats pick. They're going to get Keith Rivers here, which is not all that surprising. I did get Keith Rivers, Derek Rivers. Talk a little bit about how important his measurables are, how you saw that translate to his game on tape, and where you think his fit's going to be with New England.
So I did a video with Matt Woolman this year, right? So I did a video with Matt, and we watched Derek Rivers, and like that dude's one of the more athletic pass rushers I've ever seen. He's a guy who I was very excited about from the moment I started watching him. Basically, from the moment I watched him, I was like, this guy's a first-round talent. Basically, like a quarter into his game when I was just going through trying to grade every single pass rusher before we got down to the Senior Bowl. And, like, he's just amazing. Like, every single thing, he plays the run well. He can drop into man coverage and take off a wheel route. Like all those things that you actually think that like TJ Watt's good at is what he's good at. He could use a little bit of refinement, but that's a year. He's a year away from being a double-digit sack artist. So I have this tweet. So in the last dozen drafts, only 6 top 100 pass rushers had a 4.6 40-yard dash and a 3.93 cone and were over 245 pounds. Those pass rushers were Von Miller, Vic Beasley, Anthony Barr, DeMarcus Ware, and then Connor Barwin in the second round and Cliff Averill in the third round. So like this guy's floor even is a Pro Bowler. Like every single player with his background is a Pro Bowler. His tape checks out at Youngstown State. You know, he beat up West Virginia when they played Power 5 guys. He went against the best of the best in the FCS when he was going through the playoffs. It's not like he was playing the Ivy League or anything like that, right? He's coached up by Bo Pelini, who was a guy who coached up, Sleeper Steele, Donnell Hunter, or one of his defensive coordinators helped Sleeper Steele, Donnell Hunter. He was a guy who coached up Randy Gregory, right? So it's like this is a guy with pedigree, guys who are athletic. It didn't surprise me that he blew up the combine like he did. I thought when we were down there at the Senior Bowl, I thought he had the most consistent week of any pass rusher down there. Like every single box he checks off. He's Youngstown State's career sack leader. Like anything that you could ask from an FCS guy, he crosses it off, and it's not being talked about because he played in the FCS and the Patriots 3 cones and they grabbed those guys. So I mean, the Patriots ended up with probably their best. I'll go out and say like he's probably I guess Jabal Sheard had a pretty good run, but there's not many guys other than like Richard Seymour who produced a bunch of sacks in New England, and I think they got a new element for them.
Chandler Jones had some good times there as well. But I'm going to see how – I would like to see how this – I think there's a little bit more versatility here with Rivers than we've given credit for as well. And we see the Patriots flip back and forth between 4-man fronts and 3-man fronts pretty often. I still like Trey Flowers. Rob Ninkovich had a little bit of a renaissance last year after coming back from the arm injury. They traded for Coney Ely. Kyle Van Noy had a little bit more of a productive situation we've seen in the past. They went ahead and signed Dante Hightower. So I think we're going to see them move Rivers Rivers around a little bit. I don't know how much he'll play defensive end. I think he'll compete with McClellan and Van Noy to play outside a little bit too, if they'd like him to do that, as long as they get what they're hoping they're going to get out of Ely. With Flowers there too. So I like Rivers. I don't know that I was as impressed with him. He didn't jump off the field to me. I think it may have been, at least at the Senior Bowl, where I was just happened to not catch the right reps at the right time for Rivers, because every time I spoke with somebody about him, I was impressed by the people that were talking him up, and which isn't to say the same about Jordan Willis that I saw too. Justice, I'm going to take a quick break here, but I wanted to get your thoughts. I've been saving this question off to the side for a while. Before we got started with the second round tonight, I know that you were maybe had one eye on DeShone Kizer going to the Packers. Yes. Ended up going to Cleveland. I think we all kind of liked the fit there, the fact that the Browns took their time and let a quarterback come to them. A good situation with Hugh Jackson being a good quarterback mentor there. An offensive line that's already in place, adding some more weapons as you go. Take some time and talk about what you liked about Kizer, how much you liked the fit in Cleveland.
Kizer, honestly, to me, wasn't too far away from Jameis Winston outside of the second half of this past year. I think the way he was trending wasn't too different from Jameis. You look at them statistically, he's not too far away from his past year, wasn't too far away from Jameis's last year at Florida State. The difference was, Jimbo kind of rode with Jameis, right? And they were winning games. And Kaiser's guy, Brian Kelly didn't ride with him, and they were losing games. Brian Kelly, not necessarily a player's coach, man. Like, he was a guy, Malik Zaire was his guy, and that's the dude he diddled around for because Kaiser's never gotten first-team reps in an offseason. Or at least full first-team reps. He's had to split reps every offseason since, his high school years. Malik Zaire was Brian Kelly's guy. DeShone Kizer declares for the draft, and you would think, Brian Kelly's guy, he rode with him for a while. If nothing else, he kept him in the quarterback competition when he shouldn't have been in the quarterback competition. And, Zaire leaves as soon as the season ends too. Like, he's a transfer guy right now. I think he's still waiting on figuring out what slot he's going to go in. Brian Kelly, not necessarily the best reputation.
Yeah.
Like, why are people trusting Brian Kelly? Go look up what his situation with Eddie Vanderdoes, where he tried to force Eddie Vanderdoes to go to Notre Dame because he sent in his letter of intent, even though it's non-binding. He had to go to the NCAA 2 times to try to get free from the letter of intent so he could go down back to UCLA because one of his family members had cancer and he wanted to stay closer to home during his college years. And Brian Kelly tried to basically force him to play college football for him. So, Brian Kelly, kind of a shit human. So
that was my point exactly. I mean, I put it a little nicer than you did, but it was pretty much the same thing, which was that if I were hiring a candidate, if we could hire quarterbacks and just say they submit resumes and we have an interview and we're going to do it corporate style, I'd listen to, I'd look at all the recommendations that he probably got and then hear all the things that were circulating around about how that he and the coach didn't get along well, hear the coach's recommendation against him during the pre-draft process. And I would think, I think I'm going to hire the quarterback, but if this coach ever comes up for hire, he's going to need leadership training probably to, before he actually sets foot in my building, because this is not a guy I would want, I would recommend leadership training for a guy like that in the way that he behaved. But, some of the things that I heard on Twitter as we brought up this pick was that, you can't tell Kizer anything. He's, he has this belief that he's the best thing around and he doesn't respond to criticism and he doesn't do X, Y, and Z. And I kind of look at it in 2 facets. One is, my number one rule is I try not to psychoanalyze a player who's at that age, at that point right now. That's not really, that can be kind of dangerous. But if I'm going to break that rule, because rules are certainly made to be broken at times, it would be that at the same time, is that just more party line of people who are Notre Dame faithful, who particularly are siding with the coach in this case? I mean, what do you make of this scenario with Kizer and some of these off-field things, questioning his passion for the game, his willingness to listen and take criticism? Is that all just stemming from the fact that Kelly badmouthed him, or is it something more? Yeah. What do you think, Justice?
Man, so that's a situation like that. That's what happened with Richard Sherman, right? That's what Richard Sherman claims. and that's why Richard Sherman fell to the 5th round, was because of Jim Harbaugh and stuff like that. I think, I think NFL scouts have it right in that for the most part, you can assume that a coach wants to sell you on his players and that he wants his players to go high. So when he doesn't say nice things about his players, you should take that kind of to heart and be like, all right, like they have massive issues here. But Brian Kelly's a different type of human, and a human is kind of a little bit of a stretch. This is a dude whose like legacy is basically I'm using FCS talent at Division III and beating down teams. So I'm not too worried about that. I'm gonna hold my job longer than Brian Kelly is, so I'm not too worried about that. I don't know. Don't trust that dude. Don't trust that dude. And DeShone Kizer basically fell in the perfect spot for him, like in terms of development. Like the place you didn't want him was like Arizona, where you don't know if Arians is going to be there long term, and they don't have a great offensive line, and he has to throw deep. And Carson Palmer is regressing and often injured. Like people talk about, I thought the funniest thing to me was people talking about Carson Palmer in Arizona and how the way that it's set up, Carson Palmer doesn't practice on Wednesdays, so their backup quarterback gets those reps. So he's going to have a couple years to build behind Carson Palmer. Is Carson Palmer playing 16 games this year? Because he was second in the NFL in turnovers last year. I'm not sure he should start 16 games. Arizona's a team who, if they pick Patrick Mahomes, in the first round, they might have had to start him by midseason.
Yeah. Scott, what do you think about this? Yeah.
One of the things that stood out watching Notre Dame and looking at what they had skill position wise around Kizer was like there was a void of just about anything. So, I mean, was it that much a surprise that when you look at the dysfunction between Zaire and Kizer and as Justice is talking about the human being that is Brian Kelly and all that stuff going on, I mean, does it surprise us that he had a drop off in play?
No, not remotely.
So why are we holding? Not we, but why is there? Why is there a desire to hold his feet to the fire that he didn't, pull the team up by its bootstraps and figured out how to get him in the end zone more often?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's the Notre Dame effect of just how people view Notre Dame. And also you kind of have this silly notion in the media that if you play at Notre Dame, then there's more expected of you from this old school tradition. Whereas we may have a quarterback from a conference that doesn't have that high profile who may lead that team, and they may not be all that great, and we make excuses for that. So
when I see Kizer, I see a guy that has all the physical stuff. He's got all the physical traits, all the physical tools. It almost reeks of. Clearly Brian Kelly's failing at Notre Dame, right? I mean, is he in a situation where you would say this is a good coach in a stable environment where he's long-term viable here? I would say no.
Yeah. Well,
go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, we've had some interesting picks that have taken place of some players we've talked about and some that we haven't thus far. But we had the Buccaneers take Chris Godwin, the wide receiver out of the from out of Penn State. And Godwin is that kind of Greg Jennings type of talent. Now you get to be paired with Deshaun Jackson and Mike Evans and OJ Howard. Suddenly this isn't it's a run team only type of situation from last night. Shows you how much
Winston. Jameis Winston. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you have that. So we'll unpack that in a minute. And then you also have Tano Passano going to the Chiefs. And then we have also the next pick that I just saw. I'm trying to remember who I just missed there, but Passano and Godwin are two interesting players right off the bat. So I know that Justice, you talked about Passano, but and where you felt where he was, and maybe you weren't as high on him as some of the other folks, but what do you think about that fit with the Chiefs for him?
I think it's interesting because I think he could play on the line. I don't think he's going to end up being an outside linebacker for him. So those type of guys are going to be interesting to me. Between him and I'm spacing on his name right now, the kid out of Mississippi State. Those guys are long. Those guys are long young players. Chris Jones. So I those two guys and Benny Logan, I think that's probably your starters on the defensive line. So that's kind of interesting to spell it that way when you kind of have, I guess you'd say inside linebacker issues. You can go out and say that. If you have inside linebacker issues, if you're not going to get better at inside linebacker, at least, keep bodies off of them and Passanio, large human.
Yeah, absolutely. So then, I'll unpack a little bit about Godwin, and then we also have Kareem Hunt, who got added to the Chiefs. And, as a Spencer Ware fan, this is going to be an interesting development here. But, looking at Godwin, I love the route running. I think that he's a guy that's only going to get better. He's tough. He's tough in the middle of the field. And I think that he's that kind of player that where you have Mike Evans on the outside being able to make some of those splashy plays and go up and get it type of throws in the red area. You have a player in Godwin who I think is kind of that tough Greg Jennings, Derek Mason type of player. So I look at this situation. You get some balance on that offense in a way that I think is going to be potentially very strong for this team because of the fact that you're going to have players that can work both inside and outside now in a way that they seem to have trouble being able to find at the wide receiver position. Now, what about Hunt? Scott, tell us what you think about Hunt going to the Chiefs. And then we have Davis Webb going to the Giants after that.
And we have Antonio Garcia going to the Patriots.
Yes.
The Patriots actually came way up. They gave up, I want to say, pick 96 and pick 124 to come up 9 spots to grab Garcia. And he's an intriguing player. Kareem Hunt is all right, so a Lions guy over here. Kareem Hunt is one of those guys that I thought in the 3rd round would be please take Kareem Hunt. And a lot of the area likes Kareem Hunt and wanted him in Detroit. I think he's a complete back. I think he's obviously everybody knows the fumble stats and he's got great ball security and all that stuff, but his balance and his ability to work through contact, I think he's a good between the tackles runner. I think he can help you in a variety of ways on offense, but he goes to a pretty muddy situation in Kansas City. And you mentioned it, the Spencer Ware problem now. I think you're looking at a bit of a committee.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's okay. I mean, we're talking 3rd rounders. We're not talking top 10 in the draft. But Kareem Hunt's a good player. He's got a tremendous skill set. It's just, Toledo, a little bit of bias there. I'm interested in what your thoughts are. I like him. I like him a lot as a complete back who can do a lot of things for an offense.
I think he's going to have to learn to pass protect, and it's going to take a little bit of time. So I think Spencer Ware's job is probably initially safe in many respects early on. And because Ware has certainly developed into a decent pass protector, is called upon to do. And he also was one of the top leaders in yards after catch. And Reed just pretty much gave him, maybe it's the dreaded vote of confidence that people think in the media, but talked about how he was, dirt tough and he can do everything you ask for from a back, and he will definitely have a role with this team. So, when you look at that, I think that what this does is really signals more to Charkandrick West, that Charkandrick West is going bye-bye. West has that nice speed, but he's really not the same back. And I think that Hunt and Ware kind of offer that continuity, and eventually Hunt maybe be able to, if he's as good as people think, he may be able to take over that job from Ware. And then you could use Ware as maybe more of that really nice backup who can also play in 2-minute situations and be that 2-minute drill back and goal line back and be that specialty guy. So I particularly think that, I like the promise of Hunt, but I wasn't as overwhelmed with Hunt as everyone else was. I mean, I think he can develop into a starter. I think he can be a good player, but I wasn't as gaga over him as I think as a lot of people I saw who had him as a top 5 back, a sneaky sleeper kind of guy in 4 to 6 range. I had him more in the 9 to 11 range. I liked Ware better as a player, coming out, but it's very close when it comes to running back play. And I think that there's potential for him to develop into that type of player. I just don't think it's going to be immediate. I don't think he's going to beat Ware this year. I think he may get more time as the year goes on and maybe beat him next year, but I think he's going to need a year to adjust.
What stood out with him was his he had a really big year as a receiver as a senior. And in fact, I want to say he had more receptions as a senior than he did his first 3 seasons. And it was almost like they had made a concerted effort. Now, I don't know if they lost personnel and they needed to do it, but I mean, and he definitely looked the part as a senior. But when you look at the 2015 film, he was almost it just wasn't there as a receiver out of the backfield. They didn't really utilize him that way.
Yeah, and he was playing hurt, and he looked like he was about 20 pounds heavier as well. So, I mean, some of the things with hand position and familiarity with some of the tracking targets, I think, can get a little bit better with his game. It's not a major thing. Everything with him, to me, that I'd like to see him get better at are very minor error type of things or minor issues, nuanced things that they add up enough that they say to me, he's not a starter yet, but he could be. But, you could say the same thing about a lot of these backs who enter the league. So, I like the pick where it is. I think it offers them continuity because I think there is a big difference between Ware and Charcandrick West at this point. Maybe it wasn't last year, but entering last year, but I think entering this year, there's a bigger difference. And I think West knows that. He got into better shape, which is usually the signal of like, I've been given the warning that we don't like you that much.
Yeah.
And he's trying to do what he can here to get there. But I think we've unpacked Hunt pretty well. If you would like to add anything, Justice, it would be great. If not, I would love to hear your take on Davis Webb because I think they moved the Pampers factory to the Meadowlands.
Dude, Davis Webb, I don't know what you like. Horrible decision maker at times. Like literally, would just throw it up blindly. I watch a lot of Pac-12 football. California, unfortunately, is on my television a lot. I don't know, man. I don't get it. Honestly, I do not get it.
What is it about him that you would tell Giants fans why this was not a good pick?
Oh, why? I'd just like highlight reel of his interceptions or something. Just poor decisions. That system, I know people say, lack of system. There's some structure in that system, and he abandons it at times, and that's very frightening. I don't know. Bob McAdoo's never been the guy who's been talked about as the developer of quarterbacks in Green Bay when he was in Green Bay, and he was handed Eli Manning. So has he ever developed a quarterback? Because Mike McCarthy's the guy that everyone points to. I mean, Vince Young, you could there's this, I think it's, I can't remember what it was, but Dan Le Batard sat down for an hour with Vince Young and did like this podcast thing. And Vince Young was talking about his summer in Green Bay, basically. And he was talking about how Mike McCarthy is like the craziest offensive mind in terms of how he can efficiently fix your footwork and mechanics and things like that. And he said that, he learned more in like a month with Mike McCarthy than he did in years with Jeff Fisher.
When I look at Webb, he's a guy that he's got the big arm and he's got that nice height for you. And when you look at some of the perimeter throws that he makes, they can be impressive on first glance. But the biggest issue I have with Webb, in addition to his decision making, just in general, is under pressure. Because when he gets pressured interior pressure from defensive tackles or A-gap pressure, that's when his decision-making just completely goes awry, and he'll start to try and make throws that just make no sense whatsoever. He'll throw it into the pass rush. He'll throw it into players that you can tell that it just like his decision-making breaks down. He just like it's the best way that I can put it is that he needs a pair of Pampers. Basically at that point, because he literally comes undone. He loses his composure. And that's not something that you want to see. But again, at the same time, Jimmy Garoppolo lost his composure at times at Eastern Illinois. Not as much as Davis Webb did, but he was enough to be kind of borderline. Derek Carr, I thought, lost his composure at times at Fresno State. And we still see Matt Ryan at times lose his composure on certain types of plays, as good of a quarterback as he is in the NFL. So it's not always a killer, but it is something that we need to keep note of. But with Webb, he does it in high enough doses that this is kind of one of those suspect picks there. And we just also got another player, and I'll let Gene take over on this one in a minute here, but we got D'Onta Foreman getting picked by the Texans, which is get a kind of a hometown pick, in a sense, or at least home state pick. And you get a guy who, certainly has the speed and the size. Ball security is an issue, but Scott and Justice, Scott, you can go first. Justice, you can go after that. Give us your takes on Foreman and his fit with the Houston Texans.
For me, it's tough to see it. I mean, he's a very big back, but he plays a really finesse style. And it's maybe that's not the perfect way to describe it, but he certainly does not. He's not a big bruiser. And with Lamar Miller there, I love Lamar Miller. I think he's a fantastic running back. It's tough to see a scenario where Foreman is really stealing carries, unless it's just to spell him, for little moments in time. I don't know what it is with Foreman. I'd like your guys' opinion. I just see him as a finesse runner and a huge body. And
Bill O'Brien just got his LeGarrette Blount. Like that's the easiest way for me to explain it. That's the same way where LeGarrette Blount's a giant human who doesn't necessarily play like a giant human. You know what I mean? He's kind of a finesse guy. Like LeGarrette Blount has made a career of being a very large back, and his significant moments have been leaping over people, and he's not short yardage back. I think Houston probably, if you're looking at a guy transitioning from a wide open spread system, I think that's kind of what Houston wants to do. So I guess that makes a little bit of sense. Him being a spell with Lamar Miller, they do very different things, right? Like I don't think you're mistaking those two for each other at all.
No.
I'm not a huge fan of his game, to be honest. I'm not sure he was a day two type of guy, but I guess, you know what I mean? Like it's nothing to be incredibly mad about if you're a Texans fan.
See, if it's me making that pick, I'm looking at a guy like Samaje Perine from Oklahoma, and I'm thinking, all right, these are polar opposite runners, and they offer different things while being able to play out of the spread. To me, that would have made more sense. I mean, and admittedly, I like Perine more than I liked Foreman, but it just stylistically, schematically, that's a pick that I would have been. I'd have been much more on board with. Just from their ability to do different things, for whatever that's worth.
Hey guys,
Charles, nice to have you back. So you got bookend, well, probably not bookend, but paired up LSU linebackers coming out to Atlanta now. What'd you think about the pick of Duke Riley to Atlanta?
Well, I just spent the past few minutes watching him because I didn't know anything about him when they picked. So,
what do you think now?
He's good. He kind of reminds me of, I guess, a lesser version of Dion Jones from last year coming out, which I know people hate, like the same school, same prospect comps, but they play pretty similarly, and they're both fast. I don't think he's as natural in coverage as Dion Jones was, but I don't know. It's a fine pick. I thought they were going to go pass rusher here. Oh, what's up, Bo?
What's happening? Family crafting.
Very nice.
Yeah, family reunion.
Just as we got Gene, who's going to wrap things up and head on out, we get the whole crew here. I mean, this is like the reunion tour for the three of you, isn't it?
What is going on? Yeah, I think this is as good a spot as any for me to pass it along to the night crew, which I know Matt Waldman is a charter member of anyway. Even though you're probably getting more sleep now than you did last
I
month,
think
for
I
sure.
think I would be honored to be an honorary member of this trio here, and Scott and I would probably be honored to be in this sense. But I think this trio is probably in their own class when it comes to being the night crew.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit back and watch. It's all good.
All right,
Gene,
so
it was good to see you briefly.
yeah, absolutely. So one, how briefly? I've been punchy for the last hour, man. I got up and walked away. I don't do this often, I have fun doing it, but man, I do not know how Cecil and Bloom and those guys shuffle and juggle and throw things back and forth and keep their energy up. Cecil in particular, to do this day in, day out.
It's like a marathon.
It's something else. So it was fun tonight. I greatly enjoyed it, and I will probably come back and see what you guys have to say for the rest of the third round here. I don't know that I can't tell you that I'm as excited about the 4th through 7th rounds as I have been in the past, at least on the defensive side of the ball. I know you guys have quite a few wide receivers and still some tight ends and running backs to talk about. Only note that I had on D'Onta Foreman is I'm not sure where that stress fracture is, and if it's one of the Jones fractures that we hear about so often on the wide receiver side of the ball, it seems like more and more those skill position players end up needing a revision surgery, and that's not necessarily going to be the case if that's not where the injury is, and a certain percentage of those players end up doing fine. But part of the reason he may have fallen not only has to do with his talent, but we may see that there's a little bit of an issue over the longer term. So the Texans have some ability to sort of see how that goes. But I wonder if that played a role. He was one of the guys, not that I'm putting flags on people necessarily, but one of the ones that I looked into a little bit more deeply, because reading through what the medical stuff that we did know, there are some reasons to be concerned. Now, we've seen player after player after player recover from those revision surgeries, but it's something to be mindful of with Foreman. So I'm going to pass off the baton to Matt and the rest of the crew. Thanks very much, guys. I got to tell you, Justice and Charles in particular, really enjoy your work. I think Matt did an awesome job of recruiting everybody to come in tonight, and I think we're lucky to be part of the community that we're in. So thanks for joining us to the extent that it's a little difficult to pull 3.5 hours off here. I am certain that Matt and I would have probably tapped out halfway through the second round if it was just he and I going back and forth. So very much appreciate all you guys joining us, and I'm already looking forward to doing it next year. So I'm going to watch from afar. Good night, everybody. Thanks very much.
All right, team.
Good night. Well, this was great. And now that Dr. Jekyll has left, Mr. Hyde has the keys.
Mr. Hyde.
Yep. So the first thing we're going to do is say, "Hey, Dad, thanks for watching." And you may want to cut it off at this point, but I don't know. You can, if you're adventurous like I think you are, then I think you'll have fun for the rest of this. I'd like to lead off with Eric. We haven't had Eric on all night, so it would be fun to get Mr. Stoner's thoughts on this draft over the first few rounds that we've seen. What's been notable to you?
I think the main thing that I've taken away from it is kind of how much we underestimated how well John Lynch would be able to use those media connects, that background that he came from, and just smokescreen the entire top of the draft.
Yeah.
You could tell as people that have kind of just investigated, if anybody else was interested in trading up to 2. Even like the Deshaun Watson being linked to Jacksonville rumors, I think were started by John Lynch. Like, I think that he just wanted to start up like a quarterback, create the perception of quarterback fever for the top of the pit for the top of the draft, because he knew that at least one team would panic and get him out of that 2 spot. So, and I think that pretty much set the stage for the top of the first round, especially with how many skill position players surprisingly went as high as they did.
So what do you think about Jaguars with their pick of Fournette as a Jaguars fan?
I mean,
where are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine with Fournette in a vacuum with the player that he is. I think it's just more. I'm more disappointed in what the people that are running the team are saying about where they think they are, or the direction that they're headed in. I mean, everybody that's there is only working on 3-year deals, so it's not like they have a year to waste. So, I know they installed Coughlin as to kind of oversee everything, but basically the entire perception, even in these post-draft interviews, that they're post-draft press conferences that they're giving everything that they're saying is everything's just being laid on the feet of Gus Bradley, really. And Gus Bradley, I know that he had the worst record of any coach or the worst winning percentage of any coach in the modern era. But at the end of the day, you can't just lay everything on his feet, especially with how so many players regressed last year. I think that they're just counting on they remind me of, like, I was talking about this on our Jag show. It's like they remind me of kind of like the Lakers, where the Lakers have spent so many resources on top picks in the last few years during a horrible stretch of rebuilding, but you still can't point to any of them and say, like, oh, that's a future all-star. Like, I know that guy is going to be really good, and he's going to be somebody that they can count on for 10 years. They have a couple of nice players. The defense was good, but kind of fake good because the offense was so bad. I mean, teams could get a lead on them and just kind of sit on a lead and know that Bortles was going to throw them out of the game before the end of the fourth quarter would happen. So, I mean, like I said, I'm fine with him, and I like Cam Robinson, but it's just like it just feels like another wasted year. You know what I mean?
That's what I was thinking.
I just don't know what their direction is. Like, even if you play this ball control style of offense and you're going to get like what 3 or 4 more wins out of it, you're going to be a 7-win team. Like, what's the end game here? I mean, I guess if you're just looking at it as like we're just going to try to make the offense as quarterback proof as possible, Bortles' 5th-year option isn't going to be picked up regardless, and we'll see if we can get our guy next year.
I don't get it though. Like, why make the offense quarterback proof instead of just getting another quarterback?
Yeah, I mean that's the $1 million question.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that makes total sense as well. I mean, it's from a team building perspective, you would think that would be the case. So, you know, moving from that standpoint to maybe another, I mean, let's talk a little bit about, you know, Charles, tell me a little bit about what you think of Atlanta's draft at this point.
I just think it's weird that they went linebacker in the 3rd round, because especially with Dion Jones, I was so happy with how he played. I think with their first 2 picks in Keanu Neal and Dion Jones, they kind of nailed it. And then for a 4th round pick, Devonta Campbell, he was pretty good too. So I would guess that their inclination here is to play Duke Riley at weak side linebacker and then move Devonta down to Sam, and I guess have Vic Beasley and Takk McKinley and Brooks Reed be their core edge guys. But I was kind of hoping that they would go either defensive tackle or maybe even grab another edge, because with the defensive tackle situation, Dontari Poe and Rashid Hageman, they're both free agents next year. So really the only guy left under contract throughout next season is Grady Jarrett. So I thought maybe they could pick up a guy like Eddie Vanderdoes or something like that. But I've kind of gotten to the point where the Falcons, they haven't missed on a draft pick since 2014, really, with Rashid Hageman, and 2 years without missing draft pick. I don't know if I can complain too much. I kind of put my blind trust in Dan Quinn.
Gotcha. Well, let's play a little game here. I'm going to ask each of you. We're going to start with Scott, go to Eric, and then round out with Charles here. And I want you guys to give us a little bit of a preview of some players who are left that haven't been drafted yet, that you're really interested in seeing being drafted within the next couple of rounds, or you think that are undervalued and may go much later, for folks who may miss the 3rd day and with the weekend ahead, but would like to know, kind of get a jump on guys that you really like. So Scott, why don't you start that off?
There's a few. Dan Feeney, the guard from Indiana. We have a guy with some concussion history, or that's what's being talked about, right? I'm surprised he's still available, but if he's still available, is he available because of the concussion history, and if so, he's going to slide some more.
I'm pretty sure the Chargers drafted him, didn't they, earlier?
Did they?
Yeah, they did. I think they did. Come to think of it.
Can we erase what I just said? Can we go back?
We can erase it. All right, go ahead. Give us another
one. Jake Butt intrigues me. The tight end from Michigan. I know he's got the torn ACL. He's a good player. He's not an explosive guy. It's not, he's not O.J. Howard, but I think it's intriguing where he'll end up. Corn Elder, the cornerback from Miami. Yeah, there's so much dog in him that, I really am really curious to see where he ends up. Jaleel Johnson was mentioned. He's interesting. Isaiah Ford, Josh Reynolds. Samaje Perine is another one. I'm really intrigued to see where he ends up. I think that there's some players that are still available. It's just that's
a good list. That's a very good list.
And I think that's just kind of like the immediate list of players that I'd be thinking, where are we at?
No, that's a good one. Eric, how about you? Name 3 to 5 players you like.
We are at the point of the draft where I know like maybe 1 in 5 guys. The one guy who I'm actually mostly intrigued by to see where he goes probably is Bucky Hodges. I'm fascinated with the idea of Bucky Hodges. I know that he's not ever going to be like an inline tight end. Like he and OJ Howard do not play the same position.
No.
But you could probably convince me that Bucky Hodges is the best split end in this draft.
Yes. And I would be right there with you. And so would it probably about 4 or 5 of the guys who've been on this show. We've talked about him a good bit tonight. So it's nice to have Eric come in blind.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he, like, with just the athletic profile that he has, and it's not like he's a complete project either. Like the dude can make plays. So I'm actually kind of surprised that hasn't been selected yet, especially like with I thought that he was going to be like in the tier right behind those top guys. I really, really did. So it kind of surprised me to still see him left on the board.
Anybody else that comes to mind? It's okay if no, but if
I know Scott just brought up Perine. He's a guy that I've been interested in. Pumphrey, I'm interested to see if he gets drafted at all. Who we did our RSP breakdown of him. Yeah,
that was my fault. Yes.
So
yes.
I know he's he's got a bunch of things working against him just in terms of his size, but in terms of just the workload that he was able to take, and he has a really good conceptual understanding of like the NFL run game. So, like I said, uphill battle for him. I'll be interested to see if he gets drafted at all, but he's a guy that I'm rooting for.
Charles, what about you? Where are some guys that are on the board that you're looking forward to seeing come off?
First is Jaleel Johnson. Definitely, we had the RSP session on him, and I just really like him because we talked about this on the film room. But I think people kind of get caught up with athleticism on the interior, which is great. But I don't really think you need to be a premier athlete to be a good defensive tackle. I think it's more about being able to read and diagnose blocking schemes quickly, and that's something that Jaleel's really good at. And he'll never be, a tackle for loss machine like Aaron Donald or Ndamukong Suh is, but he's consistently making plays at the line of scrimmage or maybe 1 or 2 yards past, which is, I think most defenses will count those plays as a win. And I think he's going to be a guy that comes in wherever you pick him in this draft. He's going to be a guy who makes an instant impact on the defensive line, and I think he's in line to be a starter somewhere down the road. And the other guy that I just had his name in my head and I completely forgot it. Let me come back to me.
Sure. I'll name a few guys, and as you think of it, we'll go from there. Certainly the trio of West Virginia passing battery of Josh Evans, to me, I really liked him as a quarterback. Somebody had to throw all those big boy throws to Isaiah Ford and Bucky Hodges, and I thought he did that extremely well as a first-year player. I wouldn't be surprised if Mitch Trubisky fails. I wouldn't be surprised if Josh Evans actually succeeds as the guy who was only had a certain number of starts in the league. Big passer with good anticipatory throwing who just needs to develop from a decision-making standpoint a little bit more in a more complex offense. And then I agree with Hodges and Ford. I thought Ford made also a lot of tough plays, even though he didn't have that great speed. He has very good short area speed and 20 shuttle quickness. So he's got that acceleration. He runs some very good double moves, and I think that he's very comfortable on fade routes against tight coverage. Watch the Pittsburgh game, you'll really like there. Joe Mathis, the outside linebacker out of Washington who got hurt and hurt his foot, apparently got taken off half the draft boards by teams. But dude, when he's healthy, and if he can be healthy enough to play, he's got bend, he's got some moves. I think I saw a counter move out of him. I thought he was smart in being able to drop back into coverage and actually show a little bit as a zone cover player. I think this guy's a real baller who may have a little bit of opportunity, to come in as an undrafted guy and prove himself and really surprise. I'm a big Jamal Williams fan as a running back out of BYU. I think that this is a complete back who's one of the best pass protectors in the draft class. He doesn't have great speed, but his time quickness doesn't look great, but he's actually a lot quicker on film. And I believe I see the film correctly with him. I think this guy reminds me of Ricky Waters, the way that you know what I mean? He can catch the ball. He's smart in terms of being able to run between the tackles. He can make you miss. He can run with a little more power than what he looks like as a thinner guy. Just a guy, when you turn on the tape and watch him, to me, he's an NFL running back. I love Samaje Perine. Ryan Riddle convinced me of him after playing a little Benjamin Button in the RSP film room and saying, here was Perine later in his career when he was a little bigger and he had been banged up some before that. Here's him early in his career when he was a complete hoss with some burst. And I've talked a lot about him as a guy that, Leonard Fournette's strong, but Leonard Fournette needs that downhill burst to really be able to break tackles. And he may drag some people, but when people hit Samaje Perine, whether he's moving or standing still, he's like a searing hot cast iron pan, and the defender's a pat of butter that just melts right off him. So, to me, that he's a Michael Turner, Jamal Anderson type of back if he shows the burst that we're expecting him to have. So those are guys that really jump out to me as players that I can't wait to see, that I expect to get drafted.
The name came back to me. It was Carl Lawson from Auburn.
Yes.
I can't believe he's still
on the board.
Yeah.
Oh,
so is that like a medical thing?
It might be.
Yeah, that was the hip. It was a cracked hip that Gene was looking at. Right. I think that they were wondering whether or not he's ever going to get that full range of motion back, or if he's going to have enough range of motion to really be the edge player they want him to be.
But I feel like when you look at these guys who have big name status, and Carl Lawson, he was a big time recruit, came to Auburn, and all these guys have a signature play that sticks out in everybody's mind. And with Carl Lawson, it's a play against Laramie Tunsil where Tunsil shoots his hands out at the edge of at the end of his kick step, and Lawson just grabs his hands and throws them away and goes in for the sack. And you just don't really see guys that have the hand timing that Lawson does. And he had a good 40 and a good 20-yard shuttle. So I'm pretty surprised to still see him on the board. Maybe he comes off at the end of the third, but it was Jaleel Johnson and Carl Lawson were two guys that I think are going to be great picks on day 3.
Let's play one more game here, and we'll start with maybe puzzling selections and players, because certainly we're getting to the point where teams win and lose the draft is after round 2 or round 2 through round 7 is probably where you're going to see a lot of these teams really show their depth of how much of scouting they've done and how much they like players. And there's also a lot of variation there. And I think a player that comes to mind to me, oh boy, now there's 2. Chad Williams just got picked by the Arizona Cardinals, wide receiver out of Grambling, who I just thought I really liked at the Senior Bowl. And he offers some of that Des Bryant kind of ability to be quicker than fast, physical, go up and win the ball. I thought he got under the skin of this number 29 they're showing right here out of Miami on ESPN right now as he was getting past people with the jam. He ran a 4.3 actually. So actually I was wrong about the speed. He's even faster than I thought. He's really jumped up boards to be round 3. And I think that's a good pick of a player who ended up getting picked much earlier than I expected. An example of a player that I thought, wow, I can't believe they picked him, is Detroit picking Kenny Golladay out of NIU, another wide receiver who I just didn't see it. I didn't see the burst. I didn't see the speed. I didn't see the technique. I didn't see anything that remotely put him in the 3rd round. I thought he was a 7th round player at best. So, I mean, those are 2 guys I guess, I really liked, and one that I was puzzled by. Scott, how about you? Were you puzzled by anybody so far that you've seen?
Puzzled by anybody that I've seen. I'm not going to say puzzled because it's the draft. The Cooper Kupp pick, I guess, is one that I guess, yeah, that puzzles me because I just think he's redundant for what they have. Maybe Kamara too. If I'm the Rams, I'm trying to help the quarterback. I'm trying to, you're trying to do everything you can to help this huge investment you've made in Goff and how much you've given up to get Goff, and you continue to put players on the field that do the same thing. Right? Kupp's going to be a slot receiver. That's what we think, right? Big slot. I don't think he can play outside. And if he does, I'm not sure how effective he'll be outside. But, that's a pick that's in this round, that's one of the picks that's confused me a little bit, that I thought they could have gone a different way. Like the Grambling kid who just got picked. That would have made a little more sense. Godwin from Penn State would have made more sense. Josh Reynolds would make a whole bunch more sense for a guy who can help his quarterback, a guy who will come back to the ball. So yeah, I think that for what you're asking, Cooper Kupp is that guy that kind of has confounded me a little bit.
Eric, how about it?
I will go with the Jets, leading off the draft with two strong safeties, basically. Especially with how deep, this cornerback class is absolutely loaded. Their defense cannot work without corners that play like heavy man-to-man coverage. And they've taken two box safeties essentially.
And they still Pryor.
What? Is Pryor good?
No, but they were supposed to trade him today before they took May, but they just kind of blew it as usual.
I never really know what the Jets are doing anyways. They are consistently a team without a plan, it seems like. So I'm trying to think of any other ones that stick out of the top of my head. Pleasantly surprised with everything that the Texans have done. Mm-hmm. Moving up for DeShone Kizer, I think that was a good move for them. And then their second round pick, I'm surprised that Zack Cunningham fell as far as he did. I know that he doesn't light it up measurables wise, but I don't know if he would, if I would have sat down and done grades and rankings, if he would have graded out and ranked out as my top off-ball linebacker, but he was definitely my favorite guy throughout this process. So I like what the Texans has done. I guess another thing that surprises me, with as much love and as much hype as Kamara got, I'm kind of surprised that he fell to the third round. But that's actually I wasn't crazy about him coming out, but that's a really good range and a good team for him.
I'm right there with you.
I feel like there's been a few picks in this draft where it's been all right, I'm not crazy about the player in a vacuum, but I'm right there with what the team is envisioning, and they actually got good value for it.
This fits in that theme that we've been talking about throughout the show, that this might be one of the best drafts we've seen in terms of players matching teams. It's been particularly
They're kind of figuring it out.
Yeah, or fingers crossed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Charles, what about you? What's been puzzling for you?
Like Stoner said, the Jets draft. What the hell are they doing? They had the worst. I think coming into the draft, they had the worst roster in the league. They didn't make any strides in free agency. So really, you're going to come in with no offense, no defense, and you start your draft off with two box safeties, and you have a first-round pick invested and another one already on the team. It doesn't make any sense. They still have too many of the same guys on their defensive line, which led to Sheldon Richardson playing inside linebacker at some snaps last year because they couldn't figure out a way to get Mo Wilk, Leonard Williams, and Sheldon Richardson on the field. And there were rumors about them trading Sheldon Richardson that didn't come to fruition today. So I think they have to be the heavy favorite to have the number one pick in 2018 because they have no offensive line. They have their best receiver is Eric Decker. Their top quarterback is Josh McCown, and their best running back is Forte, who I like, but at this point in his career, he can't be far and away the best player in your offense, and that's where the Jets are right now. It's a disaster, and they didn't really do anything to dig themselves out of that hole yet.
Yeah, I feel sorry for our Darius Stewart, and Chris Brown on Smart Football wrote just now, quoted somebody say, Davis Webb said, quote, "I don't know what my role is on the team yet," end of quote. And Chris Brown said, "I'll give him 3 guesses because I know the answer." So,
oh man,
we will all, if this turns out the road of Dak Prescott, then this will be the second year I've egg on my face. But we shall see. I'm making the bet that Josh Dobbs is that guy that I'm going to get Dak Prescotted by, because I look at him and I think he's the most unintuitive quarterback in this class. He's smart as a whip, might be the smartest quarterback in this class, but I don't think calculating the trajectory of a ball is exactly a skill you need to have. I think it's more about, so I mean, I like him as a person and I like what he did at Tennessee, but I don't think he translates. But anyway, that's another crazy.
I'll give one more, or actually I'll pose a question, and I know it's one that's been kind of kicked around for a couple of years now, but are we sure that Ozzie Newsome is still good at the draft?
That's a very interesting question. Charles, you want to start with that one? Because
I kind of like what he did today, because what I think happened with the Ravens draft is they were eyeing one of those receivers at 16, but they got
with the early run.
All those guys went the top 9 in the draft. So I mean, sticking at 16 and taking Humphrey, he's really athletic, he's young, that's fine. And you already have Jimmy Smith, who's injured a lot but good when he's healthy. And then Bowser, that's like your ideal edge project in the second round, right?
Yeah, well, and they're moving the dude from Boise. He's moving from edge to inside backer, so they do have a spot there.
I don't remember his name.
What was that?
What's his name again? Correa, something like that.
Yeah, Correa.
Yeah, Kamalek Correa.
Yeah. And then I don't remember who their third round pick was, but
they got Wormley and Tim Williams.
Yeah, I love Wormley. Wormley's good. And then,
all right, so you like their draft?
Yeah, I do like their draft. I have friends who are Ravens fans that are pissed that they didn't reach for JuJu in the second round, but Flacco's not how. I mean, he still needs.
That's just kind of the purgatory, or the place that I guess they kind of find themselves in. They're just in that weird spot where they've got. I mean, shouts to him for having that crazy playoff run, but they're kind of in that quarterback purgatory where he's killing their cap. They don't really ever have a high pick, and they never really bottom out. So they're just kind of caught in that weird void right now.
It's interesting. I'm watching, as we're watching the draft round out in the third round, a name that popped out to me was JuJu Smith out of FIU, the tight end who had boiling water thrown on him by his girlfriend. Yeah, after he didn't pay enough attention to her. And had to miss a couple of games. Yeah, and ended up at the Senior Bowl, where he drops the ball a lot, but he definitely makes a lot of plays when he does catch it in terms of after the catch and breaking tackles. Not much of a blocker. I could see how a team may look at him on the surface and say he is the Delaney Walker in training and as an athlete. But I don't know if he shows what Walker ever showed at college. So it's interesting that the Titans continue to try and build around Marcus Mariota as much as possible with all these skill picks. Eric, what are your thoughts? We asked Scott and Justice about this, but what are your thoughts about the Titans getting Taywan Taylor, Corey Davis, adding another player in JuJu Smith, for Marcus Mariota, and then on top of that, they still have a guy like Tajay Sharp who showed early but then faded fast.
I know that a lot of people think that the Corey Davis pick was too early, and I get that in terms of because you don't have any workout numbers. He was a small school guy who's coming off of an ankle, but in terms of fitting the quarterback, that's probably the best fit that you could have asked for if you were going to take a wide receiver that high. And if you were absolutely committed to taking a wide receiver at 5, if you're Tennessee, that's the best fit that's going to go with your quarterback. I love the analogy that Michael Lombardi has about quarterbacks and how you build your team around him. And he compares them to like baseball teams and ballparks, like the actual stadium, because you have to construct your roster, because every single baseball stadium, it's what, like, I don't really follow or care for or care about baseball that much, but I have always thought it's fascinating how there's not even like the dimensions of every single baseball stadium, like in the fields that they play on, are completely different from park to park. So it makes sense that you would have to like construct your team based on just like the different just how your stadium might differ from another place. So and quarterbacks are very, very much like that. So when fitting a wide receiver to a quarterback, it's not as easy as just get a top talent and plug him in with any type of quarterback, because there's so many different styles and variations in type of play. Mariota's not a guy that's ever going to live throwing up a ton of 50-50 balls and hoping that a guy comes down with it like that. He's not an aggressive downfield window thrower in terms of that. And then if you were to try to fit him with John Ross too, I'm not sure that he has that type of downfield accuracy where he's going to throw it up with the right trajectory and just let a guy run under it either. So I think having a guy that really he's a big body wide receiver that excels in the small wide receiver game, that's going to be good at getting yards after the catch, things of that nature. I think that's a really good fit for Mariota. I'm pretty impressed. It was all jokey jokes about the Titans going into last year, but they have turned that thing around and built up a pretty nice roster fairly quickly.
Yeah, they look like a tough team, so for sure. So Scott,
yeah, and a physical team that you don't look forward to playing against.
No, not at all. They're back to they're kind of a new school, old school Titans kind of in the way that they're doing things. Scott, tell us a little bit about Montravius Adams. What do you have on him, and can you say anything that would trash Justice's Green Bay Packers at the fact that they picked him? If not, I'm sure we could go to Mr. Charles McDonald, who will be able to bat cleanup on this one if necessary.
Tag me in.
Charles, you want to go? It's good if you want to rip them. You're cool.
Yeah, been doing a lot of ripping Justice lately, so let me stretch real quick.
There you go. Light work.
Yeah, light work. I think Montravius Adams is terrible. When I talk about Jaleel Johnson being able to recognize blocks and blocking schemes and how to react to certain what's going on in front of you, Jaleel Johnson is really good at that. Montravius Adams is absolutely terrible at that. I mean, this dude, if it's not directly in front of him, you can't just run through a straight line. He's not going to make the play. And it looks good in practice. Like at the Senior Bowl, people got excited because he has some splash plays. But I mean, if you're working through a 2-on-1 blocking drill, you should be making those plays because it's right in front of you. That's the play that you're supposed to make. But if he has to, beat a reach block or read a pull where the center's blocking back on him, he just doesn't have it there. And he's a good athlete, so maybe he can be coached up to something. But pad leverage and block recognition are really, really poor with him, and that's why I never really saw the hype with him. And Justice,
to me, he looks like a guy without a plan. Almost on a snap-to-snap basis.
Yeah, and Justice just put in our little group chat. Don't let them bully me too much for Montravius Adams pick. So
sorry, that's why I did it.
I was gonna say right now, shame on me for calling out Ozzie Newsome without bringing up anything about Ted Thompson.
Yeah, Ted Thompson.
Shame on me. I think that I'm not a big. I know that they won a Super Bowl and everything. He gets credit for picking Aaron Rodgers while Brett Favre was still there. But yeah, I'm just not a big Ted Thompson guy, especially with the state of their roster in right now, and they only have a window for so much longer with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It just seems like they're treading water and wasting time, and they're happy to go 10-6 every year.
Well, Ozzie Newsome was my first favorite player ever as a football fan, but he and his staff cannot pick a wide receiver to save their lives. I mean, it's been Torrey Smith is an okay player, but has been.
He's probably been their best one too, huh?
Yeah.
I remember the Florida dude that they picked in the second round 10 or 15 15 that was absolutely terrible.
Travis Taylor.
Yes. Travis Taylor.
Wow. That's a throwback name.
Throwback.
Yeah. I mean, I remember those, and you could go through the list. I mean, Mark Clayton out of Oklahoma might have been their best one if he didn't get hurt.
Yeah.
So this is
there's that whole alternate universe too of where he knew that and rectified it by trading for Terrell Owens when Terrell Owens' agent forgot to file his free agency paperwork, and he was stuck on San Francisco. But then That was a strange alternate universe spinoff that almost happened. That would have been
as a Cleveland Browns fan, I think that it's a curse because obviously Ozzie Newsome was really the first Jimmy Graham. So, now he's going to have success moving to Baltimore and winning a Super Bowl or winning 2 Super Bowls, but he'll never be able to pick a wide receiver to save his life, despite the fact that he was a great one in theory. So maybe that's what it is. It's kind of like the curse of the Bambino for the Boston Red Sox, But I wish it would be a little harsher. That's all I could say. But but yeah, I mean, this has been, we are rounding down. We have a few more picks left. I saw that Seattle picked another defensive player, picked defensive tackle. Is it Nazir Jones? I don't know how to pronounce his name. He's out of North Carolina.
He goes by Nas.
Nas. Okay. You want to tell us a little bit about Nas?
For sure. 90s baby, man. These are all 90s. There's Nas's and do so many Shaqs.
Raekwon.
Yeah. Straight up, you can tell it's straight up 90s babies.
See, I would have gotten it if it was NAS, but I didn't get it when it was. I just wasn't quite enough with it. I'm a little too old for the NAZ. It was too disguised.
Yeah, one of my friends, I guess ex-boyfriends played for UNC. Des Lawrence, he's a cornerback in the draft actually. So yeah, I know Nas. He's talented. I mean, Eric Galko had him as his #1 defensive tackle in the Optimum Scouting Guide, and he can move. He's his block recognition. His hands are shaky. He doesn't have, I guess, like the best hand usage as far as defensive tackle plays go. But for a what in the hell? But for a defensive for a 3rd-round defensive tackle, that's not a bad pick. Hold on. The 49ers just picked C.J. Beathard in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, you're right.
Wow. Okay.
Kyle.
Yeah, yeah. Well, are you glad now? Are you glad now that Kyle is not part of the Atlanta Falcons now at this point?
No, I really still like Kyle. Kyle Shanahan. I mean, it sucks that it ended the way that it did, but he was fantastic that entire season. I can't. The sample size is too big for me to get mad over the fourth quarter.
Sure. Well, I can tell you this about Beathard. I mean, Beathard is one of those players that he's that template fit of a pro style quarterback. He makes those 1-3-5 and those 3-5 7-step drops. He has all those bells and whistles of the play action game. So he may be someone that's very well matched in theory for a West Coast offense. The thing is the arm decision making all there. The arm is good enough, but to me he's a backup. He's kind of a Brian Hoyer type. That's kind of where I would put him, and maybe not as good as what Brian Hoyer was at Michigan State.
Is kind of on the same line as Cleveland going with Kessler last year, maybe.
Yes, though I think Kessler was a more natural player and actually deserves I can see why it was a bold statement for Hugh to make that he could be a starter and be the starter in this league, but I think that Kessler had more upper echelon tier qualities as a decision maker, off structure, and some of the things that he could do with anticipation. Whereas I think that Beathard shows flashes of that, but not nearly as much. Does Scott, do you agree, disagree with me? Have you looked at Beathard much? What do you think?
Enough to understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
I agree with you. I do. I mean, yeah.
Okay. Well, cool. I think we're at a point here where we've had some fantastic guests. I'm going to put these guys out of their misery, and they have done such a fantastic job. I mean, Charles, you and Scott have been great, on the show tonight. We'd like to thank Justice as well, and as well as Chad Spann and Emery Hunt, Mark Schofield, and obviously Eric Stoner joining us late here has been great too, to be able to have to round out this show. It's been a lot of fun. And I think an appropriate way to end this show might be with the pick that we just got here and talk about him, because I think we can be out at this. And I think everyone should get a shot at being able to talk about James Conner getting picked by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Great.
Yeah, it's a great pick. So Charles, why don't you lead off? Scott next. Eric, if you have anything to add, and then I'll close it up.
If you follow college football, then you know that this is just fantastic because James Conner, he had cancer, he beat it, he went to Pittsburgh. Just to see a local kid kind of get a shot with the Steelers after beating cancer and coming back, and he had over 1,000 yards. I think he had like 16 or 17 touchdowns this year. It's just a really good, feel-good story for James Conner and for everybody. And at the end of the third round, I think there was a little bit of doubt of when he would see his name called, just because he's more of a power runner who doesn't have that great burst and long speed. But it's really cool to see the day 2 of the draft end like this.
Scott, do you have anything to add that might be the same or different based on what you've seen?
The same type of stuff. It's just you bring that guy into your locker room and you're getting value for just with his presence being there, and the fact that he's from Pittsburgh, that he's going to Pittsburgh. I would not dismiss his skill set. I would not dismiss him as a player. Nobody's saying it's a gimmick that they're drafting him, but he's a really good running back. Some people have labeled him as a fullback, and I think that's a mistake. He's a really good running back. He can make some things happen. He's a good football player. It's a great feel-good story. It really is. It's a fantastic story for a kid who went through some tough times.
Eric, anything to add? Have you had a chance to watch Conner at all? Or
I have not seen Conner. Like I said, I knew a little bit about his backstory, so it is cool to see him get a shot like that. But just going off of his, I've seen, bits and pieces of him here and there, just haven't broken his game down. But that I'm a big physical, violent backs. That I tend to be fans of those guys.
Yeah, and I'll say that Conner was a guy I had ranked. Probably, if it was just on the basis of his tape before the injury and the illness, he probably would have been ranked higher on my board. I just wonder if the quickness was going to come back. He seems to think the quickness is back and that he's going to be quick enough. And if he is quick enough to play, some people comped him to Arian Foster if they liked his quickness. I don't think he's quite there, but I definitely love the power. I think he's a better receiver. He can bounce some plays outside. He's got enough quickness to do that on occasion. And this was a guy who played defensive end. He was recruited as a defensive end early on, and they played it 2 ways.
Didn't he have a sack last year?
Yeah, he had a sack last year too.
Interesting.
Yeah, he had a little spin move to him, and he could, He filled in that regard. I think this is a guy that could surprise. If there's a running back that I think I could be really wrong about, and I'm sure there'll be some that I don't think I'll be wrong about at all that I'll be dead wrong on. But of the ones that I think that's the case, James Conner was probably one of my top 3 guys that I would say, I have a feeling I missed him. So, to round that out, I think he's a borderline starter. Like, he's got borderline starter ability, which in a very strong group of running backs in the NFL, that just means that that you're a 3rd to 5th round pick, who is probably, in a committee situation. But we're running on this draft. Amara Darboh got picked by the Seahawks. That's an interesting guy we could probably talk about, and we can go on and on. But, for Charles, for Eric, for Scott, thanks again for tuning in this late. We've had a really steady audience. It's been fantastic. You guys are awesome. And happy drafting. Hope your teams get what you're looking for, and even more so in those late rounds in UDFAs. Good night, everybody.